to you later. The dessert in the form of panel discussion sessions will come after the health break. So participants, I wish to remind all of us that we make use of the link that has been posted on the chat box for registration for day 2 of the conference. You may also use the chat box for your comments and questions during the Q&A session. So I want to start by introducing myself. I'm Evans Mwasiaji from the Department of Business Administration, School of Business, Kenyatta University, and Kenyatta University being the university of choice in this part of the world. I am the session chair for today. With me are 2 accomplished scholars who will be rapporteurs for this session. The first rapporteur is Dr. Daniel Mogaka Makori. He is from the School of Business, Kenyatta University. He is also an expert in finance with a bias in accountancy and statistics. The second will be Dr. Janet Mudhimi from the Department of Business Administration, School of Business. Her area of expertise is in strategic management with research interest in leadership and entrepreneurship. Dr. Makori, where you are, please say hello, and also Dr. Mudhimi. Dr. Makori, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's a pleasure to be part of this conference this morning. So I wish all the participants all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Makori. Dr. Mudhimi, where you are, please unmute and say hello. Okay, I think maybe network. So let me also acknowledge the university management led by our Vice Chancellor, Professor Paul K. Wainaina, and all the invited guests for this conference. I also wish to acknowledge our team captain, the Dean School of Business, Dr. Paul Sang, and also the Associate Dean, Dr. Rosemary James, the organizing committee members of this IBRIC 2022, and indeed all the delegates who are present today. So, global challenges as a way of introduction. The world with a 14% global illiteracy level faces many challenges. Some of these include the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. We have the issues of climate change, big data and cyber security issues, as well as some of the problems that we've been facing in as far as disruption of supply chain disruptions in Europe, and of course the challenges of non-communicable diseases around the world. So the implications of these challenges, participants, is that they have negatively impacted the 17 interdependent sustainable development goals, SDGs, of course, the global economy and health systems around the world. How best to proceed forward is an agenda item for governments, academia, and industry. Hence, the need for this international conference on business reinvention, innovation, creativity for economic recovery, that is IBRIC 2022. This international conference is meant to create and facilitate the sharing of knowledge and creating initiatives focused on promoting economic growth and social progress, hence global peace. So IBRIC 2022 participants is also not only meant to create an avenue for the academia to share their cutting-edge research findings, but also is an important venue for brainstorming, networking, and making vital connections that can lead to new initiatives, academic papers, and collaboration. Yesterday, we did have a keynote address from the Vice Chancellor, and of course, our keynote speech from Ambassador Paul Karemi. Today, we have several speakers who will be making their presentations. So without wasting time, I want to invite Dr. Rosemary James, the Associate Dean School of Business, to make her opening remarks, recap of day one, and also be able to invite the Dean, School of Business, to make some brief remarks. Dr. Rosemary James, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mwasiaji, for the opening remarks, for inviting our keynote speakers this day. Ms. Grace Jibril, who is the CEO, LBG Consulting, Washington, D.C. Professor Harsha Bhatia, Director of Research and Board of Directors, Universal Business School. Ms. Rhea Ziegler, the co-founder and CEO at Futurize Innovation Studio UK. Our guest speakers will be speaking to us in the various panels this day. Sorry, I had an issue with my video. So let me talk and address our keynote speakers. Ms. Grace Jibril, who is the CEO, LBG Consulting, Washington, D.C. Professor Harsha Bhatia, Director of Research, Universal Business School. Ms. Rhea Ziegler, the co-founder and CEO at Futurize Innovation Studio UK. Our guest speakers who will be addressing us in the various panels this day, our Dean, School of Business, Dr. Paul Sang, conference participants, local and international. Ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to welcome you all to the second day of our fourth IBRIC. It's good to see that a number of us are already logged into our conference this morning. The conference has attracted a broad spectrum of participants drawn from the industry, the academia, and also the government. Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Outreach, Professor Onywera, who emphasized the importance the university places in research and innovation. Our Dean also addressed us, including the opening plenary, and reiterated the school's commitment to research and industrial population. We were also honored to have two keynote addresses by Dr. Catherine Adoyo of Harvard University and also from Mr. Ken Mwenda, Managing Director, eMobilis, who spoke to us on what Ajira is doing in terms of innovation, policies, and availability of funds. Today, we are honored to have several guest speakers who will be speaking to us on various aspects, such as strategic recovery and sustainability. And we will also be looking at aspects such as embracing integrated reporting for transparency and accountability, technology use and supply chain, among other issues that will be discussed today. So it is my hope that as we listen to these speakers and other researchers who will be speaking to us and engage in the discussions this day, we will be picking key aspects relating to policy coming from these presentations that would form opportunities for research paradigms and collaborations, and also areas of networking. I once again welcome you all to carry on with our conference debate that is expected to inform action plans and policies that will form a basis for future partnerships among the stakeholders. I wish you all an interesting day and look forward to an active participation. Thank you all and God bless you. I now invite our Dean, Dr. Paul Sang, to give his brief remarks. Welcome, Dean.
Thank you so much, Associate Dean. Our keynote speakers, Ms. Grace Jibril, the CEO, LFG Consulting, Washington, D.C., Professor Dr. Asha Bhatia, Director of Research, Board of Directors, CIFA India, Ms. Freya, the various panels, the participants, good morning. It is my pleasure to invite you to the second day of the IBRIC2022 conference, where we hope to continue sharing knowledge, we continue sharing our experiences, we engage in the various discussions for the conference. Yesterday, as has been said by the Associate Dean, that laid the foundation on the various aspects and on the various issues pertaining to the theme of the conference. I think today we're going to interact even more. I encourage each one of us to stay put until we finish the conference at around 5. In the afternoon, we are going to have quite a number of academic papers, which would also inform our understanding and our knowledge in the various areas of academic. I don't want to spend much time, so I would again reiterate that let us all participate actively the way we did yesterday, and let's stay put until the end of the conference. I want once again to say thank you for being part of this IBRIC 2022 conference. Thank you.
So thank you, Dean, for the opening brief remarks. We are very grateful, and once again, we thank you for the leadership in as far as organizing IBRIC 2022 is concerned. So dear participants, thank you again for finding time to join this day 2 of the IBRIC conference. We now want to move to the key address for today, that is June 24th, 2022. The first keynote address is going to be by Ms. Grace, who is the CEO, LVG Consulting, Washington, D.C. We are grateful that she has been able to find time to join us despite the different time zones operating in US, which has a different time zone from this country. So please,
and just displaying true grit. And true grit to me means really enduring and holding firm during the very difficult times as you move towards your career path. And that is often the most difficult component of career development, growth. And we oftentimes want to say it's easy for men and it's difficult for women, or vice versa. But in this world, we're finding that the boy child and the girl child, to one extent or another, have extreme difficulties with technology and the things young people see on television that are oftentimes distracting or can sometimes be depressing. And with the statistics regarding youth suicide, it's important that whenever we have these types of forums, we talk about enduring, persevering, understanding that the situation one is in at this point is not permanent. And I say that because I went to college and graduated with a degree in journalism, public relations. I loved graphic advertising. And after graduation, of course, like every other young person, I had this vision that I would work in this large PR firm in DC and really do great and just, do amazing things. Well, I did not get a job. So if any of you know the DC area, there are different salary rates in different parts of the DC region. So I knew that Washington, DC paid more. So out of desperation and wanting to be independent, I went to what's called a temporary agency to get an assignment to work. And at that agency, they asked me what I wanted to do. I said, well, my mom has worked for the UN. She's worked for the Ford Foundation, international, and I'm really, really interested in something similar to that. No matter, I just want to be with an international organization. So the lady says, well, we have an administrative and human resources position. I said I would take it because the job paid $39,999. And at that point, that was a whole lot of money for me. I, of course, realized later that that wasn't quite enough to pay for an apartment. It wasn't quite realistic enough to maintain my life. So nonetheless, I was working. These are the jobs that took me to places like Yemen, took me to places like Afghanistan, it took me places like Mozambique, Iran, and it was the international campaign to ban landmines. It was an international organization that had just won the Nobel Prize a few years before. I was working with Special Forces guys, Green Beret guys, all Iraq War veterans, and the founders of the organization were Vietnam veterans. So I had to be flexible, guys. I endured, I persevered, I worked extremely hard. And in that process, I discovered human resources. And the human resources component that I eventually grew into, I spent about 6 years at that organization, moved on to a Fortune 500 company. Most of you know it. It's a retail, Home Depot. I was regional HR for the multiple stores in far-flung parts of Maryland. I learned infrastructure, organizational infrastructure. And of course, I'm telling you guys this because I'm looking back in time. At the time, I was so upset. I was earning little bits of money and I wasn't really doing very well. Well, from there, I went to my life. I was getting ready to get married. And I decided that, I was driving too far to work. So I decided essentially to look for another job. And what's interesting about the landmine campaign, what the work they did was extremely important because I had my foot in Africa. They were doing socioeconomic surveys on the impact, post-conflict impact of landmines in developing nations. When I went to Home Depot, it was American corporate. It was for Fortune 500 company, as I mentioned. And it really taught me how the retail environment works, how difficult it is, and how much money it actually churns. It was a little bit too much because I was too far from home. So I got lucky and got another job. Mind you, timelines are passing at this point at the Department of Labor under the Employment and Training Division. It's known as the National Job Corps program. And at that job, I want to say I spent 10 years at that job while I also did my consulting, solidified it. I had started my consulting back in 1999 to sort of do jobs here and there. I'd do events, connecting individuals, people, organizations. But I had to sort of put it aside and get serious, at least what I thought. But when I joined the Department of Labor's project, I realized that the work and the experiences I had through my little tiny consulting firm became relevant. Why? We were training young people between the age of 16 to 24 years old on vocational skills training. When I arrived, I found we had a group of refugees within the program who weren't really underserved. So I decided to engage with them, and believe it or not, most of these guys were coming out of Dadaab camp in Kenya and some of the refugee camps in Tanzania, though some of them were Congolese. Many of them were out of Somalia. Some were from Sierra Leone and Guinea. And it was a very interesting experience because we got to move those kids into the path to citizenship. I discovered it was that job, the DOL job, where I decided to pursue my master's in employment law. And that experience taught me to provide guidance and enhance the program in a sense where we were able to get our young African refugees on a path to citizenship. So as I'm moving through this trajectory of my life, I was able to work with my boss to still do work in LVG consulting and enhance it. One of the biggest things I did during my time at DOL was the Africa on Potomac ball, the inauguration ball for Barack Obama when he first started. And I did the second one in 2013. All throughout these spaces, remember I said, we have to be flexible, guys. You have to learn not to only look linear. You want to be able to function in spaces and adjust to your environment at every single moment. Those are the guys that are running the world. You see? So in my story, the reason why I share my story is because throughout all of it, I began by resenting human resources, but human resources had a direct relevance to my degree, public relations. It also had a direct relevance to the work I ended up doing in the ETA, Employment and Training Division. And I really grew out of that. I spent 10 years at that position. I ended up after that at the Department of Health for the state of Maryland, worked there for a small stint, and currently I'm consulting for a $120 million company. We have to remember, and back to the Employment Training Division, I learned so much and stayed in tune with what was going on in Africa across the board. 60% of Africa's population are the youth. So it is so important that we engage with you guys. In everything we do, as I see Mobius and Ajira are doing, it's so important to ensure that we put and plant those seeds. A few of my young folks who I mentored went to the Marines, did really well. Some of them work at the AFRICOM facility in Ghana, are full-fledged officers and are doing absolutely great. A few of them ended up doing their own business, starting their own businesses in the different various vocational skills training. And what I learned from there was that we spend so much time as Africans focusing on law, focusing on my kid is going to be a lawyer, my kid's going to be a doctor. We as parents have to flex it out and allow our kids to be able to be malleable, to be able to move around and find their true calling. And I think the pressure to be the elite business office setting is to some extent killing our young people because it's making them think that I settled. Remember I told you guys, I got into human resources and I felt like I settled for something I didn't want, that this was just a temporary. But over time, as I grew older and I grew into my position, I empowered myself. I educated myself, I learned to be coachable. That's where I realized that I could work and enhance my consulting firm. I do part-time now. I started with part-time HR consulting. Now I'm doing full-time infrastructure building within HR organizations, top to bottom, how they should work. Employment law is my expertise. It's been about 15 years. I haven't lost a case yet that's come against two of my employees during that period. From that space that I was in to the space that I'm in now, it's all about grit. It's all about understanding that the situation you're in is not permanent. And it's fundamentally all about while you're going through these changes and these thoughts of where am I going to be in my career, you have got to guard your mental health. And when I say mental health, I'm not saying go, oh, you're crazy. No, we need to embrace the fact that mental health in the workplace is a crucial component of success. You will find in the work environment, which is what I find really good with the HR practices that I've participated in and that I continue to help organizations with, is that there's a human component of human resources. And as an expert in it, your role and my role in this environment that is either business, nonprofit, or otherwise is to ensure that I protect the employee and I also protect the organization from risk. And the best way to protect organizations from risk is to ensure that the employee is healthy and comfortable and held accountable in a reasonable way. I find that oftentimes bosses or supervisors or managers don't understand that they themselves are the actual risk to the organization. Because the minute you do something to an employee is the minute productivity ends, it's the minute theft begins, it's the minute dysfunction begins, and you're not able to pursue the business goals you have because you're wondering why your business isn't doing so great. It's because you haven't focused on the human resource. Another thing I'd like to say is just investing now in the youth will pay dividend in the future. I've seen it in the work I did with DOL. I see it right now in the young people who I work with. And I see it actively with the young people I support and mentor in Kenya from the US. The other thing I wanted to mention is essentially when being coachable and flexible, one has to really understand that it comes with a great deal of studying. There's nothing one can do that does not include books. You have to read and study, understand every situation, and be up to date in what's going on across the globe. Without even knowing, I had to relearn every like Swahili. You know, I've lived in the US for 40-something years. I came in 1984, and we lived in Knoxville, Tennessee. And at that point, because my mom was at the University of Tennessee, we pretty much forgot Swahili. I spoke Luo because my mom spoke Luo constantly whenever she'd call my grandmother. So issues of identity, knowing who you are, really allows you to get past intimidating environments, especially when working in the West. I love the programs that we have coming out of Kenya, where young people are the airlifts are happening. There's a couple of places and organizations in the Florida area that are bringing kids all over the U.S. to learn and get their master's program. I believe in I think it's either systems management or some function. But those programs are fantastic. But what sometimes I find missing in them is that no one is there to speak to young people on how to prepare and what to expect living in the United States. And it is something you cannot explain to folks. I think a lot of us oftentimes come to the US. We expect things to happen just like that. And we don't understand that it takes time. And like I said, it takes coachability, it takes flexibility, and it takes true grit. True grit is essentially you're coming from a middle-class home in Kenya, you're arriving in the US, you're dealing with a winter state, and you have no idea how to function and what to do. And it becomes extremely difficult. You question why. Now in the US, we deal with some areas of what I call the soft bigotry of low expectations. Once you finish your education and you've moved forward to other levels and gotten yourself into an organization, you know, the biases that exist, which I've written a few articles, and I call them the soft bigotry. You're not being called abusive words, but you're not quite being treated in the same manner as your counterparts who are not either African or African American. So this is where the true grit component comes in. You don't have to betray who you are. Maintaining your identity, being very proud of who you are. And in every space I've ever been, even in a time where being African wasn't quite nouveau riche or fashionable, right now in the US, African music is being played in radios. Things are happening now that really give you a sense of empowerment for the young people growing up. So those of you who are coming to the US, who have come to the US, will notice or have noticed that the US is a bit more, and especially in the eastern states, a lot more accepting of Africans. But I grew up in a time where being Africans were ostracized. You were called just really horrible names. But I really look back and remember being in these environments, whether it's school, college, or other spaces, being extremely proud of being a Kenyan. I'd say I was from Kenya, and they would say, "Oh, Guyana?" I was like, "No, Kenya. Where is that?" "That's in Africa, East Africa." And they say, "Oh, you're African." "Oh, you don't look African." So my question to them was, what does an African look like exactly? You know, so breaking stereotypes, breaking glass ceilings through education, through training, through networking. One of the accomplishments that we did at LVG was during the COVID pandemic, I would work with a few organizations in Kenya to see how we can support and inspire folks. We were utilizing Zoom a great deal, and it was just a really great way to get young people engaged and speak to them and see how they were doing. One of the things I thought would be really great to contribute to was, number one, finding out how folks in the diaspora who were in school but no longer in school, who had been working non-conventional jobs in order to essentially manage and survive, could manage and survive either through resources. One of the things LVG did was we did a few PowerPoint presentations and a few conference calls to essentially walk step by step the folks on the call, those who were interested, in how to apply for the Paycheck Protection Act. We were able to get about 12 people, based on my numbers, an average of $20,400 to $20,800. That made a massive difference. And this was tax-free money. You had to account for the money. We would walk them through how to manage those funds, how to utilize them for their small businesses. Even Mama, who was making chapos, was able to apply and get. You understand me? So as you grow in your business, as you get into these six figures and all these things that we're all getting into and growing into, you have to remember to give. You've got to remember to ensure that you still continue to contribute to charity. And that charity doesn't always have to be you send pesa nyumbani hapo na pale. No, you have to make sure that you are doing things that are productive, that can change lives, and that are meaningful. So the 20,000 average we were able to get, folks, was able to not only provide funding for folks in the US to get them through the deepest, most difficult part of the pandemic, but to get them, get folks at home funding. And it was tax-free. When the time came for them to submit for their tax-free status, we were there to support them. So one of the things I'm really proud of is that I've maintained a foothold with my own culture, my own folks who are Kenyan, and other folks by extension. We had people on the forum from East, West, and Northern Africa who were on the forum who were able to help with the paycheck protection funds. So fundamentally, I'm not sure what my time is, sirs, but please let me know if I have more time and I'll continue. But please let me know if I have more time. I think how's my time?
You can summarize maybe in the next 2 minutes.
No problem. Bottom
you.
line, be flexible, be coachable, and show true grit. And in those times when things are most difficult, folks, understand that no situation is permanent. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. That was Grace Jibril, the CEO, LVG Consulting from Washington, D.C. Thank you, Grace, for your great presentation. I request that we take the next two keynote addresses before the question and answer session that will be chaired by Dr. Ambrose Jagongo. Before we go to the next keynote address, we wish to remind our delegates that you may register using the link that has been posted on the chat box for registration for day 2 of this conference. You are also reminded, delegates, that you may use the chat box for your comments and questions for Q&A session so that the presenters will be able to pick the questions from there and respond. So we want to invite the next presenter, who is Professor Asha Bhatia, who is the Director of Research, Board of Directors, SIFE India, University Business School. Please, you may make your presentation, you may share your slides.
Thank you very much. You're calling.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Morning, everyone, and greetings from India. I'm Dr. Asha Bhatia from the Universal Business School. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Dean, Dr. Paul Sang, and Dr. Mary Regui and the entire conference organizing committee for this opportunity. Great for that wonderful story of grit and determination. And I'm going to talk about an equally important topic, that is financial inclusion, deepening, and innovation. The flow of my presentation, I'll talk about what is financial inclusion, the importance, the consumer experience, some financial inclusion statistics from across the world, technology and financial inclusion, so a few case studies, and then the recommendations. Now, what is financial inclusion? A term that is described to the efforts to provide individuals and businesses safe and secure access to financial products, processes like transactions, payments, bank operations, and insurance. And the major aim is to include the economically challenged sections. And this also provides an effort to bring banking facilities to the unbanked population. The World Bank has recognized that this is a very important aspect because it is an enabler for sustainable development, it's an enabler for reducing poverty and boosting prosperity, and it's a promoter for individual financial independence. Now, it allows people to have a transaction account. And how does a transaction account help? In storing money, receiving payments, in financial planning, credit and insurance, and this has gained maximum importance after the COVID experience. And overall, it improves the quality of living. Now, the total, talking about the unbanked population, 1.6 billion adults. Now, 30% of the world's adult population is unbanked. 5 of the most unbanked countries are Morocco, Vietnam, Egypt, Philippines, and Mexico. And in some of these countries, 50% of the population in Middle East and Africa is unbanked, 38% in South and Central America, and 33% in Eastern European and the former Soviet republics, and 24% in Asia Pacific. There are a lot of initiatives which have been undertaken across the world, and that has helped in decreasing the gender gap in the bank account ownership by almost 7%. Since 2010, more than 55 countries have made commitments to financial inclusion. And there are certain policies which have been delivered in various countries at scale, like the Aadhaar in India, and the government payments and e-commerce have also helped. Any national policy increases the acceptance and pace of reforms, such as the financial inclusion. Talking about the history of financial inclusion in India, 1904, the rural cooperatives which were set up in 1969, 14 major commercial banks were nationalized. In 75, setting up of regional rural banks, 1990s, there were self-help groups. 2005, the Reserve Bank of India advised banks to open no-frill accounts. In 2006, there were VCs and BFs were allowed as agents of banks. And in September 2010, RBI allowed for-profit companies to act as business correspondents. And 2011, the most important in terms of digitalization, the NPCI, that's the National Payment Corporation of India, launched the Interbank Mobile Payment System. So if you can see from 1904 to current, that's 2022, we've come a long way. The The unbanked population in India still stands at 20%. Cash transactions have decreased but are still at 17%. Card transactions at 32%. The internet usage at 34%, likely to grow to 35% in 2023. That will cover almost 500 million of the Indian population. Aadhaar, which is actually the Indian name for foundation, has been a great help in increasing inclusion. The gender gap, unfortunately, is still high because women are behind in the labor force and in the earned income. Now, why is this happening? Because there's lack of internet access and knowledge, because of the minimum balance requirement, which the poor cannot keep. Credit of access is difficult, and there's lack of cash liquidity. Now, looking at how do you identify the areas and see how has banking and digitalization affected. So, number of bank branches that are that you see per number of adults, number of ATMs, number of business correspondents, and the number of POS machines. There are certain indicators which tell you how the financial services are being used by by the target customers. So it's a number of percentage of adults with a saving banks account, percentage of MSMEs having access to formal credit, percentage of SMF having access to formal credit, percentage of adults having a pension policy, percentage of adults having insurance products, and percentage of adults having access to credit. Talking about the MSMEs, improved digitalization can create job creation, can help in job creation and employment. Now, this is a very good case study of a sample of 100 MSMEs that had obtained loans from Sri Lanka's largest private bank, created 2,650 permanent jobs between 2009 and 2012, and it showed an annual job growth rate of 12%. It was estimated that they may have created between 1,40,000 and 3,40,000 jobs over 3 years. The study estimated that between 10 to 31 jobs were created for every $100,000 of loans provided to MSMEs. And that is how, MSMEs can help in job creation and reduction of poverty. How does technology help in financial inclusion? Now, financial inclusion is a key driver, and it helps. It's easy to adopt and scale when inclusion is digital. And we all know how pandemic has accelerated this drive. And in societies like India, it is easier because we have this tilt towards technology. Digitization is important because it happens very swiftly. And fintech companies and fund houses, stock markets, all have become digital. And the services are, you have this a pleasurable experience because the platforms have been designed like that. Is use of artificial intelligence and AI algorithms. They are able to access, history. They are able to detect fraud and provide solutions to suit customers. AI is still in the infant stage, even in India, but it is maturing. Another important technology is blockchain, which is still developing. Its encrypted protocols ensure security. Bitland uses technology to verify properties in Ghana and Honduras. And the engagement with customer is very easily possible with digitalization. And the use of biometrics is increasing. The use of iris and facial recognition, all this will help to ensure security. Use of big data enables banks to offer more customized packages for customer services. And this can be customized for various segments of the population. Now, technology enablers. How does technology help in digitalization and in financial inclusion? So at the heart of the digital innovation there are three tech enablers. One is the mobile phones and the internet. which are connecting individuals and businesses with information and providers of financial services. The second is the storage and the processing of large volumes of digital data. And the third is the advances like the cloud computing, machine learning, distributed ledger technology, and the biometric technologies like we discussed earlier. Digital programs, these are highly scalable. Like PayPal brings together merchants, clients who want to make secure payments, and there are many other such platforms. Digital technologies can improve risk assessment. A third of the borrowers that are served by Mercado Libre, a big technology lender in Argentina, would not have been able to access credit from a traditional bank. This is a study that was carried out. And there are so many case studies. Kenya itself has your very often and very talked about M-Pesa, which offers microloans, saving accounts, and insurance against crop failures. And I'm sure there are more than 79% adults who have a mobile money account. In China, the Ant Group with 1.3 billion and the Tencent with 900 million users with Alipay and the WeChat Pay. They offer small loans and money market funds to mutual aid, a form of health insurance. In India, the foundational infrastructure Aadhaar, it gave 1.3 billion people a trusted ID to open their bank accounts. In Philippines, between this mid-March 2019 and April 2020, almost 4 million digital accounts were opened, and that too remotely. That is how digital technology is helping. Now, looking at the development of this technology, so stage one, there are various countries at different stages of digitalization. At the basic access to transaction accounts, we have a lot of countries here, which they are just more predominantly cash-based. Moving to the stage two, where intensive usage of transaction accounts for digital payments is happening. There are countries like Brazil, India, Thailand, Turkey, Kazakhstan. Stage three is moving beyond the payments to other digital products like the credit insurance. Kenya is doing very well in that stage. Stage four is a widespread adoption and usage of DFS by individual and MSMEs. These are countries like China, USA, and Sweden, which have almost gone fully digital. Now, there are certain constraints to financial inclusion in terms of demand and supply. In terms of the demand, volatile and small incomes, geographical barriers, informality, and lack of documentation, literacy, and trust are creating a constraint. In terms of supply, there are high operating costs, there's limited competition and innovation. And of course, the benefits are cost, speed, transparency, security, and more convenience. And there are binding constraints. The financial and digital infrastructures, ancillary government support systems, etc. Overall, if you look at what are the recommendations or what is the strategy that can help in leveraging technology for a sustainable financial inclusion, then to make financial services available, accessible, affordable to all the citizens in a safe and transparent manner, to support inclusive, resilient, multi-stakeholder-led growth. That means all the stakeholders are growing. You have to have universal access to financial services, like we talked about Aadhaar, providing basic bouquet of financial services. So there should be something customized for each segment of the population, access to livelihood and skill development so that they become economically independent. Financial literacy and education is important. Customer protection and grievance redressal. What is it? What are the problems that the customers are facing? What is it that they need? And addressing those needs. And of course, effective coordination between all the stakeholders is very, very important to have a financial inclusion, which is necessary, which is so beneficial to all. And technology has made inclusion very easy. And an included population feels financially empowered, which leads to a better quality of life for each and every citizen. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. That was Professor Asha Bhatia, who is the Director of Research, Board of Directors, SIFE India, University Business School. Thank you once again, Prof, for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Meanwhile, we want to remind delegates once again that you may make use of the chat box for your comments, and Dr. Jagongo Ambrose, who will be in charge of the Q&A session, will also be taking note to guide the discussion during the Q&A engagement. Now, our third keynote address is going to be made by Ms. Rhea Singler, the co-founder and CEO of Futurize Innovation Studio, United Kingdom. Please welcome Ms. Singler. You may make use of your 20 minutes now. Please start.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that introduction. As our kind sir has said, my name is Rhea Singler. I'm the CEO of Futurize. I'll get into a little bit of what Futurize is later, but what I'll be discussing in this keynote is the role of students in promoting innovation, technology, the role of diversity in innovation, as well as how that goes to our long-term effects of financial inclusion. And I'll give a few case studies into what Futurize is doing and how we're doing about that. So a little bit of background about me. I grew up in the States where I worked as a consultant and client relations manager for various tech companies. I also started a charity that runs technology summer camps for students 12 to 15 in all across Africa. Unfortunately, our first pilot was not successful due to COVID, but we're looking to still upbring that. Looking to go into a little bit more social development, I came to London to do my MBA. And that's when I saw a little bit of a niche problem where even if I was in business school and I had an idea, maybe I needed that engineer, or I needed that scientist, or I needed somebody from a different background to help me put that idea together. But there was no stimulation of collaboration. Most of the departments were very siloed out. There was no way for us to, share ideas or even test entrepreneurship. So that collaboration was really lagging. And that's where we came up with the idea of Futurize. So what we do at Futurize is design innovation programs that enable academia and the business side of things to collaborate, learn, design, and fuel innovation for a brighter future. We focus on technology solutions that promote and advance the UN SDGs with the strong focus on education, gender equality, smart cities, good health and well-being, as well as climate action. So what is an innovation program? The innovation program may take a form of a hackathon. Many of you have heard that term. We actually don't like to use that term hackathon. Instead, we prefer an entrepreneurship boot camp or an innovation challenge. It can take the form of an incubator program. It can take the form of an accelerator program, also numerous workshops. So really the idea is to bring together people from all over the world, but also from all different backgrounds, because we're strong believers in diversity. With diversity and inclusion, you can really create some great collaborations. If you look at any business in the world, it was not set up by a sole founder in terms of they had all of the knowledge, right? There was always someone in the background that was doing the marketing, or setting up the engineering platforms for it. So that's what we like to create, is kind of the full effects of it. And we believe the best way to start is within a university where you have so much talent that's just waiting to be discovered. A lot of what we found in universities is that we get a core theory, but however, we don't really take that theory into practice. So essentially what we're being able to do is just that next step or that sideline step for students to be able to take the talent that they're learning, to take the skills that they're learning, the knowledge that they have, and be able to actually put it into practice. A lot of the students that we work with, I ask them, well, what have you been doing, with your engineering degree? What are you going to be doing afterwards? And while they have a general idea, they might not know the full picture of things. So we're really trying to kind of go through the full lifestyle. And I'll talk a little bit more about one of our programs and go through a case study later. Just some of the people that we've worked with, we ourselves are a later stage startup. And what we found is that the biggest improvement or the biggest help that we could get in our innovation life cycle was within the university itself. Had it not been for our university, then we would not probably be where we are now. And that's one of the strong key components that we wanted to discuss is, the role of universities in the innovation life cycle and how they help entrepreneurs. So it's just some of the companies we've worked with in just a span of a year and a half, or Huawei, Sinopec, Nestle, all the big companies, as well as some of the top universities across the world. Again, we're really strong believers that the talent that comes out of universities is what's needed and has the potential to solve tomorrow's problems. We focus on the problems of tomorrow, not of the problems of today. So to be more reactive rather than being proactive. So now I'll just go through a case study of one of our programs and kind of the impact of what it will go. Essentially what we do is create open innovation. So what are the benefits of open innovation? It drives business innovation and crowdsourcing idea. It strengthens partnerships. So partnerships are needed for financial resistance, but also just for growth in the economy. So within the private sector, the public sector, and being able to really develop key players in those industries. It's needed for engagement, driving engagement, which is always useful for any market, right? You need to get the word out there. Sometimes you hear of companies such as Airbnb or Uber who got to where they are now, not because they had the first idea or the best product out there. It's because they were able to drive the engagement, build those corporate partnerships with whether the VC that they're working with or had some connection in the industry. But the marketing outreach is extremely important. And then all of those together builds an ecosystem. I won't get too much into the ecosystem building part, but ecosystems are super, super important to create in any industry, as well as in any field, just to strengthen those relationships and build that sense of community. When people find community, they find a sense of purpose. So overall, this is a little bit more towards open innovation, but I believe that that's really at the core of things. So now to go into a case study to kind of tie all of these things together. In March 2022, we ran a program called Fuel Africa. There was 11 universities across 7 countries in Africa. So we worked with, for example, the University of Nairobi, the University of Lagos, University of Ghana, University of Cape Town, the African Leadership University. So it was a really great pool. We had over 1,200 students sign up. This program was virtual. And the task that we asked them to come up with was a product or service that either advances access to healthcare or comes up with a screening, early diagnosis, optimal management of a non-communicable disease, in particular cancer and diabetes. So, and that is a strong focus of UN SDG 3. So what the students had to come up with in these universities is, one, form teams. They were asked to form teams of 4 to 6 of students, not just within their university and not just within their industry. So you found students that were in the University of Ghana, working with students in South Africa, working with students in Mauritius. So not too big of a time difference, but still a little bit of a time difference, along with other barriers that they faced, whether it was electricity or being in class, crowded spaces, because this program was virtual. So they had to kind of go through all of those things. And then what we did is walked them through step by step. So at the end of 10 days, they were able to come up with a very, very early stage venture. They didn't have to come up with the technical prototype just yet, but the business idea, understanding the business model, understanding what the problem is that they're trying to solve and why they're trying to solve it. What is the relevance of what they're trying to do? And how does it make an impact on their community? How will it make an impact in their future? And how will it make an impact on the economy as a whole? As you know, one of the strong suits of entrepreneurship is job creation, which is extremely vital for the economy. There's definitely not a lot of jobs out there for everyone in the world. So job creation is where we do it. And what better place than from the universities, from the students who hold that talent. If we can bring together that engineering student with that marketing student, with that data scientist, that have the potential, but being able to shape them and guide them into, this is the steps that you'll take in order to get to the end product, we've seen that be very, very effective. So within these 10 days, the teams went through a series of workshops that went from how do you ideate, how do you come up with a problem, all the way to prototyping, design thinking, which is a very core component of any entrepreneurship thing, to all the way to pitching to investors. Some other workshops that we did was on professional development. So how do you write a CV? We had LinkedIn come in to tell us, what makes a LinkedIn profile, how to make your LinkedIn profile stand out. How do you work on your job writing skills? Even if you're not interested in entrepreneurship, those key skills will take you far in any industry. So the overall outcomes of the programs is we had about 84 teams, which were 84 early stage ventures, brand new ideas that had to be created within those 10 days. And so far from March, we know of 6 teams that are being incorporated. Some of the ideas that, the top 3 ideas that we discussed, which are, they're coming from students who are quite young and early on in their career, but they're passionate about this. They're inspired. They want to make a difference in their community. They want to use their skills. All we do is give them the framework to do so and a little bit of encouragement to go and experience entrepreneurship in a risk-free setting, in a hassle-free setting. So you have solutions like this one team who was comprised of medical doctors, of data scientists, of computer science students as well. They came up with an AI-driven platform that detects early-stage breast cancer and is 98% effective in less than 10 days. Of course, now they'll have to go through and actually test their hypothesis. But within 10 days, they've created this program that could actually change the lives of many, many people. They're launching that in Kenya. So we've connected them with various centers, with Microsoft as well, who's helping with the AI side of things. Had they not gone through this program, they might have not have had this opportunity. We see other Other projects that some of the students worked on was, for example, one group of students, they are looking at fake drugs. So particularly the market that they were starting in was Nigeria, and with malaria pills. So actually 60% of malaria medicine in Nigeria and actually across Africa and other parts of the world are fake. People are selling them in the street. So what they're doing is using blockchain to track the individualized pill from manufacture to distribution, which not only helps with the mortality rate, but it overall affects the health and well-being of individuals worldwide. So you've seen some very, very amazing statistics. The other thing that our programs really promote, and I'll get to more of the effects afterwards, is the gender diversity. We see a very balanced ratio of women and male colleagues coming together to be able to create these ideas where everyone is equal. Everyone has a voice, everyone has an idea, and everyone will be listened to. And then, we bring together various undergraduates, graduates, alumni students to be able to kind of provide that expertise as well. And from here, you can see that you have, just in a program that was a little bit more healthcare focused, you really only had about 36% of the students who come from those science healthcare backgrounds. The rest come from different backgrounds. So you see the diversity in that. This is another program that we run. It's called the Global Challenge Lab. It's with about 11 universities. Last year was 11, this year is 19. Similar concept to Fuel Africa, where we bring together a lot of university students across the world. Have seen about 5 startups that have been built from these programs as well. The most recent one from this program was a group of students in Toronto, in Brazil, and London, and Ghana, who created a startup and are training midwives in rural villages across Africa and connecting them with pregnant women using analog phones. So it's not even just about the high-tech technology, it's about using the resources that are available. And they're piloting this program this summer in Ghana. So those students from abroad are actually traveling and coming to do that. So for us, we measure the impact that we've made in the world and use that as our success metric. We've worked with about 42 corporates and universities. And the reason I pull up that statistic is to go back to my original point about partnerships and about the skills that the students can learn from that. Had we not had our partners on board for these, it's possible that the startups that are now being created might not have been created because they had the mentoring, they had the skills, they had the tools needed for that, and they also had a gateway to kind of promote their solutions. There's over 250 new startup ideas that have been built across the world, all of which focus on a different UN SDG topic, all of which are social impact driven, and all of which are made to create more inclusiveness in the world. And over 3,600 students around the world who are still connecting, who are still looking to find their co-founder, who are still looking to work on their idea, and who have received opportunities to be mentored by some of the best experts in the world in the field that they're looking to be with. And that's a key component of a lot of things, as well as the mentorship aspect of it. Having a good mentor or having someone to kind of give you that feedback really brings those things together. So just to summarize, we promote these collaborations to create diverse and inclusive teams. So what does diverse inclusive teams create? First, they create more unlikely ideas, those out-of-the-box ideas that are not in the norm or might not be usual or people are expecting of them. And typically we find that those more unlikely ideas create more startups, create more entrepreneurship. That's typically what you see in the news as well. Better and diverse and inclusive teams create for better decision making. When you have the ideas from people around, you can be more inclusive of a team, of an individual, and of a company as well. We find that diverse and inclusive teams fuel innovation. They are key to innovation because of those unlikely ideas, because you have viewpoints from around the world, and because you have all the skill sets that you really need to kind of get those things going. All of which were, if it's not entrepreneurship, are crucial for any company that wants to attract and retain top talent. So, employment is a big thing. Joblessness is a big thing. How do companies, you see companies all over the world now changing their criteria for employment. How can they do that with these diversity aspect of it? These teams create job creation. So job creation, one of the biggest proponents of job creation is entrepreneurship. Those go hand in hand together. And lastly, financial inclusion, right? For being able to find more startups that are able to help with this side of things, then we can create for more financial inclusion. And that is the end of my keynote. Just to summarize things very quickly, students, universities hold a lot of top talent that needs to be discovered, that needs to be utilized into practice, that can be used to form teams, collaborate, and then that diversity not only promotes the inclusion, financial inclusion, but can help with the economies through job creation and overall create for a better world that we're living in. So thank you. My name is Ria Singla. Please feel free to connect with me, and I look forward to hearing from all of you soon. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are.
Thank you very much. That was Ms. Ria Singla, the co-founder and chief executive officer at Futurize Innovation Studio, United Kingdom. Thank you for your presentation. As we move to the question and answer session, I wish once again to thank the three presenters, that is Ms. Grace Jibril from Washington, DC, Professor Asha Bhatia from India, and of course, Ms. Ria Singla for their enlightening presentation. Now, we're going to move to the Q&A session as we will be guided by Dr. Ambrose Jagongo, who is the current chair of Accounting and Finance Department. Dr. Jagongo is known for his prowess in entrepreneurship finance, and his main area of research is financial management for MSMEs. Dr. Jagongo will be assisted by Dr. Caroline Jebiwot Kimtai and Dr. Margaret Kimtai as rapporteurs for the session. The two rapporteurs are from the School of Business, Kenyatta University. They are accomplished scholars with expertise in the area of finance and accounting. Welcome, Dr. Jagongo. You may make use of your 10 minutes for the Q&A session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Evans Mwasiaji, for very eloquent and being very clear. Ladies and gentlemen, a very big applause to our presenters. Ms. Grace Jibril, Professor Asha Bhatia, and Ms. Ria Singla. They have done a wonderful work. I continue to get comments, questions, and compliments. And so far, we have received a question from Dr. Frederick Ndede from Kenyatta University. And Dr. Ndede is asking Grace Jibril, are you suggesting that parents have no role in shaping the career of children? I know Grace has responded, but probably she may add something after that. Martha Wainaina has appreciated Grace, that this was a wonderful conversation. Thank you very much, Martha. Somebody using Techno Mobile Limited is asking that will CBC, and CBC here I think means competence-based curriculum, which is being rolled out in Kenya soon. So he is asking, will CBC really bridge the job market to formal education gap? I think this one may be addressed by Grace Jibril. Dr. Ragui from Kenyatta University, Dr. Jagongo from Kenyatta University, and Dr. Omagwa from Kenyatta University. Thank you very much for appreciating Professor Asha for a great presentation. Dr. Omagwa has asked a question to Grace Jibril. Has your gender and race posed a major impediment in your pursuit for career achievements? If yes, how did you react to mitigate the adverse effect on your path to success? Dr. Omagwa from Kenyatta University has also asked Asha Brichia, to what extent has government policy affected the extent of financial inclusion in India? And he has also appreciated Professor Asha Brescia for a great presentation. Let me give Grace Jibril maybe 1 minute to see if she has anything to add to the comments. Grace Jibril, anything you want to add to what Dr. Ndede asked? Professor Asha, anything you want to add?
Yes, please. So, someone asked about what has the government done, the policies that the government has rolled out, the Indian government, for financial inclusion. So there are a lot of policies that the government has rolled out, and there's Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana, there's Stand Up India, that is to support, entrepreneurs. And one is to understand that the poor, how can we help them for financial inclusion? So basic financial services, how do we provide to the poor who don't even have the access to internet? So first is that providing access to the internet services, mobile services, and then to reach out to the rural poor through these policies, which have been, policies implementation in these rural areas. One is that, and second is the providing the internet services, access to internet. So these two things, and making it customized for the rural poor. So there are a lot of policies that have been rolled out, and they are doing well in terms of the financial base of the population that has increased considerably.
Thank you very much. Griffin Makoha is asking Ms. Singla, first of all, is appreciating Ms. Singla that this was a good presentation. And his question is, how do you plan to impact African young entrepreneurs? How do you plan to impact on African entrepreneurs, MSCs, for them to realize their dreams? And,
yes, thanks.
And Peter Philip Wambua is appreciating Rhea that this was a very good presentation, and we will follow up with a memorandum of understanding. Yes, Singla, you can respond.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're really looking forward to having KGU in Fuel Africa next year. So excited to bring them on board for next year. Thank you, Griffin, for your question. And I believe Fuel Africa is just one of the ways that we can do so. Is if you are a young entrepreneur or you're interested in entrepreneur, you can join these programs. Granted, you're part of one of the universities, but also we're in the pipeline to develop more programs across Africa that are open to any other student that's maybe more technical focused in AI or one of the other skills. And we're working with these large partners to be able to, kind of open this up to more students across Africa for them to, get into other programs as well, such as the Imagine Cup. So really creating these programs that are, again, free for the students to join, free for the universities to join, and then, being able to co-create a program that gives you these hands-on training to hopefully help you, realize your potential, but also, we offer a lot of mentorship and things like that. So happy to follow up on that question with you afterwards.
Thank you very much, Ms. Singla, and thank you for offering to even have KU in your thoughts, even in the next year, 2023. You are welcome.
So
once again, thank you very much, all presenters and our viewers. In the absence of more concerns, more compliments, more questions, I will ask Dr. Mwasiaji, our today's session chair, to continue.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jagongo. That was a Q&A session led by Dr. Ambrose Jagongo, the chair of the Department of Accounting and Finance. And he was assisted by Dr. Caroline Jebiwot Kimtai and Dr. Margaret Kimtai as rapporteurs for that session. Please, Dr. Jagongo and team, accept our thanks for a job well done. We will now take a 5-minute health break in preparation for panel 5 and 6 presentations. So please, delegates, thank you for tuning in. You may take your 5 minutes health break, and then we will be able to resume after 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Driving and riding without incidences on the road is such an amazing experience. But do you know, while many road traffic crashes are avoidable, human behavior continues to be the leading cause. Speeding, lane indiscipline, drunk driving, distracted driving, failure to wear a helmet, and failure to use available pedestrian ways have been flagged by NTSA as the fatal 6 behaviors likely to lead to a fatal crash and serious injuries. As part of the Usalama Barabarani campaign, we request all road users to prevent these fatal 6 behaviors for their own safety and that of others. When driving, ensure your speed is within the stipulated limits. The road ahead is clear before overtaking. Stick to your lane. Keep left unless carefully overtaking. You're well rested if driving on long distances, and you never drink and drive. Usalama Barabarani starts with you. Fika Salama. This message is brought to you by the National Transport and Safety Authority and the European Union.
KUTV, in conjunction with Kenyatta University Funeral Home, is now offering death announcements immediately following on news bulletins at 7 p.m. At this sorrowful time, as you share in your grief, allow us to communicate your announcement of your loved one on KUTV in both Kiswahili and English. For more details, kindly inquire at the KU Funeral Home Service Desk or call 0736 928 380 or dial 020-359-9054.
we bring you an embedded system software engineer who has come up with 2 innovations to help your life become even much easier.
For an embedded systems engineer, you like an assimilation of both, but now for smaller systems. These slots that are at the top are meant for other fixtures. For example, you can have a loading arm, or you can have maybe a rising plug. So what this one is supposed to do is that for embedded systems that you have something, for example, like a milk ATM, for example, now you need to be able to initiate payments for that one directly.
The percentage in which government is giving opportunities to this specific type of groups under the AGPO, like what percentage has the government given?
No, but like I said, you see, when a budget is done for every year, every ministry will be able to place their budget for it. But whatever is given to them, 30% of the budget for that ministry is dedicated to AGPO. 30%. So if let's assume, for instance, that a ministry is given 2 billion, for instance. Now, 30% of 2 billion would be about 600,000? 600 million. That will be dedicated to AGPO. And therefore, when you go to a ministry, as a young person, as a person living with disability, 600 million is actually meant for you.
This is The Agenda with Benturo Komboka and Colonel Retired Cyrus Oguna.
Now, today on this show we are talking about matters youth and which way youth in the elections.
I think it is one of the ways that is very helpful in combating this has been the introduction of the women rep position. And now the beauty of the frustrated youth, frustrated young women, is that they now have an outlet, somewhere where they can take their vote and say, I want this person to represent what I am facing, because as a person who has got to that stage, they have passed through it.
But just including people in conversations that I think sometimes people find it difficult to talk about, or that we shame people for having, or we exclude them because they are different, we're able to dial back so many issues that we find up ahead because we didn't talk to those people in the first place.
Spreading words and chaos, right? Yeah, so I agree with you. Yeah, people should participate in that. Yeah, I would like to do that as well.
Access to knowledge, solution to unanswered questions.
Guidelines to pursuing your rights and repossessing your property, intellectual or material.
This and more, only on Law Matters.
Ukiwa na dukuduku la michezo, tunafungua sanduku la dukuduku kwa ufahamu zaidi. Kila danadana, mitimko, mifiatuko na harakati zote ugani, sisi ni wako mwandani. Kukurukakara zote nyanjani, haziwezi kuangaziwa zaidi ya micharazo michezoni. Mimi mwanaspoti wako matata Peter Pinches Mwaora, ndakuwa na jopo lenye maarifa sufufu, nikufahamishe na nikuburudishe wewe shabiki shakiki kwa uhakiki na kindakindaki.
Driving and riding without incidences on the road is such an amazing experience. But do you know while many road traffic crashes are avoidable, human behavior continues to be the leading cause. Speeding, lane indiscipline, drunk driving, distracted driving, failure to wear a helmet, and failure to use available pedestrian ways have been flagged by NTSA as the fatal 6 behaviors likely to lead to a fatal crash and serious injuries. As part of the Usalama Barabarani campaign, we request all road users to prevent these fatal 6 behaviors for their own safety and that of others. When driving, ensure your speed is within the stipulated limits. The road ahead is clear before overtaking. Stick to your lane. Keep left unless carefully overtaking. You're well rested if driving on long distances, and you never drink and drive. Usalama Barabarani starts with you. Fika Salama. This message is brought to you by the National Transport and Safety Authority and the European Union.
Bila shaka, mbiu ya mgambo ikilia, kuna jambo. Na sasa, katika KUTV Rise Today, makala ya TBT. Tunaongeza kuni, tunawasha moto. Tunaingia barabarani kuangalia hali ilivyo. Takwimu za corona na kupa. Habari zinazojiri na zinazokuhusu na kujuza na kukumbusha yaliyotendeka siku kama hii ndani ya historia. Kisha na kuletea wageni na wataalamu. Tudadavui, tufahamu na tuchukue nafasi yetu kama vijana katika uongozi, uchumi na masuala ya kisiasa nchini. Na joto likizidi,
Dr. Wambua is from the Department of Business Administration, School of Business, Kenyatta University. He is also an accomplished scholar with expertise, especially in the areas of human resource management, human resource monitoring and evaluation, entrepreneurship, marketing, and strategic management. So welcome, Dr. Wambua, to take us through the panel 5 discussion session. You may make use of your 60 minutes. Welcome, Dr. Wambua.
Thank you so much, Dr. Evans Masaji. Thank you so much, Dr. Evans Masaji, for that insightful introduction. As it were, this is panel 5, and our sub-theme is strategic recovery and sustainability. Of course, we need to appreciate that strategy is all about the action plan, which is required from the individual all the way to the organizational level. And of course, this should be supported by open eyes as per the strategic plan, which has been built by the individual or the organization, irrespective of the prevailing micro and macro environment. For this, we'll be able to prosper in terms of growth and also effectiveness and efficiency. And just to jog everybody's mind, let's think briefly about the COVID-19 disruptions, which of course almost brought the whole world to a standstill. But because of strategic actions and sustainability, organizations were able to pick up. I don't want to preempt what the experts are going to tell us because we are with them in this panel. And I'm assisted in this panel by 2 moderators. The first moderator is Dr. Banzi Mushira. Banzi Mushira is a lecturer in Accounting and Finance Department, Kenyatta University, with a specialization in finance. And the second rapporteur is Dr. Joshua Chalo. Dr. Joshua Chalo is a lecturer in management science with a specialization in management information system, and this is in Kenyatta University. Our guest speakers and experts today, you are going to shed more light on strategy, recovery, and sustainability. Mrs. Mary Zomo, who is a CEC, that is a County Executive Committee Agriculture, Trans Nzoia County, Kenya. We also have Janet Mulu. Janet Mulu is the Chief Executive Officer of and founder of Impact Development Africa, and she's also in partnership as the implementing organization in Kenya with the Futurize Africa, where Rhea sits as the founder and the CEO, and that is how we are able to catch up with them. We also have Dr. Dorcas Otieno, who is the chairperson, UNESCO Aegis, Kenyatta University. We have Dr. Isabella Kamere, who is in the KU Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, which is concerned with researches to do with economic empowerment of women in the country. We also have in our ministry Professor Kenneth Wajau. Professor Kenneth Wajau is the Director, University Linkages and Industry, University Industry Linkages in Karatina University. Therefore, at this point in time, I wish to give them the respective times so that can be able to guide us further. And we are starting in the order in which I mentioned them. Therefore, I wish with humility and pleasure to present to you Mrs. Mary Zomo to take us through this session. Thank you so much and welcome on board, Ms. Mary Zomo.
Thank you, Dr. Wambua. Maybe you can confirm whether you can hear me well.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Okay, proceed.
Thank you so much. And good morning, participants. I have been introduced, and I'll focus my presentation on economic empowerment of rural women in agribusiness. And we all understand what economic empowerment is. And maybe before I deep dive into the actual presentation, for the benefit of our guests who may be from other countries, because my presentation will basically focus on Kenya, I may want to paint a picture on agriculture in the country and more so the importance of agribusiness. And as some of you may well know, the agriculture sector is a mainstay of Kenya's economy, and it contributes 24% of gross domestic product directly and 27% indirectly through linkages with the manufacturing, distribution, and other service-related sectors. And also approximately 45% of government revenue is derived from agriculture, and the sector contributes over 75% of raw materials and more than 50% of export earnings. The sector is also the largest employer in the economy, accounting for over 60% of the total employment, and over 80% of the population, especially living in rural areas where I'm going to be focusing on the rural women. They derive their livelihoods mainly from agriculture-related activities, and therefore the importance of agribusiness. And due to these reasons, the government of Kenya has continued to give agriculture a high priority as an important tool for promoting national development. And I may also want to share some provisions, both in policy and strategy in Kenya, that are addressing women economic empowerment. We have the National Policy on Gender and Development 2019, which aims to implement measures to overcome barriers inhibiting women's access to and control of productive resources. And then there's also the National Policy for Prevention and Response to Gender-based violence, which some of you have heard about, provides for establishment of actually gender-based violence committees, steering committees in all the 47 counties for coordination, strategic policy, direction, enactment of laws, and mobilization of resources to address gender concerns. There are also a number of national-based social safety net programs, we call them NSNP, and poverty alleviation initiatives that have been established in the country. These include the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, the Women's Enterprise Fund, I'm sure some of you may have heard about them, the WEZO, which is also called Ability Fund, and there is also the AGPO, in short, which is access to government procurement opportunities, which is a 30% affirmative action for policy for women, youth, and persons with disabilities in public procurement. It requires that 30% of procurement opportunities are given to women. But there are actually provisions such that some of the requirements for women and our young people and people living with disabilities to participate in procurement, they are waived, and it's made easy for this category of people to participate. Now, looking at the Kenya Vision 2030, also puts emphasis to gender and the concerns of youth, women, and vulnerable groups. And coming now down to the agriculture sector, the agriculture sector gender policy presents gender equality as key for enhanced and equitable productivity, food security, growth, and national development. And right now, the overarching strategy in the ministry is called the Agriculture Sector Transformation and Growth Strategy 2019 to 2029, which recognizes that women contribute 60 to 80% of labor in households and agricultural production. They work longer hours than men, have poorer access to land and credit, and agriculture developments are likely to affect men and women differently. The strategy also points out that agriculture employs 75% of Kenya's women compared to 50% of Kenyan men, but only own half of those farms or even less. The strategy also identifies transformative approaches that are critical to a successful and inclusive agriculture transformation. And the overall objective of gender integration is to move toward gender transformative programs and policies to achieve gender equality and better development outcomes. The SDGs also seeks to ensure a minimum participation of 33% for women and 30% for youth in small and medium enterprises, benefiting from the projects that we are running. And gender equality and the rights and empowerment of women is also prioritized in all the donor-funded projects and programs that we are implementing. Now, positioning of Kenya rural women, we all know that rural women are key agents for achieving the transformational economic, environmental, and social changes required for sustainable development. And economic empowerment of rural women as farmers, leaders, entrepreneurs contributes towards alleviation of poverty, increasing food security, and achieving gender equality. And women in the rural areas often face difficulties to start and develop their own agriculture businesses. And this can be attributed to their limited capacity for entrepreneurship and also the structural barriers. And we shall be looking at some of these barriers in my presentation. And also women working in agribusinesses, because we are talking about agribusinesses, often have limited access to resources and business assets and face barriers due to gender differences in behavior and roles. For instance, in most agriculture households, gender division of labor determines women's roles and inside and outside the household, which ultimately affects their opportunities and benefits from productive activities in agriculture value chains. And the success of women in agribusiness is not only determined by the level of access to resources and business assets, but also by gender-specific behavior and roles, which influences women's decision-making, power, and control around these resources and business assets. And as an entry point to reflect on and transform restrictive gender norms and power relations, one of the programs that we are implementing in the counties carried out what we call a Gender and Social Inclusion Action Plan in order to create equal income and business opportunities and an enabling environment for women entrepreneurship in priority value chains within the counties. And the Gender and Social Inclusion tool was developed to guide program partners on how to identify strategic entry points for women and youth in priority value chains and build capacities on entrepreneurship. You know, when it comes to agricultural production, you don't have to own land to be actively involved in agribusiness. And that's why through the value chain analysis, we look at those nodes across the value chains where women can participate more actively. And maybe just to look more deeply at the barriers and get a better understanding of the barriers that affect women and maybe the constraints they face. The factors, they range from cultural, like I said, they range from cultural barriers, low level of education, poverty levels, and also the issue of marginalization. And the assessment that we've carried out showed that low level of education was the greatest barrier, and this was followed by poverty or maybe lack of access to factors of production, infrastructural limitations, poor policies, but I'm happy that there is some development along the lines of policy, land rights, and also the lack of startup capital. And the majority of women actually also lacked basic education, which makes record keeping difficult. And of course, you realize that with the lack of writing skills, women shy away from attending meetings and vying for competitive positions. in cooperative societies, and other agricultural development fora. Now, having this kind of background, I'm going to highlight some recommendations that are key in promoting economic empowerment of women in the rural areas and making sure that their participation in agribusiness is sustainable. And one of the recommendations is enhancing leadership and participation of women in shaping the laws, the strategies, the policies, and programs on all issues affecting their lives. Also, promotion of equal rights and opportunities so that rural women can benefit from trade and finance, market their goods, and make a strong contribution to inclusive economic growth. We also need to intensify capacity building for women and for economic empowerment, to pursue new livelihoods and adopt new technologies that can integrate our women in a better manner. Also, we need to facilitate formation of women associations at the county level with links to top priority value chain organizations to enhance their effective engagements in value chain development and to champion the issues of women in agribusiness. There is also a need to link up with government affirmative initiatives, that is making agreements at the national level in capacity development roles linked to the initiatives that I had mentioned earlier, whether it is Women Enterprise Fund, whether it is NGFA, or whether it is ADPO. And then there is also a need to strengthen market linkages, access to information, and also the infrastructure that addresses agribusiness. And of course, improving access to financial services is key, because without startup capital, women may not be able to actively engage in agribusiness. So there is also a need to identify interventions, that is innovations and technologies to address women, and also mainstream prioritize activities in our specific action plans, whether it is nationally, whether it is in the county, and also maybe carrying out a mapping exercise for women active in the value chains and see the constraints that they encounter. There is also a need to support priority value chain initiatives. Right now, we are talking about the climate smart agriculture and green growth that can actively involve our women and youth, and also making an inventory of priority value chains by node to identify level of investment of women and youth in agribusiness. It's only by carrying this kind of an inventory and understanding the participation of our women that we can be able to intervene and integrate them better. Also, there is need to develop profiles and business development service providers, the outreach and targets, sensitize business development service providers to incorporate gender and social inclusion in their business development services, enhance entrepreneurial skills of women through training, mentoring, and coaching programs. In fact, these are things that we are working around. Facilitating gender and social inclusion responsive and market-led value chain analysis, provision of innovative grants to women for specific activities in priority value chains, and also developing capacities of women to ensure their active participation in decision-making forums at all levels, whether they are common interest groups, whether they are agribusiness platforms, and forums up to the national value chain platform levels. And also developing clear and gender-responsive models like hubs, commercial villages, aggregation centers, and also support product development and certification regimes as ways of exploiting local, regional, and international markets. Also, the issue of market linkages through business-to-business forums, cooperatives, and opening up of bigger markets, training women on investment opportunities that maximize benefits along the value chains. For example, value addition technologies, efficient production, and post-harvest technology, and also responsive financial and insurance services and products that can create linkages with value chain associations. And we also need to support initiatives that encourage fund mobilization and savings among women, for example, table banking. And I want to point out that women are very good in mobilizing savings. We know of the merry-go-rounds, we know of the merry-go-rounds, table banking, and I believe women have the capacity to even form circles from where they can mobilize their own financial resources to support each other. And of course, we need to sensitize and create awareness on the Constitution, like now the National Land Policy and other land legislation and agriculture policy and sector strategies that address women concerns, so that in everything that we do, in all the planning that we do, we make sure that the issues that address women are integrated, and also support the development of knowledge and products on gender and social inclusive social empowerment initiatives, document best practices and learning experiences, like maybe taking into consideration the case studies, and it is possible to highlight case studies per county every year, so that they can also be learning sessions for our women. And also there need to be incentives for women to participate in agribusiness. There are a raft of so many measures that can be exploited, and maybe because in the interest of time, I may want to stop there, and hopefully during the engagement and maybe during the Q&A session, I may be able to shed more light on what needs to be done for greater involvement of our women in agribusiness, and more so the economic empowerment of our honorable women who participate very actively in the agriculture sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mary Zomo. We celebrate you. We appreciate you for taking your time to be with us. And thank you for that insightful presentation. Of course, at the tail end of the day, we shall come back to you, because there are some questions which have been posted in the chat. We shall assist you to identify them, but in the meantime, you can also be identifying them on our behalf. We shall be back to you. And therefore, at this point in time, we wish to bring on board and present to you Janet Mulu, the CEO and founder, Impact Development Africa. And I think she's presenting all the way from the United Kingdom. Janet, welcome on board, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My pleasure to be here. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, Janet, you are loud and clear.
Hearing you.
Proceed.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. Today, I want to present the topic of strategic recovery and sustainability. I'm the CEO and founder of Impact Africa. We are Impact Platform, and what basically this means is to ensure that we bring the element of sustainability in what we do, whether it's through products and services for our clients. And I think this topic is quite relevant given where we've come because of COVID. So allow me to present my screen. I hope you can see it, just to confirm. Can you see the slides?
Not yet, not yet.
Let me just see. Enable me to share my slides. 1 minute. Let me know if you're able to see.
There we go. Thank you so much. Proceed.
Thank you very much. Okay, so just to start us off, I'm going to be discussing around strategic recovery and sustainability. Just put this away. So when we talk about strategic recovery, why is this a key an important topic at present? We know that COVID-19 shock to African economies has been really huge. For example, the GDP as a share of the world's GDP is expected to fall to 4.7. This is the lowest since 2002 for the African economy. If you look at that chart, the last time we were around that figure in terms of just GDP is 2000. So this is projected to be even lower than the last 2 years. So the African economic growth will also reach 3.9% in 2022, lower than the growth rate of the rest of the world. There's also another impact in terms of trade and investment. China has been our great partner, but we also have global international community that has been investing in Africa, but because of COVID, everybody has tried to stay within their mandate and not, the international development has kind of retracted. We hope this is just the medium term, but what does that mean for us? We need to have a resilient business strategies to recover from the shock. And this can be achieved. So in the next slides, we'll just look at how we propose strategies that can enable us to get there. So how does a recovery strategy look like? We are thinking that it needs to have at least economic recovery plan. Sustainable development needs to be at the core of it. Transparency and accountability is very key as well as we move towards a sustainable future. So the recovery strategy can be split into a couple of very key themes. The first one being investment strategy, and this is where I have a focus on as a trade and investment consultant, where we build capacity and resilience by investing in vital assets. The other area being business and management strategy, where we need to critically look at how we develop these strategies, looking at sustainability principle. And I'm very glad to hear that my Honorable Mary Nzomo has touched on the sustainability areas. The supply chain, value chain, and SME, obviously SME being a very critical role in developing in the developing world, but also being, they're the ones who are employing the huge percentage of our people in Africa. So moving up the value chain, building on the agriculture, this is also very critical. Innovation, very glad to see what KU is doing today, and this is part of the innovation. To see how we bring in innovation, whether it's through research, industrialization, and obviously looking at what are the products that can be built on this. So just to delve deeper on these key themes, let's start with the investment strategy. How do we invest in vital assets based on sustainability principles? Basically, we want to ensure that going forward, this is a topic that has been introduced. I think impact investing started in the early 2000s. It's yet to pick momentum fully. I think some of the world economies have picked it up, but it's still yet to be adopted fully. So how do we ensure that our investing is not just focused on making money, but also looking at how we look at the impact element on social, environmental, and governance? That way, we are thinking about a long-term vision, not just a very, not just focused on finance that can be blown away. We have seen through COVID that things can turn around. So we need to look at the future. So when I talk about investment strategy and vital assets, we're thinking about looking at physical capital, creating new markets and encouraging green financing, human capital, education and cultivate high quality labor, knowledge capital and innovation, investing on R&D investments, international cooperation, natural capital as well, whereby we are looking at ecosystem creation, preservation and restoration projects that can bring all this together. Social capital, very key as well, where we have a vision and strategy that's focusing on building communities and creating opportunities for all so that nobody is left behind. Another area is the management strategy, where we are thinking about resilient management strategies. If we have leaders looking at applying future thinking, rethinking economic value and optimization, embracing diverse perspectives. So you are thinking beyond just the area that you focus on, but mainly around the influence on your environment and social and the people around you and the planets. So redefining the social contract as well. So in a nutshell, how do we look at where we are in terms of responding to our current impact of COVID, and how do we come up with as leaders to look at how do we recover, restart activities? What do we need to restart, rebudget, resupply? Mainly allowing ourselves to just look at what else do we need to do to respond effectively and renew our energies towards a sustainable future. So when you talk about renewing, strategic, durable execution across the organizations, use learning and emergent patterns from prior phases as elements of new foundation, and rethinking our future. And I really like how the keynote speakers have put this well. How do we ensure that the youth and the people coming from the universities are the future? How do we enable them? How do we teach differently? So I think that element was really brought home in terms of picking from prior and creating a new future of implementation of how we do our work going forward. Another area that's very critical is business strategy. Recovery based on sustainability principles, again, that can also be more re-emphasized. When you look at some of the elements of resilient business strategies include coming up with products and services that have sustainability in them. Green products is one of the examples. Thinking about environmentally focused products. For the future, with the climate, with the climate issues, we need to think about what can we do such that we invest in climate-friendly products that can enable us to go through the phases and obviously recover. Future thinking and strategic foresight, new types of executive leadership that support organizational leadership. I think I've just talked about this. Capital assets and allocation. If we are allocating capital, how do we ensure that it also goes to where it's required? I think having a background in banking, I know bankers have been accused of just investing in high corporate, and the SMEs and the lower, the startups are left out. So how do we ensure our capital is allocated towards that? And apologies if there are bankers in the house, but I think in future we need to ensure that the investment is allocated equally. Business continuity and resilience. This is very, very, very critical because we have seen how things can turn around. If you're in trade, international trade, you've ordered your goods and they don't get to where they're supposed to be, so you lose your order, you're not selling. So how do you have some continuity level in terms of just ensuring that your business can continue, whether there's border closes or not? What needs to be integrated if you can sell through e-commerce platform and the like? The other very pertinent area, and this one needs to be addressed across all organizations, is the talent acquisition and retention. Talent as a creator of value for companies, looking at being futurists, and my colleague Rare has really touched on this, and I think our company is really set up for this. But we all need to embrace it in one way or another, looking at how we develop futures for agents for change in future and collaborate with the industry. Just moving on to supply chain and value chain management. We have agriculture has been presented by Honorable Maureen Somo. How do we ensure that we pick this up, update supply chain and move the value chain to build resilience? How do we move them from where they are? In the past, for example, we've exported our products, commodity without value addition. How do we ensure that they get more value for what they have and move them to the next level? We have the AFCFTA, the Continental Free Trade that was recently adopted. How do we ensure that they have the knowledge they need to actually get there? And that way we are building a sustainable future. We're getting more profits. We're getting more people employed. We're getting more people integrated. This is just a picture to show where we are, especially in East Africa. I've just highlighted there. It's not a very good looking one because, as you can see, we are at the bottom. This is the global value chain participation as a percentage of GDP. Although this is a data obtained between 2000 and 2015, it's still very applicable. When you look at Asia and other areas, the the integration of global value chain is really quite adopted in terms of the percentage of, the percentage of participation. So we have to rethink how we include our SMEs, our value chain, our agricultural, anyone involved in that to just contribute towards this, which is obviously speaks about the economy. Last but not least, and in the, just discussing about the value chain, SME, I'd like to highlight this very much. It's part of the value chain, but SME contribute up to 40% of national income in emerging economies. In our case, in Africa, in East Africa, it's the source of employment for a lot, more than 75%, I believe. And the role of SME cannot be more re-emphasized. We need to see how the SMEs are supported end to end, and this the recommendations I have for the SMEs as well. Policy should focus on private sector and mobilize domestic resources, ensuring financing to SMEs. This is a point I touched on. We do have the traditional financial institutions, but we are also seeing a lot of the impact investing and alternative capital, the fintechs. So how do we have policies that can support these fintechs who eventually end up uplifting the SMEs? Policymakers and private sector should work together to reduce the cost of cross-border production and trade. This is also a point I've touched on. There is a Continental Free Trade Agreement that has been signed, and it's currently being rolled out. How do we ensure as many as the policymakers are involved, including, even the researchers need to be part of it. There's currently ongoing discussion. The EABC is conducting workshops around this. So, and encouraging the organizations on the floor to see how we can participate to ensure that SMEs are not left behind. Setting up transparent, simplified, and business-friendly rules of origin and streamlined cross-border investment promotion policies. Obviously, this being at the core of also the AFCFTA that's been signed, but obviously trying to ensure that our voice is heard for the sake of our SMEs who are building the nation. One of the things at the moment, we are saying that technology is at the core of what we are doing at the moment. Look at M-Pesa, which has really helped in terms of money transfer. So can we look at different ways where digitally enabled services can be used to improve transparency of supply chains and also to enable them integrate further? Developing regional value chains to build regionalized production networks, increase R&D investment, and reduce technical barriers. And obviously, the research is very helpful in this to see how we can integrate. Protecting intellectual property, this has been concerned in one way or another, but I think we are progressing well through the FCFTA. But the question is, how are we integrating to this FCFTA? Are we just talking about it, or are we actively participating to see how we can move the SME forward? Last but not least, I will talk about saving the best for the last. And this is where, I applaud KU for coming up with this conference, which brings the element of innovation, academic sector, participating. Sustainable industrialization and technology innovation is very key. From this perspective, we're thinking about the convergence between innovation and sustainability, enabling the confluence of economic and environmental efficiency. So just to start with the academic sector, developing sustainable and resilient infrastructure, whether that's through research, cultivating high talent, investing in researchers that can help us going forward. I think, some of the subjects really need to be continuously informed. It's not a one-off. We need to know, in case of a next wave, where do we need to be, what do we need to do? So it's very critical to have the academic sector contribute to this. Industrial sector as well needs to develop quality, reliable, sustainable, and resilient technology, greater adoption of clean, environmental sound technologies and industrial processes. How do we involve them to enable us, build labs, for example, that can take our students as soon as they graduate to test their ideas, to test technology, to come up with technologies can actually be adopted immediately to the sector. I think during COVID we saw that happen, and some of the universities contributed to this. So having that environment that the industry can actually support this building of labs and building of resilient technology from the onset. Government can also enhance financial policy support to green technology, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization through different policies, and that enable sustainable industrialization. And without further ado, I think let me pause there. I'm happy to take any questions and anything related to the presentation or off presentation. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. That is Janet Mulu, the CEO and founder of Impact Development Africa. We celebrate you and thank you so much for honoring this conference. On board, we wish to bring on board another colleague so that can hear more about strategic recovery and sustainability. And in this due course, we wish to once again with humility invite Dr. Dorcas Otieno, the chairperson, UNESCO Aegis, Kenyatta University. Dr. Dorcas, if you are in our midst, kindly, you have your time to take us through.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wambua. I have some slides I would like to use. So if you can allow me to share, please, the slides.
Yes, it will be done. I'm going to share the slides, Daktari.
I hope that's visible. I just want to correct my introduction. I am UNESCO Chair, Kenyatta University, working on promoting green economy and sustainability learning. And this is an interdisciplinary program that cuts across various, actually all the schools. It's a new program, and therefore I'm not a chairperson of a department. I am a UNESCO chair of Kenyatta University. And I'm very delighted to participate in this conference because it touches very much on what I'm working on, green economy and sustainability. I think Janet Mulu touched a bit on that green, so I will pick it up from there and sort of go into details to expound on that because we have a problem. Businesses have been hit very much, particularly with by climate change, and therefore the incoming COVID has made it even worse. Businesses constrained by low startup capital, limited access, insufficient skills to seize opportunities for green growth. Actually, many businesses do not even understand what green growth is about, and therefore they need to be guided to adopt practical solutions. So what is this green growth? First of all, I want to share that Kenya has developed green economy strategic implementation plan, which was launched in 2016. I was fortunate to participate in the development of that strategy, and that's what actually also motivated me to establish the Green Economy and Sustainability program at Kenyatta University. This strategy aims at promoting a low carbon, resource efficient, equitable, and inclusive socioeconomic transformation for communities to survive. And to be able to do that, because that is quite a big strategy and very demanding. Not only in Kenya, this is a global strategy that has been contextualized in Kenya. We need all these things here. We need finance, we need to invest, as Janet put it. We need to develop green technology. And it is us academia to actually develop that technology in partnership with the industry. We need innovation, we need knowledge transfer, capacity building, and we need to integrate this green economy in all other policies related to sustainable development, as well as strategies. And therefore, this implies actually diversification of economy, supplying of green materials to support eco-innovations. So we have to go green, but minimizing the natural resources that we are supposed to use, replace unfriendly environmental technologies and services, and make energy available for many people, because energy is really critical for industrialization. But there are enabling conditions that are required. For instance, maintaining macroeconomic stability for green growth, human development and capacity building, prioritizing green economy implementation within devolved government system, so that we are not only focusing on national, the 48 county governments, these need this green technology. How do we go about it? We need structural transformation, sustainable financing, reduction in cost of doing business, establishing frameworks for extractive industries so that they don't over extract, sustainable trade regime for exploring market opportunities, and transitioning to a green economy and creating green, decent jobs. And therefore, it's time for us to begin to really sell and advocate for green collar jobs. Because for a very long time, our communities and particularly our youth have been so much hooked to the white collar jobs that when those white collar jobs are not there, it's like life has ended. And therefore, this is the turning round point, which we need to sell. But we need to consider these principles for green economy and sustainability. We are talking about eco-innovation, equity, social inclusion, resource efficiency, polluter pays principle. I come in here strongly from the environmental point. I know businesses fear environmentalists, when we begin to talk about polluter pay, but this is a reality. Precautionary principle, it's better to prevent damage than talk about how to treat, the sickness that comes out of it. Good governance is very important. And of course, we are guided by the Global Sustainable Development Goals. There are specific ones that are related to green industrialization. For instance, SDG 8 on sustainable consumption and production. Of course, SDG 4, where we are talking about quality education, meaning that we have to green our education. Begin to talk about concepts such as industrial symbiosis. Because our resources are vanishing, climate change is destroying some resources that will never be able to recover, it is better to then convert what we are currently considering as waste into resources. So waste is a resource, and waste is a resource, and that is how we can survive. And this, of course, needs synergy. It means, partnership amongst companies identifying which other companies can provide them with the resources, that is the waste they can convert into resource, and that can actually contribute to environmental, economic, and social benefits. There is another concept we call clean development mechanism. The Kyoto Protocol, I think, which has provided guidance globally. We in Kenya have contextualized it. It's unfortunate that globally there are some countries that have not kept the promise, but we are talking about reducing the emission as we develop, because it's those emissions that are leading to climate change and even to COVID-related problems. And therefore, it's very important that we invest in clean and sustainable development. Sustainability may mean very many things. For instance, emphasizing growth, the growth limits in the global ecology, learning how to live off the Earth's interest without encroaching on its capital, in order that the planet can continue to provide the means of life that makes pursuit of other values such as political freedom and so forth. If we do not do that, then it means we are living at the expense of future generations. What will our future communities live on? Industrial symbiosis, I think, this seems to be a repetition. I had talked about it, but it's very, very important. Sorry for that repetition. So it means going green industry, producing production and development that does not come at the expense of the health of the national natural systems, or lead to adverse human impacts. And it is looking at a number of, the composition of this industrialization products. You can see that industry forms 31% of the whole economy. The services is the biggest. Agriculture that produces the materials, for industrialization, 6%, but all these components need to be green. So it's using a whole systems approach to green the economy. Greening the economy means greening existing industry as well as creating new green industry. Now, how does this happen? This is a challenge for both the industry and academia. Of course, for the industries to survive, they need that green technology. They expect the academia to provide green skills, through the graduates that we release to the industry. A simple question, KU and other, universities. Are we greening our curriculum? Do we know what the industries need to be greened? It's a big challenge, and that's what I'm working on as UNESCO chair. One area that we really need to emphasize in our greening of the industry is the circular economy. Because what we are saying is that the natural resources that are feeding our industrialization, our economic development are vanishing. And we are going to run into problems where our economy will no longer survive. And therefore, this circular economy is what needs to bring us together, academia and industry, to identify various strategies, various thematic areas. What do we prioritize in Kenya? And what do we prioritize for export, for instance? Green skills for green economy recovery and transformation are very many, but they include problem-solving work ethics. The way we teach, do we actually equip our learners with problem-solving skills, interpersonal skills, risk management skills, creativity, innovations, decision-making, teamwork, leadership? Or do we lecture and lecture until our notes turn yellow? Teaching and learning needs to be really action-oriented. Learning on the job. The university environment needs to provide an enabling environment for our students to develop green skills, because we are releasing these young people to go into the industry to do green jobs for economic recovery. The green economy wants our youth. It wants you. Are you skilled? And therefore, we are looking at the importance of developing standards and rights at work to give guidelines to these green skills. Employment creation of green jobs, social protection so that everybody has access to those green skills. Talking about gender, the earlier speaker said the women are lagging behind. We do not want that they lag behind again in getting the green skills for green jobs. These green skills, because they're associated to nature, it doesn't mean they are inferior. They shouldn't be inferior. In fact, they should be decent jobs. And therefore, we need technology that can develop these decent jobs, decent skills for decent jobs. There are some examples here, but I'm sure because of time, if I go into that, it may take quite a bit of time. We can get it during question and answer. Promoting development through green jobs will actually make quite a big difference. It is holistic. It will improve the living standards. It will increase productivity and not decrease. It will contribute to social cohesion. And so the business world, the industrialized world, we need to work together with the green economists, the environmentalists. And the environmentalists should not be misunderstood to be slowing down development. And that's why at Kenyatta University, I'm glad already we are piloting this with 10 schools, including School of Business. That's why they've invited me to this forum, School of Engineering, and so forth. And there are industries out there that are ready to invest in this program, starting with the Association of Banking. They're already talking of even setting up an institute just for greening skills. This will contribute to the achievement also of the Sustainable Development Goals through green enterprises, green businesses, green business skills training, green financing, youth empowerment, and action research. And we will then begin, of course, to see transformation in various areas, infrastructure, business infrastructure, building resilience, sustainable investments, social inclusions, and sustainable lifestyles. Economic transformation and youth employability should be our priority because youth unemployment is a time bomb, a real time bomb in Kenya and in the rest of the world. And therefore, we need to prioritize creating opportunities for the youth. It's good we have Chandaria Innovation Center. We are welcoming the industry to build on that, and so that we can be able to enhance what Chandaria is doing at the moment. There are very many potentials and benefits for green transformation. And this include unlocking youth potential, economic linkages and externalities, enhancing corporate social responsibility, growth products and prospects and trade flows, supply and value chain, formal and informal sectors, cross-cutting nature, creative industries. And the benefits are very many. And we are saying that let us open up to these opportunities that have been brought by problems. Climate change is a problem, COVID is a problem, but these problems have brought opportunities that we need to grab and run with and develop technology for the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. We are delighted, and definitely at this point in time, I got the correction. It was not intentional. It was NG's chair, Kenyatta University, and we appreciate you for that presentation, telling us to turn green. And definitely everybody has heard it, and we shall make an effort to do so. Having said that, we are going to do our program, and now, for the interest of time, but not at the expense of quality, we wish to invite on board Dr. Isabella Kamere. She is the Kenyatta University Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, to tell us a story about strategic recovery and sustainability. And for the interest of time, we are trying to narrow down to around 6 minutes. But I'm also requesting our guest speakers kindly, as you go through the chat, if there are questions, you can be able to pick and address them. It will be our great pleasure. At this point in time, with humility once again, I present to you Isabella Kamere. Isabella Kamere, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Proceed. We can hear you. We can see you. What is missing are the slides now, if you have them?
Yes, thank you very much. And I will try and present immediately. Okay. I don't know if you can see them. Are they showing?
Not yet, but they'll find their way, I'm very sure.
Yes. Are they there now?
Not yet. Not yet.
And yet I can see them from my side. Okay. Let me see once more. Let me try once more if share screen. Okay, I don't know what's happening.
You could run through them, Chari, if they are not...
I can run through them very quickly. Our discussion is on the reflections and insights on women and economic development, women in economic development, and we are looking at some of the reflections that are there to bring out or to close the gender gap, the gender between women, in representation and women non-representation. We realize that women are not represented in the economic field. They are not represented in the workplace. They are not well represented in very many places, except in the agricultural sector, as we have just seen from discussions from the previous speakers, including the Honorable Mary Nzomo, that women remain underrepresented in many sectors. So the question that we are bringing out is, why are we then focusing on women? What is it so special that about women that we have to bring them out or to discuss them? Women make 51.2% of the total population worldwide, and also half of the Kenyan labor force, but mostly in the informal sector. So even though they are there in the workforce, they are largely in the informal sector, which really underpays women. So we need to bring out women to show how, to have them represented in the formal sector, where they can also enjoy higher earnings and contribute to economic development. Now, studies have shown that a country's economic development and advancement is pegged on the need for skilled, educated, and a healthy workforce, both men and women. And so, although women are there in the informal sector, globally they are excluded from paid or the formal workforce. And statistics show that by 2013, there were over 1.5 billion women of working age who were not participating in any formal employment. Now, according to the Global Sustainable Development Goal report of 2019, there exists inequalities, gender inequalities, where women are marginalized right through their life cycle. And
this inequality means that women, individuals, certain individuals, and in this case, women, are unequally treated. They are treated less, with less favor or with less prominence than men. So according to McKinsey Global Statistics, Global Institute, the statistics show, the report shows that if you eliminate gender inequality in the labor market, then the participation of women can add up to 26% of the global annual GDP by 2025. That is at a rate of about 2.6% annually. So women can contribute to gender, to development. Now, if you look at worldwide, the worldwide facts show that women are underpaid. They may work, but they are underpaid, that they are overburdened with unpaid work, that they have the work of the family to handle as well as their own work, that they work in family land where they earn from, but the earnings are not theirs. The earnings belong to somebody else, they belong to the husband. Where women are also excluded from owning property. And most of them work in poorly paid agricultural industry and the informal sector. And women also suffer a lot of abuse and violence of all sorts. And generally, women are underrepresented in positions of leadership. So the global statistics from UNDP show that women earn only 77 cents for every dollar that a man gets from the same work. That 1 in 3 women have experienced physical or maybe both sexual violence. That 13% of women, only 13% of women are agricultural landowners, the rest are not. That 75 million women and girls alive today were married before their 18th birthday, early marriage. That 2 out of 3 women in developing countries have achieved gender parity, or rather 2 out of 3 countries have achieved, developing countries have achieved gender parity in primary education, but only primary education, especially since the introduction of the free primary education. That 24% of the national parliamentarians were women in Kenya as of November 2018. This was a small increase from 11.3% in 1995. Now, if you look at the facts in Kenya, you find that economically, the active population in Kenya stands at 22.3 million, out of which 19.7 million are working and 2.6 million are seeking employment. Most of these, that is 52% of the total working population, are women, but they contribute far less than the total income earned. And why is this? Because most of the women, 7.23 million, are working in rural areas where they are engaged in informal work, against 6.63 million men. Now, in urban areas where earnings are higher, in major towns of Kenya, we have a total of 12.78 million people. And out of these, 50.4% compared to 40.6% are females. So men are earning more. So if we look at women in leadership and management, just like the rest of the world, Kenya has made substantial progress in reducing the gender inequalities in areas such as education, but there still remains room for improvement, especially in political representation and also in positions of leadership and management, and especially in the public sector, even in the private sector. Now, Kenya has the National Policy on Gender and Development, which was introduced in an effort to eliminate gender equality. The National Policy on Gender and Development, as you had it been mentioned by Waziri, of 2019, and there are many other policy frameworks in place to try and eliminate gender inequalities, including the Kenyan Constitution, which carries an affirmative action. But even though there is this affirmative action, it is important to note that there is still a law that needs to be enacted to give effect to this gender provision. Because since there is no law that comes to protect or to ensure that affirmative action is enforced, then the affirmative action is often ignored. So there is need for deliberate action that should be taken to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls by ensuring that all these legal frameworks are enforced to promote, to enforce, and to monitor equality and non-discrimination in the place of work. So what are we doing? As you've heard, I'm from the KU WeHub. This study that we are carrying is based in the KU WeHub, and the KU WeHub is the Kenyatta University Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, which, in conjunction with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, is carrying out several studies under the project umbrella dubbed Initiatives for What Works for Women in Economic Empowerment. Now, one of these studies is women's participation in management and leadership in the public sector, closing the gender gap. And it is this study in which I am currently, which I'm involved in with my teammates, who I will show you at the end of my presentation, or tell you in the end of my presentation. So the aim of this study is to come up with findings and recommendations that will inform practice and policy changes to lead to a 30% increase in the representation of women in management and leadership within the public sector by the year 2025. So it is to inform policy so that the policies that are in place can be enforced to increase the representation of gender in the public sector. So the study is based on the premise that if you increase the participation of women in management and leadership in the public sector, then you are empowering them economically. And when they're empowered economically, then it leads to the country's overall productivity. So in conclusion, this study is showing or is taking place, or we are carrying it because we believe women and girls are effective and they are powerful leaders and change makers in their participation, and that their leadership will result to more effective development of the country and also sustainability. We believe that they are change makers where they are, that they can make an impact. We also feel that there is a need for deliberate policy formulation and implementation through a gender lens to improve the participation of women in all fields of the social, economic, cultural, and political development. What we are saying is that without gender equality today, a sustainable future and an equal future will be way beyond our reach. way beyond our reach. So, in our small ways, even for us here as we are, each one of us can go to where we are in our places of influence and break the bias against women. Break the bias against women in the things that you do. And also, in a small way, we can empower women and girls to have a voice and to champion for for the equal players in decision making. They can be equal players in decision making in our communities. So what are we saying? That change begins with us. Look at the mirror. The person that you see in the mirror is the one to start making the change. Where? In our very small places of influence. So let us break the bias wherever we are. Now, just to tell you, our team members are 9, and they include myself, Dr. Isabella Kamere, who is the principal investigator. The co-investigator is Sheila Mutuma. And then we have members who, like in the team, we have Dr. Regina Mwatha, who is also the project leader. And then we have Dr. Salome Musao, who's one of the players in these organizers of the conference. Thank you, Dr. Salome, for the invite. We have Dr. Sarah Barasa, we have Dr. Justus Otiato, Dr. Francis Omondi, and then we also have 2 students, master students, Ms. Wangoi Kimaru and Mr. Osman Mohammed. The reason why we have them is they are learning, under us. So we are helping them helping them to know how to research and also to expose them to the inequalities that women face, and they can also make their own impact in their areas. So with that, I say thank you very much for listening, and thank you to the Dean and all those who invited me to this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Isabella. We celebrate you once again on behalf of the KU Women's Economic Hub, and also bring on board your participants and your fellow researchers in it. I'm also part of it, but I'm bringing Tharaka Nithi County. And what you have just told me is that change is the only thing which is permanent in life. And we have told us about women inclusion and exclusion, labor force participation, SGPV and all that. And we celebrate you from the comfort of where you are seated. Lastly, we wish to bring on board the last presenter for this session before I hand over the mantle to the chairperson. This is Professor Kenneth Wajau, Director, University Industry Linkages, Karatina University. And Prof, we are trying as much as possible. We have now time poverty. So try to help us possibly to overcome the time poverty which you are facing. Yes. Let us stick to time, at most 6 minutes, please. Not at the expense of quality, and therefore the floor is yours. You may proceed.
Thank you. I'd like to share my presentation. Is it visible?
Yes, it is. It is, Prof. You may proceed.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Wambua. And I've had the good presentations from the other presenters, very topical issues that they're bringing on board. And I was just laughing when I heard what Honorable Mary Nzomo was talking about, and Dr. Isabella Kamere was talking about. And that's because in 2011, I did a presentation on why the Kenyan economy cannot do without the woman entrepreneur. And I faced a lot of resistance from the audience, which was male dominated. So I'm happy that now this is coming to be, and their voices are now can be heard, because they actually make up 66% of the rural economy. I would like to present an initiative under the trend of strategic entrepreneurship, which is part of today's theme for this particular forum, the entrepreneurial university concept. My name is Kenneth Wanjao. I'm a director in charge of university industry linkage and career placement in Karatina University. This is a concept that has been discussed widely in various forums, and there are quite a number of scholars who have tried to actually place it as a key component in quite a number of global universities. However, I'll take what Guerrero, Kano, Kabi, and Ubano said about what it is. That is, it's a university that has the ability to innovate and actually create those opportunities, bring in the aspect of teamwork, a university that is not risk averse, and a university that is ready to respond to the challenges that are actually taking place in its own and environment. And this is one of the key definitions that has actually I've used actually to talk about an entrepreneurial university in Kenya. I know also KU, Kenyatta University, also position itself as an entrepreneurial university. So when we talk of entrepreneurial university, Ekwensi says that this is a center where we can talk of it being a natural incubator that has structures that will support both the staff and the students who are willing to actualize their entrepreneurial mindset, and also be able to be assisted by that particular entrepreneurial university to commercialize and protect their prototypes. And also, this is a center where we are able to bring in the aspect of open innovation. Quite a number of our universities still are practicing closed innovation. So what is the role of this particular university? One, it's a university that will start with the introduction of entrepreneurial teaching. And that is because we see universities are factories of knowledge that actually are meant to promote this kind of training here and practices. And today's entrepreneurial practices operate in a very continuously challenging and highly dynamic and ever-changing business environment. And because of this, you'll find that an entrepreneurial university will always go out and pursue innovations. Yeah, and these innovations are actually an end product of an incubation center or an existence of a science park. And they are able to use such centers to upscale the kind of innovation that is emanating from that particular university. They're also very keen on research. However, the kind of research that the entrepreneurial university is pursuing is where they want to create a niche for themselves that will result in new businesses, new ideas that will actually help them move away from relying from the traditional sources of revenue, and hence lead to an improved human welfare. So that's the model of a entrepreneurial university, where we have the developed university periphery, which is made up of all those listed items there: the technology park, the Student Career Development Center, which is very keen, where we are trying to move away from having motivational speakers that are found in the lower level of education, that's a secondary school, not being introduced to our students, but having speakers who actually use the entrepreneurial language that enables them to realize that critical thinking is key in their career growth. Then we also have the other aspect of an entrepreneurial university developing or acquiring facilities and also introducing the entrepreneurial departments which can teach the entrepreneurial, which are keen on entrepreneurial training and receive more of it. Yeah, the ones that are keen on diversifying their sources of financing, and also the ones that are key on moving away from the traditional kind of leadership and introducing what we call the entrepreneurial leadership style that brings in various collaborations on within the setup of the university. So let's look at the 7 components that actually define an entrepreneurial university. We have leadership and governance. And under leadership and governance, this is where, again, I was talking of the leadership in the university moving away from, would call it the democratic, would like to be polite, and introducing the entrepreneurial leadership approach, which ensures that there is entrepreneurial thinking that is allowed in every strategy that the university brings on board. And we have a leadership that is actually committed to this particular strategy, because it is through this kind of leadership you create an enabling environment where we can talk of schools or faculties and departments acting in an autonomous way because they have been given that platform to be creative and innovative. And this will inspire them to actually go beyond their traditional borders and develop a wider regional and social activities that actually help the community to change the perception about the university. Quickly, I go to the organization, capacity, people, and incentives, which is the other component, whereby we also have to move away from just looking at the university staff, especially the teaching staff, as just knowledge contributors, and help them see things differently. Allow them to create new relationships. And that means that we need internal development taking place that will allow them to source funding to help them bring a new way of doing things within the university. So that means that by the end of the day, we ensure that we recruit as a university individuals with entrepreneurial attitudes, behaviors, and experience. I know of an organization that actually it's a bank that has moved away from actually now seeking trainees who have first degree. As long as you've done your Form 4 or your Form 6, you qualify to be actually to be shortlisted. And what are they looking for? The HR was telling me they are actually looking at whether you have an entrepreneurial attitude that will help the bank, be seen as an entrepreneurial establishment. Yeah, clearly define the incentives of those who have done this particular shift, the entrepreneurial staff. Yeah, and have an agenda that allows them to actually practice that. Yeah, and this will help the status of the university to change. The tag will change. You're not just a traditional university, now become an entrepreneurial university. And that is because you are able to identify stakeholders who will contribute to this particular agenda, which is very key to the industry. Yeah. Then we also move away from what also one of the presenters was saying, just teach. However, we are now talking of entrepreneurial teaching and learning. Yeah, where you are able to bring in the classroom local case studies that are helping the students or the participants to realize that there is entrepreneurship taking place in this particular country. And that helps them to develop an entrepreneurial mindset and skills. We are now even talking of storytelling as a way of developing the entrepreneurial mindset amongst our students. Yeah, and that is what we are talking about, the entrepreneurial approach to teaching. You are able to discuss local innovations in a way that makes the students and the participants to realize that with the minimal resources that are available, you can make something out of it and actually commercialize it. Yeah, and this is not only meant for the students. An entrepreneurial university also creates a platform where the staff can be able to collaborate with the students and be able to support them and help them actually to get to that level of taking their product to the market. So they'll help them with the research and they'll actually commercialize the results of that particular research. Then also we have the other component where we look at an entrepreneurial university providing a platform, a platform to practice entrepreneurship. Let the staff and the students experience entrepreneurship. Yeah, and it is this kind of setup that will allow the universities to realize the importance of having an incubation center like what KU have of Chandaria. And it is in these incubation centers where a lot of mentorship will take place. And this mentorship is not only being done by the lecturers. We have the entrepreneurs coming to talk to both the students and the staff, or can I say the potential entrepreneurs. It is in this particular center where we also give the financial institutions a platform to talk of how they can support startups. It is also in this particular center that we also talk of the opportunities that exist out there when the incubatee graduates. Yeah. Then something that is also dear to me, where now we are trying to bring the industry to work closely with the academia. And these collaborations are very important. This is where you'll be able to realize what we call open innovation. It is through such kind of collaborations, that an entrepreneurial university will enhance its status as a university that practices innovation. Yeah, and you are not only collaborating with the large industries. Personally, in Karatina University, I pursue collaborations with the small and medium enterprises. As one of the presenters said, that is Janet Mulu, SMEs contribute 40% of the GDP in emerging economies. And that's where I'm encouraging universities that are seeking collaborations with the industry to pursue, because SMEs are known to be the cradle of innovation. Yeah. So these strong links with the incubators and science parks are actually a source of new knowledge, and they create opportunities where there is an exchange of knowledge that is very key to the growth of the two collaborators. Yeah. Then the other aspect is where we are talking of now not only students going for attachment, also staff need to go to attachment. That's one aspect about an entrepreneurial university, so that they can be able to be very conversant or current with the trends in the university. The other one is the internationalization of universities, which KU has done very well. This, where internationalization actually encourages the mobility of staff and students moving from the local to global universities, so that you can be able to learn what is happening in other parts of the world, and actually allowing also the global professors and students to be part of your curriculum. And this actually helps you to be contemporary, demonstrates that internationalization is a key component in an entrepreneurial university. It's part of an entrepreneurial strategy that actually helps the university to realize that it can develop international networks that will help it to be seen as entrepreneurial. Then finally, what are the measurements? Where are the key areas to measure the impact of the entrepreneurial university and its responsiveness to change? You need to find out that. Yeah. Are you still doing the same old things? Yeah. Then look at the level of engagement and entrepreneurial teaching amongst the staff. Have they moved away from the traditional way of delivering knowledge, and they are able now to bring innovative ways of actually sharing knowledge, citing local case studies, using storytelling as a way of imparting new knowledge. The impact of entrepreneurship, teaching and learning, talked about it. Then being able to develop an M&E framework that will help them to know to what extent has knowledge exchange activities taken place between the collaborators or the stakeholders. And finally, monitoring and evaluation of the impact of the startups that have come from these particular incubation centers. In conclusion, this is a concept that is emerging, especially amongst the local universities, and it's a consequence of internal development of the university, responding to the external environment, yeah, and where we need to realize that also the society is evolving, and they require to be recognized as a good client for knowledge-based university. University is becoming entrepreneurial in order to be able to address also its own environment and be a key player in contributing to the changes that are not only taking place within its environment, but they also want to be a key player in the region. Yeah, and this will also help them to move away from the traditional revenue sources and acquire those kind of employees who have a different attitude on how they should do things. So the transition towards the entrepreneurial university doesn't mean that the university moves away from one of its core activities, that is teaching and research and community, some of the core activities, teaching, research, and community outreach. Yeah, they should look at this as sources of capital where they can use them to generate the extra revenue that they need by coming up with activities, yeah, that are primarily targeting the development of this particular community. So I'll close my presentation with a quote from one of my favorite international entrepreneurs, that is Warren Buffett. In the business world, the rear view mirror is always clearer than the windshield, and that's what I'm encouraging universities to think. Thank you.
What is happening? Okay. Thank you so much. Am I audible? Thank you so much, Prof. Quite interactive, and thank you so much for your humility. You have kept on time, and just as we have taught others, we appreciate you, we celebrate you for creating time to be with us, and you have educated us on that. It's not about creating jobs, but we need to create employers who are going to create opportunities so that those opportunities can be able to be used by them to create more space for the others, but not to rely on any existing opportunities. And therefore, at this point in time, I also wish to appreciate the guest speakers and fellow participants. We celebrate you. And also, I want to say that there are not going to be question and answer session because the guest speakers are able to address those ones. But in the midst of all these, colleagues, allow me to appreciate the following who kept us busy in terms of the charts. Dr. Frederick Dende, thank you so much. Lawrence Araro, Dr. Geoffrey Mbuva, Deristas Nanjika, Dr. Salome Musau, Dr. Jobo Mangwa, Dr. Robert Odunga from Moi University, Griffin Makwa, KU student, thank you so much. Onika Matsheke, Dr. Anna Bula, and Dr. Stephen Mwathe, you kept us busy and all your charts have been appreciated, and they are going to be addressed too. At this point in time, before I go back to the chairperson of the session, I really want to thank all those who came around and tell them that, yes, this is the School of Business, and we're in the School of Business to do business, and this is part of the business which we normally do in our daily routine. As you leave us, please tell us all the bad things about us, but when you go out there, tell them all the good things about us. With that, with humility, I present the mantle back to the chairperson of the session, Dr. Evans Masaji, to guide us on any other activities of the day. Thank you so much and remain blessed.
Thank you, Dr. Philip Wambua. That was a panel session, discussion number 5 on strategic recovery and sustainability. As I've said, it was moderated by Dr. Philip Wambua Peter, assisted by Dr. Bansi Mushira and Dr. Josephat Kialo as the rapporteurs. Please, colleagues, accept our thanks for guiding that very informative session. Let me also echo Dr. Wambua's words in appreciating panel 5 guest speakers for their insights. As we move to the next panel discussion, delegates are reminded once again to make use of the chat box for comments and questions to be responded to on an ongoing basis, as has been pointed out by Dr. Wambua. Delegates are also reminded to make use of the link that has been posted on the chat box for the registration for day 2 of this conference. We are also kindly requesting that delegates use their official names as opposed to the device type that one may be using on the Zoom platform for record purposes. You may, as appropriate, adjust your profile names. We now want to commence panel 6 discussion session moderated by Dr. Frederick Ndede. Panel 6 is anchored on the MATEC Cluster 6, embracing integrated reporting for transparency and accountability, sub-theme of IBRIC2022 International Conference. Dr. Frederick Ndede is a senior lecturer from the Department of Accounting and Finance, School of Business in Kenyatta University, the university of choice. He has over 30 years of university teaching experience. His areas of expertise at PhD level, for which he has undertaken several consultancies, is on matters finance and accounting. He has over 20 publications in his area of specialization. Welcome, Dr. Ndede, to moderate panel 6 for about 45 minutes as you help us to manage time without compromising on quality. Welcome, my senior colleague, Dr. Frederick Ndede.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masiaji. That was an also overwhelming introduction. Let me also thank my predecessor, Dr. Philip Wambua, for a job well done. And having said that, allow me also to welcome the participants for this panel number 6. We will be talking about enhancing integrated reporting for transparency and accountability. These are areas which are critical to finance experts, and to help us understand more of this, I will have Professor Omat Barak, who is the Vice Dean, Faculty of Business, Manisa Selal Bryan University, Turkey. I will also have Dr. Kennedy Chelule, who is the Director in charge of Research, Technology, and Innovation at Kirdi. Also, I have Ms. Leah Kasera, Public-Private Partnership Expert in Dakar, Senegal. And to wrap up, I have Professor Judith Waudo, who is a Professor of Nutrition and Dietetics at Kenyatta University, to help us understand this. Ladies and gentlemen, integrated reporting is really the future of corporate reporting. The corporate landscape has changed over time, and there is need for more authenticity, comprehensiveness, and meaningful information about organization performance and value creation. This benefits both internal and external stakeholders. So integrated reporting has become the ideal tool which is used to explore value creation, which is very critical to our corporate world. And to start us off, I welcome Professor Omat to take us through his presentation. Professor, welcome. Don't forget to tell us how it is in Turkey now. Nairobi is fairly cold, so perhaps Turkey is better. Thank you and welcome.
Hello, dear Professor. Thank you very much for your introduce about me. And It's a great pleasure for me to be at Kenyatta University. A few weeks ago, I was there for an Erasmus staff mobility. At the beginning, I would like to thank especially the Vice Chancellor and especially the Dean of the Business School, Prof. Paul Kiesang, and the entire organization committee. I know I have very less time, therefore I would like to share my presentation, if you let me to do that. And then I want to begin my presentation. I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, yes, they're there. Go ahead.
First of all, my presentation name is Causality and Co-integration Analysis among Carbon Dioxide Emission, Foreign Direct Investment and Economic Growth, a case of Kenya. In my presentation plan, I will first talk about the introduction, and second step, material and method, findings and conclusion and discussion. In the study, the effects of foreign direct investment and economic development on carbon dioxide emission are analyzed using Johansen co-integration test, granular causality, and unit root tests. I conducted an analysis on Kenya, for which I could obtain uninterrupted data in the World Bank data bank between 1990 and 2018. Why I did this study? Especially to analyze the environmental effects of economic development and foreign direct investment, which is a result of capital accumulation for Kenya. Moreover, I aim to contribute to the literature with the motivation of obtaining strong and efficient economic results through conducting econometric analysis in Kenya as an example of similar economic structures. My main aim is to determine whether Kenya, as an African country, has created carbon emission parallel to its increasing economic growth and foreign direct investment received. The material and method, as I told you, I used three different indicators: foreign direct investment, economic growth, and carbon dioxide emission between the year of 1990s to 2018. The reason the logarithm were taken before testing all series because the logarithm of exponential growth series is taken into linear form and the variance is stabilized and the effect of contrary observation is decreased. EVF's 9 statistical package program were used in analysis of the data. In the study, I used, as I told you, 3 different variables. The gross domestic product constant 2015 US dollar is a robust indicator of economic development, widely used as a sign of whether an economy is performing well in the literature. Foreign direct investment I use as the indicator of a part of economic development, and the carbon dioxide, these carbon dioxide emissions, kilogram per 2015 US dollar of GDP represent pollution in the environment. First of all, I did unit root test. I just show you the result of ADF, but I tested ADF, Phillips Ferrand and Zivot, Andreev's structural break unit root test. All the tests, series are stable in the first difference. After that, I tested Kusum and Kusum square tests. the Kusum test was performed to determine if there was a structural change in the series examined. The main reason for the implementation of the Kusum test is to check whether the constant is stable in the co-integration prediction model that will occur after the step, while the cumulative sums of recycled wastes are measured by the Kusum test. Parameter stability can easily be tested by means of Kusum square test as a more precise measure of the cumulative sums of recurring residues. And as you seen on the table, there is no structural break with 0.05% error margin. After that, the Johansson integration test will be tested to see if there is any integration between the series in the long run. For this purpose, log length must first be found. The log lengths obtained in the framework of different criteria are given in the table so that the log length can be determined before the co-integration analysis. In the table, it's understood that the value that makes all criteria minimum is the first leg. In the step of Johansson co-integration tests, 3 series in the study were analyzed by Johansson co-integration test. In table, of the 2 of the trace values larger than the critical value, and there are 2 co-integration vectors at the level of 5% significance. After that, 2 of the eigenvalues are larger than the critical value, and there are 2 co-integration vectors at the level of 5% significance. There is a long-term co-integration relation between the series. The existence of long-term co-integration means that the series in analysis move in the same direction. For this reason, the causality relations have been examined in order to evaluate the relation between the series from another view. The table shows the results of granular causality between variables. It can be understood from the table that there is one-way causality from foreign trade investment to carbon dioxide and from GDP to carbon dioxide. So, what can we say at the end of this analysis? How can we interpret the results? The study attempts to analyze the co-integration and causality relations among FTI, GDP, and carbon dioxide. The study covers between 1919 to 2018. In the co-integration and causality test, the series mustn't include unit root. For this reason, different unit root tests were performed first. The first difference are taken since the series will contain unit roots at the level. All series are stationary at the first difference. And then,
it's reasonable, but rejection from these are rejections.
Can we let us mute? If you are not presenting, kindly mute. Thank you.
Okay. And after that, Kusum and more precious Kusum squares.
Okay.
Dr. Kavinda, kindly mute, please.
I think it's okay now. Thank you much for your support, dear Dr. Frederick Ende. And the results of the tests show that the parameter stability exists and the coefficient estimates are stable. As a result of the applied Johansson test, as I told, it was concluded that all the series were co-integrated in the long run to determine the long-term co-integration of series with each other. And finally, there is one-way causality from FDI to carbon dioxide and from GDP to carbon dioxide. I think this is the result of my study. I recommend policymakers consider the results of this study in decision making. The data obtained as a result of the study show that economic growth and foreign direct investment increase carbon dioxide emissions. Policymakers need to take measures to take more environmentally friendly steps in economic development and foreign direct investment in this magnificent country. Really, Kenya is a magnificent country. I want to be there again. And in conclusion, on one hand, the energy consumption that will be caused through development of the financial structure must be met through the use of cleaner energy sources with fewer carbon emission. On the other hand, measures should be taken to reduce existing carbon emission. Yes, I would like to thank you to give this opportunity to me to make this presentation. Thank you very much for all. Hope to be again in green Kenya with kind Kenyan people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. That was very focused, very brave, and you have really kept time. Thank you very much. I'm asking participants to be recording their questions or comments so that we can address them at the end of the session. Thank you very much, Professor. Next, I will ask Leah Kasera to give us her presentation. Leah is a strategic partnership executive with an experience of over 15 years, both in public and private. She is a board member of National Potato Council of Kenya, a member of the Institute of Leadership and Management UK. Leah holds a master's degree in international policy and another master's degree in governance and development. She has many academic research papers to her credit. And Leah, we can now listen to you. Welcome.
Good morning. I hope that you can all hear me. I'm using my headphones.
You're loud
okay.
and clear.
I'm going to ask my colleagues at KU to perhaps share my presentation, which I had sent earlier.
That will be done.
I'm going to make it very short. I'll perhaps finish in 6 minutes.
That's okay. Secretariat.
You can go ahead.
Secretary.
As we open the presentation.
Okay. Would you like for me to share from my side?
If you are not able to share, you can just present.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and they will share as they're able to. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to share my thoughts at this very important gathering. The theme of this session is integrated reporting for transparency and accountability. And I thought perhaps just to understand, just for us, the session to understand what we mean by integrated reporting, where we have come from and where we aspire to go to, where we are and where we aspire to go to. I thought it's perhaps useful that I really share high level thinking on integrated reporting that can allow us to reflect deeper and perhaps do further reading and research on the subject. And so, next slide, please. And so, as I reflected on the theme for today, I thought it useful to talk about what is integrated reporting and what is not integrated reporting. reporting. And so integrated reporting is enhancing the way organizations think, plan, and report. And organizations are now using integrated reporting to communicate about how strategy is being handled, communicate their governance, communicate organizational performance, but also future prospects. But importantly, in the context of an external environment, that continues to impact the way organizations operate in our societies. And so integrated reporting framework is a principles-based multi-capital framework that is used to accelerate the adoption of integrated reporting. And this is now happening across the world. What integrated reporting is not, and I think it's important to make this point, is that it's not simply combining, the annual report and certain not nice sounding CSR interventions to present as a report. Also, integrated reporting is not an annual report. It is not simply financial statements of organizations as we know it, as we experienced it in the past. And so there has been a shift in the way that companies report. I've talked about coming from a background of annual reports being showcased in our newspapers or at our board meetings, to really, a concept where information that is relevant is presented for assessment and evaluation, and really touching on the quality of the company, its performance, its value, not only internally, but also its impact in a comprehensive way. And so the shift from just annual reporting to a more corporate social responsibility oriented reports, yes, factoring impacts of company operations on the environment, but shareholders now demanding for more, demanding for more, and expectations that are coming from our shareholders is now requiring that the different puzzles of the different pieces of a puzzle that constitute the operations and impact of a company or an organization in a certain area is converged, and that really is what forms a comprehensive and a convergent report, and causing a greater shift. And you begin to see conversations going beyond just a nice CSR activities, but now, digging deeper into the environment, into, social governance. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And so, why are organizations taking this approach? What are the reasons to report in this integrated fashion? And it is really aimed at informing stakeholders about performance achieved against targets. And now you begin to see the critical need to not only wait until reporting time, but be intentional about reporting even at the time of developing a strategy, so that strategy development, it goes beyond the boardroom, but it's a conversation that brings in the interests of other senior members of the organization, middle level as well as low level, but going beyond going beyond the borders of organization, and beginning to take into consideration stakeholders' interests. And stakeholders could be the communities, could be are definitely shareholders, but could be those that are affected by a company existing in certain areas, and how then their business affects, their business performance affects that area. And so you see a paradigm where business is no longer just business for business sake, or business is no longer just viewed as a profit-making venture, but you see businesses beginning to take a wider accountability, not because it sounds nice, like that was the case in our days, in the CSR days, but because it's important that businesses exist to impact, not only create jobs, not only report on profit, but really report on what troubles the society as it's currently formatted. And so going beyond just the communities, you see those that are putting money into the organizations, investors, shareholders, demanding greater transparency and alignment. And so you see focus and greater light being shed on how ESG policies are intentionally taken into consideration even at the time of planning. And so you see strategy taking an increasingly important role in ensuring the integration of ESG that would then ultimately provide a platform and a place for integrated reporting. And so, next slide, current please. And so, the certain considerations that then organizations, companies, and need to take on board. We live in a world that's constantly changing, a world that is dynamic. We have information from research that approximately 9 billion people will need to be fed by 2050. We live in uncertain times, perhaps maybe coming out of COVID and getting into another level of a pandemic. We see greater global uncertainty, both at a human insecurity level, but also food insecurity caused by insecurity in certain parts of the world. And so a fundamental change is required in the way we deal with our world. And we, as companies, as private sector, as SMEs, as those that invest, will now need to begin to think of what can we do to be part of the solution that is beyond just making profits. And so integrated reporting, integrated planning that gives room for integrated reporting, we know will have an early warning identification of risks and opportunities that arise from the required sustainable development issues that companies now need to factor into their thinkings, and also contribute in a structured way into the realization of SDGs. Now, today, more and more investors are demanding non-financial data, as I've stressed, as a way also of building trust, so that when an investor or when a shareholder puts money or resources in your company, then they want to put it through a trust-based relationship, that they know that you're an organization that cares for its people, you're an organization that cares for the environment, you're an organization that cares for the communities around where the organization is, you're an organization that wants to contribute to the general development of a nation, that wants to add to education, that's sensitive about environmental impacts, and that this is not only reported as having been delivered, but actually impact can be seen. Next slide, please. And so, just thinking about, because these are what I wanted to show are just high-level thoughts of strategic thinking that then would allow us to go into deeper research. What does the road look like when we talk about integrated planning, integrated delivery, and ultimately that feeds into integrated reporting. What does it look like as it currently is, and what are some of the challenges, and how can we change these? And this is not all of it. This is perhaps just one point. Because of time, I will not go into a lot of details, but because of the shifts, the continuous shifts in the way organizations are required to act, operate, and present themselves in the current world of challenges, we see a major problem arising at the start of implementation, at the onset of implementation, where managers find themselves inundated with a lot of responsibility of obtaining information critical for decision making, critical for implementation, and ultimately critical for developing a report. And so you see a situation where managers, heads of functions also need to be educated on the usefulness of the approach that companies are taking. And so that it's not just it's not knowledge that is preserved of shareholders, but knowledge that is understood at a company level, and that has obtained buy-in and acceptance from those that need to deliver for the organization. And so I use the example of materiality assessment as an avenue through which this can be achieved. What materiality assessments do, they help define the most important things for us in terms of achieving ESG and understanding why those things are important and why we need to address them as an organization, both internally, and why we need others on board to partner with to deliver together. And so if you look at what has been put by professionals, what has been developed by professionals, for example, the International Integrated Reporting Council, as well as the International Freedom of Accountants, have released a publication which I will share with my colleagues at KU for the sake of sharing, what you call materiality in integrated reporting, which offers guidance for the preparation of integrated reports. So what this information does is it prepares you and it puts you in the mindset of integrated reporting and kind of takes steps backwards of what needs to be done at the beginning in terms of just buy-in and understanding what the organization stands for at the beginning, intentionally putting that as part of planning, and preparing you for the kind of reporting that is a requirement of shareholders, and it is increasingly being demanded for. And so what it does, it explains materiality and the corresponding materiality determination process in the context of integrated reporting. And so just to shed further light, the interpretation of materiality varies across report forms due to differences in audience, depending on who you want to address, the purpose of your address, but also the scope, what you want to cover. In integrated reporting, a matter is material if it could substantively affect the organization's ability to create value, either in the short term, or medium, or long term. And so the process of determining materiality is entity specific. Today it could be Unilever, or it could be, Diageo, or it could be the organizations that I represent in Senegal. And it's also based on industry and other factors, as well as multi-stakeholder perspectives. And when I say multi-stakeholder perspectives, I mean both internal and external stakeholders that covers shareholders as well as communities. And so just in closing, and perhaps you could go to the summary, please. Just in closing, I wanted to share examples of industry leaders that have been intentional about impacting communities, going beyond the finances, going beyond reporting profits, but have been intentional in the way they plan their interventions that then would give room for integrating accurate integrated reporting. I wanted to share the example of Paul Polman, who's former Unilever CEO, who was able to very early on as he joined Unilever, he made, coming in from lessons learned, that businesses are no longer just about making money, but are mostly about impacting societies. And because when you make your environment happy, when you make your environment right, then it gives you room and authority and clout and acceptance to do good business. So very early on, he made a very clear connection between long-term business success and tackling social and environmental issues. And so because of early planning, early warning, being intentional about strategy crafting, then he was very he led the pack in integrated reporting. And so what he said was the biggest challenge in the continuing threat to planetary boundaries, resulting in extreme weather patterns and growing resource constraints, these have increasing impact on our business. We remain convinced that businesses that both address the concerns of citizens and the needs of the environment will prosper over the long time. So you see an industry leader that's not only keen to run the business on profits, but is also very sensitive about environmental impact of their operations that ultimately impacts planetary boundaries. And in this, also being able to provide a very clear integrated report. Thank you.
Wow, Leah, that was powerful.
Thank you.
Now we know. But as you breathe out, Leah, let me, just by way of commenting, now, what is your take? Accountability and transparency over time has been an issue. Do you think integrated reporting has helped it in any way?
It has. It has, because it begins to give different faces and different perspectives of an organization. And so today we may know that this particular bank made these profits over this period, but we want to know more. In that delivery, how did the organization contribute to climate change effects? How did they impact the society? Do they have within the organization a structure that supports education and develops graduates or students coming out of universities to be able to access internship opportunities in these banks? What is their contribution to the education? What is their contribution to the businesses, the small businesses that operate around the banks? And so we don't want to hear profits only. It's good that they make profits, but that's for them. We want to hear how these organizations that are reporting on these profits are also impacting what's important for us as a community. And that's really what integrated reporting is about. But there cannot be an integrated report if organizations are not intentional about how they add value or how they are part of the solution to the environment and to the general governance.
Thank you very much. That was beautiful. You can now take a rest. I'm encouraging the participants to put their questions on the chat box. So after we finish, we'll try to get the questions answered. Thank you very much. I will now bring in Mr. Caspar Oluoch to present on behalf of Mrs. Agnes Karingu, who is Deputy Director, Education and Public Awareness at the Anti-Counterfeit Authority. So Caspar, if you are ready, kindly take the stage. Thank you, I can see you.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Once again, my name is Caspar Oluoch from the Anti-Counterfeit Authority. I will take us through a very brief presentation on the take of a government institution who is, we are going to give it a very practical approach, how we are approaching the issue of integrated reporting in order to enhance accountability and transparency. Briefly, the Anti-Counterfeit Authority is a state corporation under the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, and we are under the State Department of Trade and Enterprise Development. We've been in existence for the past 12 years, since June 2010. And the mandate areas are 4 key mandate areas. The first mandate area is to combat counterfeiting. We recognize that counterfeiting and violation of intellectual property rights is a cancer to this nation that needs to be addressed, because you find that the adverse effects of counterfeiting are well known to us, including threat to our health and safety, threat to innovation. Of course, we have young people coming up with new ideas every day, every other day, and those ideas get stolen and they are commercialized by people who did not go through that kind of mental process to come up with those ideas. So in addition to those other negative effects of counterfeiting, is also the economic side of it, whereby you find it affects government revenue. We see so many companies closing in Kenya, and there could be so many other reasons why companies are closing, but one of them is violation of their IPR. So they are unable to sustain the kind of competition that comes their way through cheap counterfeit imports. So other than combating counterfeiting through enforcement of intellectual property rights, we are also involved in education and public awareness in order now to deny counterfeit goods that market that they desire. We are also in the process of implementing a very, very interesting function, and this is called recordation of intellectual property rights. And this now will make the Anti-Counterfeit Authority transition from being a purely enforcement authority to now import regulatory authority. And we are currently in the process of engaging various stakeholders on this function of recordation. And we have engaged the private sector, public sector, including learning institutions. We also advise government on policies for the support and promotion of intellectual property rights. And this we do through research and market surveys. In doing all these key mandates, we are mandated also to coordinate with all other government or non-government, regional, international organizations that are involved in combating counterfeiting. So basically a brief look at the kind of data that ACA, and by ACA I mean the Anti-Counterfeit Authority, the kind of data that we churn out. From our enforcement mandate, we are able to come up with data on the number of complaints for IPR violations, the value of seizures of goods, again, the number of multi-agency operations that we've been able to do. Of course, government right now is keen on a one government approach to solving emerging issues. Again, we are also able to churn out the number of prosecutions and the values of goods destroyed or reshipped. From our public awareness, we are able to come up with the data on the level of awareness on counterfeiting. And when you look at the just published baseline survey, you'll find that the level of awareness on counterfeiting among the consumers is up to 60%. That means our population is aware about what is counterfeit and what is not, but you find that they still go ahead to purchase counterfeit goods. So again, we ask ourselves, what is driving the population, despite knowing that a product might be counterfeit? What is driving them to buy these counterfeit products? Again, under IPR recordation, we are looking at the number of recorded IPRs and the number of imported IPRs into Kenya. Actually, recordation seeks to establish a database of all IPRs relating to goods being imported into Kenya. Again, under research, we are able to get the numbers with respect to the level of counterfeiting and other forms of illicit trade. So in the data that we generate, it also informs other government agencies. And from our perspective, integrated reporting is with respect to systems speaking to each other. And therefore, you find that the Anti-Counterfeit Authority cannot be able to function well without acquiring data from other government agencies. For example, when we are conducting investigations and prosecuting people who are engaging in this illicit business, we require the identification information, and that will come from the Registrar of Persons. So again, we are in active talks to be able to integrate our systems with them so that again, we are able to get that data efficiently. Again, we are also required to know the criminal record for purposes of the fines and penalties that may be imposed on these criminals. Again, where foreigners are engaged in importing counterfeit goods into Kenya, then again, it's important for us to know the immigration status. And of course, we work very closely with immigration and we have access to their databases for purposes of identifying that. Business registrations, you find that it's criminal when a business is found in possession of counterfeit goods or selling or exhibiting counterfeit goods. Then again, we need to know who owns that business, where is it owned, who are the directors, and all that. Because when an entity, under our act, under our law, when an entity commits an offense, and that offense is determined to have been committed by the connivance of the management of that entity, then both the entity and the management are culpable for offenses under the Anti-Counterfeit Act. Again, import volumes with respect to operations of KRA, we are also able to access information from KRA and even the KPA, and then through their systems we are able to be able to discharge our duties. So there is a greater need for government to work together and to share information about their outputs, because what we have come to discover is that the output of one government entity is able to now power the input of another government entity. So the reason why we are keen on this integrated reporting is because of the need to enhance transparency and accountability. And the first issue here is because we exercise these powers and authorities as a trust bestowed upon us by the public. And therefore, you find that there is need for that accountability on how we are exercising these powers. Again, when you look at reporting, timely and accurate reporting is also a performance contract target for public servants, especially for state corporation like the Anti-Counterfeit Authority. And of course, as you may be aware, PC targets are cascaded to individual officers and work plans, and there's also performance management, including BSCs. And therefore, reporting is a very important aspect of what the government does. Again, we believe that integration of reporting is very critical because it is able to facilitate automation and digitization. And as we will be seeing in the subsequent slide, the Anti-Counterfeit Authority is currently embracing automation and digitization. And the first thing that we have seen is that it eliminates discretion. So where an officer is tied by the system requirements, they are unable to come up with their own rules or their own bypasses to what the system requires, and therefore the citizen will be able to be guaranteed of getting the service that they are looking for. Again, there is promotion of transparency because now again everything is on the system and all the requirements are outlined on the system and everybody is able to comply with them. And again, with respect to automation and digitization, there is that elimination of physical contact. And of course, we've known a lot of lack of accountability occurs where there is a one-on-one engagements between the service provider and the client, and therefore even as an authority we have adopted that. Again, systems maintain steady logs, so even if someone was to conduct any criminal act, then obviously the system would be able to lead to that particular act that was committed. Again, uniformity of service such that now they don't change from one client to another, or even availability of officers do not depend on how they know each client. So that's why, again, as ACA, we are looking at these innovative ways of ensuring that we adopt automation and digitization. Again, finally, there is that enhanced efficiency. So what initiatives have ACA embraced to automate its systems and now to enable that integration with other existing government systems? And we want to note here that there is a lot of potential in government for innovation and enhancement of service delivery. We are at a point where the Cabinet Secretary for ICT has urged all government agencies to come up with innovative ways of not only enhancing their operations, but also ensuring that their services are easily accessible to the public, the members of the public. So as ACA, over the last 3 years, we've been able to adopt various measures of innovations to ensure that we enhance our services to the public. So the first innovation has been the development of a system we call AIMS. And AIMS is an acronym standing for ACA Integrated IPR Management System. And this is the system that is supporting the recordation program, whereby intellectual property rights owners will be able to submit details concerning their intellectual property. And it's important to reiterate that the recordation program under the Kenyan law, it is a mandatory program, whereby now a deadline has been issued for January 1st, 2023, whereby IPR owners will be required to submit their IPR information into the system. Again, initially, it was not easy laying complaints or following up on enforcement processes with the Anti-Counterfeit Authority, but now those processes have been automated, and therefore any owner of an intellectual property right from wherever they are, be it a copyrighted issue, be it a trademark issue, be it a patent issue, be it a utility model, and so on and so forth, they are able to file formal complaints with the ACA and be able to support that investigative process and even monitor the progress of their case as it goes on. Again, the Anti-Counterfeit Authority has launched a National Observatory on Illicit Trade. And this is an online portal where all government agencies can be able to load data on their enforcement activities real time. So you'll find with respect to violations of intellectual property, the Anti-Counterfeit Authority will be able to load data onto that national observatory with respect to seizures of goods and the values. Where there are issues of standards, then Kenya Bureau of Standards, when they intercept any cargo that is violating the Kenyan standards, then they are able to upload that data in real time. Where there are issues to do with the violations of customs regulations, including tax evasion, then KRA will be able to upload data on that. So this is actually another shortcut to conducting surveys. So you find that there is always data on the observatory, and it is real time. So the link to both the aims and the National Observatory can be found on our website, which is www.aca.go.ke. Again, government is in the process of launching what we call Integrated Product Marking and Authentication System, which is abbreviated as IPMAS. And this is in recognition that there are so many government stickers on products. So when you have a product, you will find the KEB sticker. There is also the KRA sticker now on bottles of water and cigarettes and beer and alcoholic beverages and all that. And there are so many other government agencies that were also in the process of coming up with these stickers. So government has decided that all government agencies will come under one sticker that will be applied on goods. So when you find a product, you will be able, as a consumer, to scan that sticker, and it will give you a pretty good idea of whether that product has complied with government requirements. And when you are also a law enforcement officer, you'll have a higher level of access to the information contained on that sticker. Finally, baseline surveys. We are also in the process of conducting additional surveys. The Anti-Counterfeit Authority released a baseline survey, which was really comprehensive, and that survey can be found on our website as well. And it shows, to a very large extent, elaborately how counterfeiting is affecting our economy. And you find that the value rose by 100 billion between 2017 and 2018. And you find that the value of counterfeiting, the value of illicit trade was actually 726 billion in 2017, and then it rose to 826 billion in 2018. So therefore, that shows you what the steady growth of counterfeiting and illicit trade in our country. And as education institutions, as we continue to churn out young people who are full of ideas and ready to create solutions that address the problems that we are having, then you find the issue of IPR infringement and counterfeiting is a real threat, not only to the future of our young generation, but also to our economic development and post-COVID economic recovery program. So with that, I thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Ndede.
Thank you very much, Caspar. That was a good insight. So you can be checking the chat. There will be some questions or comments so that we can address them at that time. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 10 minutes for ourselves, and within those 10 minutes, I will allow Professor Wauro to present her paper. Then we can take questions after that. Thank you very much. Professor, if you are ready.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Dr. Kiambati. I am presenting. Can I be heard?
Yes, you are very clear.
Yes. My name is Dr. Kiambati. I work with the Kenyatta University Women's Economic Empowerment Hub as the communications specialist, and I will be making very, very brief remarks on behalf of Professor Waudo. And just to start on Kenyatta University Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, we are a hub that is in the gender data generation business, so to speak. We are a donor-funded project that is looking to bridge the gap between gender data and the formulation and implementation of policies on Women's Economic Empowerment Hub. We are focusing on 3 main thematic areas. And the first thematic area is the participation of women in public and private sectors. And we are also focusing on women's skilling and mentoring. And the last thematic area is violence, crisis, and women's work. And each of these thematic areas, we are focusing on a number of studies, all aimed at generating data that is to be used by policy implementers at the county and national levels to formulate policies that are friendly to women's economic empowerment. And to just bring us to speed on what we are doing as a hub to ensure that there is proper reporting practices and that we are accountable and transparent as a hub. We are, like I've said, we are donor funded. So obviously proper reporting and proper financial reporting and other reporting practices are really at the core of our approach as a hub. And there are a number of things I'll mention very briefly that enable us to remain accountable and transparent, not just internally, but also externally to our stakeholders and also the donor or the funder of this project. And the first one is we are very keen to adhere to good financial grant practices, reporting practices. And this is a document that actually guides us as a donor-funded project on a number of issues. We are guided on how to report financially. And the financial reporting at the hub is pegged on outputs rather than just mere processes. So we are looking at actual impact that we are making on policy, and we report on actual documents. Like we are very keen on policy briefs, which are aimed at impacting policy, and we share those with our stakeholders in the private sector, in the government institutions and agencies to make sure that what we are producing actually has potential to alter policy and not just research for research sake. We are also guided on human resource management, including development and capacity building of our internal hub staff and also our researchers to make sure that this research that we're carrying out is impactful and that the outputs are actually policy, looking to change policy. We are also guided on procurement. And as a hub, we adhere to the Kenyatta University's policy on procurement. So that is whatever we do, how we bring service providers on board is actually guided by the procurement policy of the university. We are also guided on governance and how to make sure that there is proper governance within the hub. We have an advisory board that is charged with the responsibility of making sure that we adhere to all these good practices, management of finance and other reporting practices. Another thing that we are keen on as a hub for transparency and accountability is that we have maintained a very close working relationship with our partners. We have sub-grantees that we have sub-granted to be partners in research. We have stakeholders across government and private sectors, and we are very closely, we work very closely with them. We make sure that everything that we do, from the inception to the carrying out of the research activities to the reporting on what we are finding, we are now coming up with preliminary findings from our pilot studies, and we are very keen to share at every stage what we are doing. Once our researchers, you had Dr. Kamere very well explain earlier during her presentation on what her team is doing. Once each of our teams come out from the field, we are keen to report back to our stakeholders to say this is what we are finding, and to make sure that they are also helping us identify gaps in research, so that whatever we are reporting is not unilaterally coming from the hub, but also it's bought in by our stakeholders. We are also keen on capacity building. You had Dr. Kamere again mention that there are students that we have taken on board in this research project. We also have interns. Every month we have interns coming into the hub to build their capacity on women's economic empowerment, what it means, and how at their level they can ensure that it is something that we are trying to achieve. And we also build the capacity of our partners and other stakeholders also, especially to be able to report back to the funder, because as a donor funded project, we are also keen to make sure that all our partners and our stakeholders understand what the requirements are and how to make sure that we adhere to those at the organizational level, and then help us also now escalate that to the university first of all, and also to the donor. We are also, we have in place a monitoring and evaluation team, which is very key for us also. It is an external monitoring and evaluation team, meaning that they are external to the hub, so that there is objectivity in reporting on what activities are going on in the field. And they make sure that the research is professional and it is ethical. As the speaker that spoke before mentioned about making sure that there is accountability in terms of, for example, environmental impact that our research activities are having, so that we do not carry out research and leave behind a trail of suffering or things that are not really consistent with an environmental management. For example, human dignity. Now that we are carrying out research also on violence, crisis, issues of gender-based violence are very sensitive. And therefore, to make sure that our research activities are, one, professional and also ethical, and take into account the needs and the dignity of our research participants. We have that monitoring and evaluation team that goes to the field every once in a while to make sure that our researchers are carrying out impactful but also ethical research. And I want to, with those very few remarks, thank the organizers of this conference on behalf of Professor Waudo and the Hub at large. We look forward to sharing our findings on what works, God willing, next year during the next conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a perfect presentation on behalf of Professor. So you can wait for a few questions. We don't have that much time, but still we can have a few questions. I've seen some of the presenters have responded to questions on the chat, but I have 3 questions which I've also picked. One is for Leah. Someone is asking, where is the meeting point between integrated reporting and responsibility accounting? Then for Professor Umat, one is asking, how did your study measure the carbon dioxide emissions? And then for Caspar, what is the maximum penalty for the culprits of anti-counterfeit products? So those ones you can respond before I get back to the chair of the session.
So can I go? This
Go
is
ahead.
Leah speaking.
Yes.
Okay, just on just to answer that question, and I think we tackled it at the beginning of the presentation, and we all agreed that traditional reporting is limiting, and it only looks at financial reporting, it looks at numbers, and it looks at accounting. Whereas when we look at integrated reporting, then one is able to consider broader environmental, social, and governance factors. And so when one then reports in an integrated fashion, then the results are material, they're tangible. And colleagues that have spoken after me have given examples of how their interventions have been useful, and they've given examples of where they've been able to impact, even including numbers. And so when you look at accounting, which actually falls under the traditional reporting, then you find it very limiting, that it only looks at the finance part of it, and accounting and numbers. Now, maybe one that I feel I should address is, I think there's a question on I can't remember, but it touched on the usefulness of ESG and also integrated reporting, whether it's immediate or whether it's long term. I want to say that when an organization or when a company is mindful about its community and people that work for them, and the governance that has been put in place, and perhaps even the environmental impact of their existence, then people want to associate with them. And I can give you examples, and we have examples with us. For example, M-Pesa Foundation.
Just briefly.
Yes, this is really my last point. M-Pesa is a subset of Safaricom, and M-Pesa has put up a foundation and a school in Thika. Now, anytime I load my M-Pesa, then I remember it. My mind immediately strikes the kind of efforts they've put in place to support their community. And so the outcome or the benefits may not be seen immediately. They're most of the time medium term, long term, but they're long lasting and they're sustainable. I have examples of companies that have closed down just because they were profit oriented and not community oriented. And so the impact can be medium to long term, but it's sustainable and can be seen over a period. I could say more, but due to time, I'll say just that.
Thank you very much. Professor Umat, just very briefly. Caspar, can you take your question then very quickly?
Yes, thank you, sir. About penalties, yes, and I'm very grateful for that question. I wish to say that the legal framework under the Anti-Counterfeit Act for penalties is very clear. And when an offender is found to have committed an offense, for the first instance, they will be fined a value of not less than 3 times the value of those goods, or they can be subjected to a jail term of not more than 5 years. When the offense is a subsequent offense, then they will be fined a fine of not less than 5 times the value of those goods, or to a jail term of 15 years, of not more than 15 years. But what has been our experience is that where there is an option of fine, then you will find the courts of law will always give that fine as opposed to giving the custodial sentence. And also, in addition to these penalties that are issued in court, we also have a very, very elaborate ADR program. And ADR here just means alternative dispute resolution mechanism, whereby we encourage disputing parties to enter into some sort of an agreement. Then ACA will be able to validate that agreement by imposing specific conditions. So in a nutshell, we've had criminals being fined millions of money, and we've had also instances but very rare, where people have been committed to custodial sentence. Just last week alone, a trader was fined 3 million Kenya shillings for trading in counterfeit goods, worth slightly less than $1 million. But over the years, we've had even higher penalties being imposed on traders who have been found with counterfeit goods. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I think we'll bring the session to an end, then go back to the chair of the session. But before I do that, I need to mention that in this panel, I was assisted by Dr. Lawrence Wainaina, who is a member of the Department of Business Administration and specializing in human resource. I was also with Dr. Grace Kariuki, a member of the Department of Accounting and Finance, again specializing in the area of finance. Thank you very much. I now go back to the chair of the session. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening.
Thank you, Dr. Frederick Ndende, for panel 6 discussion session. Frederick Ndende, he was assisted by Dr. Lawrence Wainaina and Dr. Grace Kariuki as the rapporteurs. Please, panel 6 members, kindly accept our gratitude for the great presentation and comments through the chat forum. We now want to start panel 7 discussion sessions, and this session 7 will be moderated by Dr. Godfrey Muigai Kenyatta. Panel 7 presentations by our guest speakers is anchored on the Matic Cluster 7 on technology use and supply chain sub-theme of this IBRIC2022 International Conference. Dr. Godfrey Muigai Kenyatta is an academic member of staff and currently the coordinator of the PhD MBA program in the School of Business, Kenyatta University. In his program, that is a PhD and MBA program, he has over 2,500 postgraduate students, and out of these, about 600 of them are registered for PhD programs in the various areas of specialization, such as strategic management, entrepreneurship, human resource management, project management, accounting, and finance. All these are meant for supporting and producing experts in support of the Kenya's Big Four agenda that is linked to the Vision 2030, and of course, Africa's Agenda 2063 and the Global Sustainability Agenda with a commitment of leaving no one behind. Dr. Kenyatta's mother department, under the chairmanship of Dr. Samuel Maina, is the Department of Business Administration. Dr. Kenyatta, who is my colleague, area of specialization is strategic management with research interest in knowledge management, competitive advantage, and strategic agility. He has mentored many postgraduate students, and Dr. Kenyatta has published widely, and when I looked at his profile this morning, he has about 70 publications, 12 of which are dated year 2022. Welcome, Dr. Kenyatta, to moderate panel 7, again for about 45 minutes, as you make that balance between time management on the one hand and quality of presentations on the other hand. Karibu sana, Dr. Kenyatta, wherever you are.
Thank you very much, Dr. Musiaji, the chair of the session. And how are you, participants? I want to welcome you to session panel 7. And I have with me two rapporteurs, Dr. Anne Mushemi. Dr. Anne Mushemi is a lecturer in the School of Business, Kenyatta University. She is a proficient scholar and a researcher in management. She has consultancy experience in strategic planning and has been involved in supporting organizations in building requisite competencies and capabilities. I also have with me Dr. Festus Smithy. Dr. Festus Smithy is also a lecturer in the School of Business, Kenyatta University. He has a practice in consultancy in accounting that is spanning over 5 years. And I'd want to ask them to have their cameras on so that we may be able to see the two of them. We have Dr. Anne Mushemi, and we also have Dr. Festus, Dr. Festus Smithy. Now, as we are all aware, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a wide and far-reaching debilitating effects on economic activities and trade at national, and regional and global levels. And some of the major issues that have stood out during this period are disruption of supply chain, and we have also witnessed accelerated uptake of technology. We are thus privileged in this conference to have presentations that are tailored towards technology use and supply chain. And to help us through these two concepts and issues, we have a number of guest speakers. We have Professor Odongo Kodong. Odongo Kodong is an associate professor in finance at Wits Business School, Johannesburg, South Africa. He is an alumnus of Kenyatta University as well as University of the Witwatersrand in South Africa. He has a teaching experience that spans over many years, during which he has taught many courses, including corporate finance, project finance, investment banking, international finance, financial markets, and real estate finance. Welcome to this conference, Professor Odongo Kodong, PhD. We also have with us Mr. Ngangaboro. Mr. Ngangaboro is a Senior Supply Chain Management Officer with the National Treasury in Kenya. He is a member of the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, and also a member of the Kenya Institute of Supplies Management. Welcome to the conference and to this session, Mr. Ngangaboro. We also have Dr. Samuel N. Ampar. Dr. Samuel M. Ampar is a Finance Director and Head of Africa Supply Chain, Unilever PLC. Welcome on board, Dr. Samuel N. Ampar. And to wrap up, we have with us Ms. Onika Thadi Masheke. Onika obtained a national diploma from Val University of Technology in personnel management. She has also further studied at the University of Free State and obtained an advocate diploma, an advanced diploma in higher education. She is currently pursuing her doctoral studies in social entrepreneurship. She won the Enactors Faculty Advisor of the Year 2019 at the Enactors National Competition, and as such won a trip to go to the Enactors International Competition in America. Welcome on board, Ms. Onika Thadi Masheke. I want to believe that we have Professor Kodong with us, and I want to give him the first chance to take us through his presentation. Briefly, though, we do not have a lot of time. Professor Kodong, if you're with us, you can take your 9 minutes. Professor Kodong. As we wait for Professor Kodong to get on with the presentation, we can have Samuel coming on board. Kindly, Samuel.
Thank you very much.
You can.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
If you're able.
Sure, I will share my presentation. Let me know if you can see it.
Not as yet. Yeah, now it is coming on.
All right, thank you very much, Daktari. Can I say habari ya zenu to everybody in the room? I'm also an alumnus of this great university. And I work for Unilever PLC. Of course, I'm the finance director for supply chain for Africa. I had the privilege of working in Kenya for 3 years. So we're going to look at this issue of supply chain and technology from a practical point and see how best we can all discuss the topic. Let me put it into presentation mode if that works. Great. Before we even talk of technology, one would want to ask, what is supply chain? Because if we don't even understand the supply chain, we cannot even bring in technology. Now, for most people, supply chain is just a cost center. But between you and me, and in practice, it is more than that. Supply chain is actually an integrated network of systems and activities that is put together to be able to give the consumer value or to create value for the consumer. In the supply chain, we are looking at all the activities, the end-to-end activities that spans from sourcing to the final product being delivered to the consumer. Now, we want to just look at the chain as it is and then try to put things in perspectives. You would agree with me that when we talk of sourcing, our interest here is looking at the purchasing of raw materials, the sourcing of packaging materials, and to some extent, depending on the industry you belong to, finished goods. Now, in my role, I look after 12 plants in Africa. And so I'm dealing with 12 factories based in South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia. And so you understand the complexities of it if we do not have technology. We are dealing with over 200,000 tons of materials and over 10,000 suppliers. Now, when you deal with multiple number of people like this, the issue is that even when it comes to ordinary account reconciliation, you cannot do it effectively if you do not have technology. Once the materials have been brought into the plant, the next thing that comes to mind is how do you manufacture the product? In manufacturing the product, you have options. If you have the capacity, you would want to produce these products in your own factory. But the reality is that most organizations will produce part of the product in their factory and part in a third-party manufacturing site. Why do I say so? Because sometimes it is not cost effective to produce every other product in your manufacturing operations. Now, producing with a third party therefore creates issues of control and safety, because whatever happens at a third party site affects you and you are directly responsible for it. This therefore means that you should have adequate technology that enables you to supervise the activities of the third party and to monitor all the things that they do. So for now, we assume that we have been able to produce. Once we've been able to produce, the next thing within the chain is to ship the goods out to the intended destination. And this is where logistics comes in, right? In logistics, you are looking at your warehousing, you are looking at the transportation, you are looking at vessels that you would use to ship the goods out. And here again, you are dealing with several warehouses, several customers, and so on and so forth. This means that the processes of even transporting the goods to the consumer needs to be guided by technology. For those of us in Kenya, and I would give you this example, you will have a situation where you can ship a good from Kenya to Ethiopia. And along the line, when it gets to a place like Moyale, the container or the truck may be missing. If you have technology, it is easier for you to track these goods and know where they are. The fourth in the chain is service, which most people downplay it, but the most important part of the supply chain process. And this service here, you have a customer like Naivas, Carrefour, I hope I'm getting my Kenya customers right. And these customers will place an order on you and say that, look, deliver these goods to my Mombasa site or deliver it to my Naivasa site at a certain time. Your ability to deliver the goods to the site at the time that is required is key. Again, even the ordering process itself is guided by technology. So technology is so much important in the field that we find ourselves today. The final part of the chain is the consumer. Today, you and I know that you do not necessarily have to go into a Nakumat or Tusky or a Carrefour to buy something. You can sit in your house and make this possible. And all this has been made possible because organizations have actually put in place a platform, a technological platform that enables people to buy online. To do this, you have to think and think very well, and you have to try and be very innovative. That said, we want to look at why do we think that we have to have technology in supply chain. The facilitator did put it rightly when he said that man called Mr. COVID or the other one called Mr. Putin has put the world so much under pressure such that the cost of doing business has become enormous and unbearable for most organizations. Coupled with that, you have most workers or customers' incomes deteriorating as a result of high inflation, and of course, they have nothing that they can do. Because cost of doing business is high, and because inflation and income levels are getting to a proportional level, it is incumbent on organizations to employ the services of technology to be able to produce products at affordable prices. Remember, it is not everything that you can put into price. So you must find innovative ways of producing, and you can only do this through technology. Again, you have a situation where there is increased competition. Your competitors are all over the place trying to undercut you and trying to do a lot of things. All these can be overcome if you think per second, and if you are able to automate or to employ the services of technology. Now, organizations exist to create value for their shareholders, and that is a fact. If you want to be able to create value for your shareholders, then you must think of first improving your margins. And if you don't do so, you see the board and the shareholders always putting you under pressure and giving you bad press all the time. Again, the way to create value and to improve margins is the use of technology. Then, because today things are so difficult that you cannot even do much, you heard my colleague Calvin Courier yesterday mention the fact that he ordered a product and the transportation cost was 7,500, but this then became 15,000 within a twinkle of an eye. These kind of costs, when they come, you cannot simply say, I'm passing it on to the consumer. You must therefore think of being agile by trying to reduce the complexities within the chain and ensuring that at least you will be able to produce the product at a relatively cheaper cost without sacrificing quality, and of course, trying to make some margins for your shareholders and then also for the customers themselves. Now, if you look at this, how do I put this in a way? 1 second. If you look at all this, like I said, our intention is to improve value. The issue here is that if we will be able to improve value using technology, then we must plug the leakages that is within the supply chain, because technology alone cannot do it. And that is why it is important that we look at the chain in itself and try to eliminate everything that is a waste. For us to understand that, we have put here a tap, and we say, try to understand the plumbing. If you look at the tap, there are so many leakages, and if you can plug these leakages, you will then be able to improve upon your margins and also improve upon the value that you create for your shareholders. Once you have been able to do this, you will then focus on operational excellence. In operational excellence, this is where you think of what? Technology, increase technology as much as you can. And throughout the chain, there is technology that is supposed to be used in all of them, from the sourcing to the sale to the customer. All of them, you need technology to be able to do that. But beyond that, you must also think of, how do I look at my categories? How do I look at my channels? How do I segment? How do I look at the end-to-end processes and say, what if my competitor were to do this? What will I do? Then, of course, once you have done that, you have to think of what technology can give you that investment that you need, can give you that returns that you need. You need to be agile, you need to be resilient, and you need to do much, much more. This said, I want to take us through just about 3, 4, 5 points, because I know time is of essence, forms of technology and how they impact the supply chain process, so that we can all understand. In here, you see that I talk of barcodes and then I talk of RFIDs. These are just radios. Now, when I talk of barcodes, the example that I can tell you is that in the supply chain, we need barcodes to be able to receive the goods into our warehouses. Once we get the barcodes and we scan them, the barcodes then enables us to update our stock levels. And of course, we are able to track whatever it is there. Then through the distribution process, you can have the RFIDs. RFIDs are just chips and others, digital readers that are embedded onto containers and others. And so by putting that, you are able to track the container as it moves. So nobody can say that I ship goods towards the sea and these things got missing along the line. It is never done. Once you have technology, you will be able to do that. Of course, even for your own car, you have trackers and others that are fitted to the car. And therefore, if this car were to get missing, you'll be able to do it. What companies are doing is that we are investing heavily in technology. And I can invite anybody to our site, the Unilever site in Nairobi. If you see Korea, he will take you there. Why I say so is that we have invested in what we call the toy room. The toy room is basically a room that is fitted with CCTVs and several other monitors all over the place. What it simply does is that whilst people are producing, somebody is watching the production line for unsafe act. So you will see that there's an employee who is practicing an act which is not good. We are able to use technology to try and stop the person to excuse my language, to put his hand in the machine. We are also able to use technology to monitor a truck that is going, and we are also able to use technology to do many, many other things, even the misking of the product that goes into the production process. All these are guided by technology. The last one that I will mention without going further detail is automation. Look, in industry and in manufacturing concern, our interest is to automate. And when we automate, we say automate, automate, automate. The reason why we talk of automation is that sometimes you have bought a machine, you bought a machine 10 years ago, and that machine is designed to produce, let's say, 50,000 per hour, 50,000 units per hour. It should be possible for the supply chain manager to go and look at how the machine behaves and think that, okay, how can I improve the speed of this machine such that instead of it producing 50,000 per hour, it can give me 100,000 per hour. By looking at this and doing a study, sometimes we are able to buy just a small device, fit it to the machine, and improve the speed of the machine. So in a nutshell, I would say that technology is very key to the supply chain process. And if you do not invest in technology, then you will be left out. The point here, however, is that once you are trying to invest in technology, you also have to be aware of the dangers of technology. Because by technology, you may be emitting some carbons into the environment, which could attract taxes. And of course, a presenter today was talking about environment and said we have to invest in it. So you have to be mindful of that. And then when you invest in technology, you must also ensure that these are sustainable, not just any technology that you invest in. Of course, technology has impact on people. Unfortunately, when you invest heavily in technology, we have to let some people go home. But at the end of the day, you have to balance between the two and say which one can create value for the consumer and which one can create value for the shareholders. With that said, I want to bring my conversation to an end by saying that because I'm an alumnus of this institution and people played a role in my life, I want to say thank you to Dr. Jagongo and to Dr. Omagwa for all that they did for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel, for that quite enlightening and very interesting presentation. I want at this point to welcome Mr. Nganga Boru, Senior Supply Chain Management Officer, National Treasury Kenya. Welcome, Mr. Nganga.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kinyua. You can see me clearly?
Yes, you're visible.
Very well. Let me say that...
let's project the presentation to be good. In the meantime, those who have questions, you can put them on the chat room so that they can be addressed as we continue with the presentation.
Okay. Well, let me say that my name is Nganga Mburu, working at the National Treasury as a Supply Chain Management Officer. I'm also an alumnus of KU, having done my degree in Bachelor of Education Science, Maths and Physics, then proceeded to do a Master's in Procurement and Logistics at KU, JKUAT, and then did professional certification with the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply. I have been practicing procurement for the last 12 years, and I'm privileged to be here to share with you the industry insights as far as technology use and supply chain is concerned. First of all, let me say that being a public procurement professional, our legal framework has really anchored the use of technology to be used in our public procurement processes. Public procurement process is also well anchored in our Constitution, Article 227, where we see that public entities must contract for goods or services, and in doing so, they have to use a system that is fair, equitable, comprehensive, and cost-effective. I want to share my presentation. Hope it's visible.
Yeah, we can see it.
Very well. So I'm focusing on technology use and supply chain. I'll go straight into the definition of terms and say that just as Samuel has said, a supply chain is a network of organizations that are involved through upstream and downstream linkages in different processes and activities that produce value in the form of products and services in the hands of ultimate customer or consumer. We also have, we will see that we'll be coming to the words of logistics now and then. So it is basically the total management of key operation functions in the supply chain. And these key operational functions are procurement, production, and distribution. And with the logistics, we usually manage both the movement and storage of goods and materials from the source to the point of ultimate consumption and the associated information flow. So what we realize is that in a supply chain, there are things that flow. Of course, one being the raw materials. We also have the information flow. We also can talk of finances and also services. Value chain. Of course, attached to logistics is the reverse logistics, which is now the process when you are going backwards from the downstream to the upstream. You basically planning, implementing, and controlling the efficient flow of raw materials in the process, in-process inventory, finished goods, and related information to the point that is from the point of consumption now to the point of origin for the purpose of recapturing value through disposal. This is basically what we call return management. There is the issue of value chain, just as Samuel has alluded to. We have to add value from one process to the other. So by so doing, we have the concept of value chain, which is a linear map of the way in which value is added by means of a process from raw materials to the finished delivered product. Now, what we realize is that like in government, mainly there has been a use of manual system of doing things. This is what we are calling the traditional supply chain, which we are saying is on its way out, and it's being superseded by the modern supply chain, where we are relying on information flow and also cooperation for supply chain success. We realize we have many partners in the supply chain, and therefore the cooperation is required. Now, what is the difference between these older models and the modern ones? There is the issue of connectivity when it comes to the modern supply chains due to the development of internet. There is also the issue of execution, creativity and innovation, and also the speed with which we are able to achieve our processes. To take you through some of the technologies that are being applied to supply chains, we have e-commerce, which has been defined as any form of business transaction carried out electronically over public telephone systems. Of the concern will be of the e-procurement. At the National Treasury, we are using a form of e-procurement called IFMIS, which is integrated financial management information system. What this system does, as I have explained here, is that we are using the internet to operate the transactional aspects of requisitioning, ordering, receiving. Of course, after you requisition, there is authorizing. Then there is ordering, receiving, and payment processes for the required services and products. As we can see, is that any procurement model has different modules. in our e-procurement model, which is the IFMIS that we are using at the National Treasury, the model relating to procurement is called procure to pay. That is, it is able to oversee the process from the time you start the requisitioning. Then it is able to do the authorization, the ordering, the receiving, even invoicing and payment processes for the required services and products. Other industries also use EDIs, which is electronic data interchange. In this one, we are able to use standardized electronic form in an automated way, where you exchange data between organizations, such that probably when you come up with an order, then you are able to transmit it to the supplier, who also is able to generate it, and acknowledgement is done, and he is able. We know that in supply chain we have to provide specifications. We also need to know the prices and illustrations. So with the use of e-catalogs, you are able to see what is on offer from the supplier. As I said, our legal framework has now been embedded with these latest technologies. So we also talk of e-auctions, where we see sellers offering their goods and services to buyers through our website. And of course, we are able, it has a structured price setting. And by doing so, we'll be able to achieve our procurement objectives. Reverse auction, this is the buying organization, which is mainly used by manufacturing organizations. We are able to see the explosion of the bill of materials. We are also able to, basically it is a production planning system, where the manufacturing organization is able to know what it requires, what it has in stock, and they are also able to forecast what their customers will require, and therefore come up with a master production schedule, which they feed to the master production software, which will generate the reports, of course, for management control, which will inform maybe which supplier has what we require and what is the status of the inventory. ERP is actually very modern. So a development of MRP. In this one, we see that where MRP is only focusing on manufacturing, that is the production planning department. ERP is able now to integrate all the departments in an enterprise, and therefore there is a bit of synergy when it comes to the use of ERP. DRP for distribution purposes. VMI, just like my friend has said that in a store setup, we have to know what items are there. For VMI, the supplier is able to see what inventory needs to be replenished. Again, in the store setup, we have WMS, which is a warehouse management system. We are able to track the items, the movement of the items from the warehouse. We are also able to maybe do what we call stock taking using the system. It can also help in stock valuation using the LIFO and FIFO method. That's the last in, last out, last in, first out, and the first in, first out. So we are seeing that supply chains are being transformed globally by the development of more digitalized environments where value chains are connected and distribution systems are increasingly intelligent, autonomous and automated. What we mean by that is that, of course, there will be less human intervention, and will therefore be required to use the future technologies if at all we are going to avoid supply chain disruptions or disruptions like the ones that have been brought out about by the coronavirus related issues. And these future technologies include cloud computing, the big data analytics, Internet of Things, machine learning, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and blockchain. You realize that all these work together in terms of we need to be able to analyze our data, supply chain data, using these tools, which is not possible with the tools that I've earlier expounded on. In conclusion, I want to say that uncertainty is the only certainty there is. And we are saying that procurement and supply chain management industries are no exemption. And therefore, the next technology will provide the threats worth watching. And with time, supply chain has shifted from the back office function it once was to a strategic aspect of business growth, and therefore contemporary business models, technological advancements, and innovations and processes have made supply chains efficient and agile. And as we are going forward, supply chains will become more complex and internationally dispersed, and therefore we are required as procurement leaders to build on newer capabilities to help, of course, the industry navigate the change. Thank you so much. That is as far as my presentation is concerned.
Thank you very much. Thank you once again for that presentation. Quite insightful, really. I want us to continue checking those who are with us to put the questions that they have on the chat room, and for the presenters to keep checking on what is coming through so that we can be able to address those questions in the interest of time. At this juncture, allow me to welcome Miss Onika Thadi Masheke. Monica, if you're with us, feel free to start the presentation anytime now and take about 6 minutes. Monica, karibu.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me?
We can hear you. Good afternoon.
Yes, I can't see myself. Open my camera. I have sent my presentation. I don't know whether you have received it.
You can activate your camera, your video. Just put on the camera.
I have put on the camera. I don't know, it's just that video stop. But did you receive my presentation?
It's not coming on, but we can be assisted to mount it for the participant to see.
Are you able to see it?
Yes, I'm able to see your presentation. It is on.
Okay, thank you so much.
Go on. Most welcome.
Thank you very much. I decided to talk more about entrepreneurship because my specialty is within entrepreneurship. So a lot have been said about supply chain and technology. What I can say is that technology is very important, more especially for teaching and learning. When we were stuck with the pandemic, we were able to use technology, and we have all learned a lot out of technology. As an academic, we were able to do the blended learning, where we were able to teach students via technology as well as to face-to-face. But the challenge that we had is that we were not used to assess students online. So we were able now to be taught as lecturers to assess students online and to come up with creative assessments, which are practical assessment. Because if you assess students online by only referring to the theory, you will be unable to make students to learn something, because students will be copying from internet and they will be copying from their textbooks. So technology was very important in academia. But today I decided that it's better to share the tragedy that we are seeing in South Africa. Based on SA statistics, we find that there's high rate of unemployment, specifically the youth unemployment. You can see that their quarterly surveys reports that there's a 63.9% of unemployment age 15 to 24 and 42.1% for age 25 to age 34. So the official national rate of unemployment stands to 34.5% in South Africa. So this have made me to come up with what the conference is talking about, the triple helix model, where we look at what government is bringing to the tertiary institution as well as the university and the business. So based on my role that I play in entrepreneurship in South Africa, I'm part of the faculty advisors in entrepreneurship of South Africa. So what is happening in South Africa? We've got 26 universities, and then we've got the higher education training, which have came up with the entrepreneurship development in higher education, which is ETHE, is hidden. I hope you can see on your side. So ETHE is from higher education education. Higher education have realized that there's high rate of unemployment of students. So they come up with this entrepreneurship development in higher education, where they stimulate students to come up with entrepreneurial mindset. So these students were able, I'm sorry about that, these students were able to come up with business ideas. Most of the students were under category 1, where they generate merely business ideas. Category 2 were students who've got already existing business under technology. Then at category 3, students who've got existing business under social impact. And then category 4 is existing business under general. So what do? They've introduced the SEW. SEW is a student entrepreneurship week, which maybe after a month or quarterly, we conduct this entrepreneurial week to students to stimulate them to be creative and to be innovative. There's a lot of research that have been done about entrepreneurship education. We have noticed that most of the researchers and the teachers are able to teach about entrepreneurship, but the art of teaching students to be creative, it's very, very, very limited. Conventional theories, tasks about entrepreneurship, qualities, advantages and disadvantages, you can be able to teach students, but the challenge is how can you motivate students to be creative and to be innovative? So what I'm bringing to the table is that it's better most of the higher education institutions to join INECTAS. INECTAS is a non-profit seeking organization that stimulates entrepreneurship within all university in South Africa and globally. And that is why I'm in this conference, because one of our colleagues is part of entrepreneurship, is part of INECTAS Kenya, as we've got INECTAS globally. So INECTAS is stimulating this entrepreneurship opportunity to students by engaging or collaborating with industries, because that triple helix model is looking at what the industry is doing. So as a non-profit organization, INECTAS organization is collaborating with companies like MTN. Students are given challenge to be able to come up with applications that can solve problems within their communities. As I speak, I'm proud to say there are students who have started their own online business. We've got 2 businesses which are registered, which are operational, which students were able to establish because of MTN. MTN gave them the challenge and they gave them the funding to start a business. Apart from that, they were trained as to how to use a design thinking process for them to be able to identify the potential users, to observe the problems of the potential users, to empathize with the those potential users, as well to engage with them before they can start the business. We've got challenges from Unilever, Harmony, Netbank, Ford, and General Electric. So these are the few companies that are mentioned that tertiary institutions who have affiliated with INECTAS globally, they can be able to expose students to these companies, because in these companies they get training, and apart from training they get seed funding, because most of the students would say we want to start a business but we don't have funding. So these companies are really playing a role in stimulating students' entrepreneurial action by looking at those 17 sustainable development goals. Yeah, I will stop here. I'm just challenging our colleagues to say, teaching only about entrepreneurship, we won't make students to become entrepreneurial. Let us look at other alternatives. Some of my colleagues earlier on, they've presented about science park, innovation parks. You can even expose to students to other competitions where they become creative, generate the business ideas, do their pitch, start the business, and see where they go. And then they can be incubated within this science park. Thank you so much. I hope I have exceeded my 6 minutes.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Ms. Honica. We have been able to learn a lot from the 3 presenters. I would want to ask one question that is reflective of what is coming through the chat room, and that is
Maybe this can go to Samuel, Dr. Samuel. How did COVID-19 pandemic disrupt the supply chain in the Kenyan context? And if you may wish, not in the Kenyan context, but you can talk about in the context of your country. And if you're able to do that, you can also talk about the global context.
Thank you very much, Dr. for that opportunity, and thank you for the question. I did respond on the side. What it is that COVID did impact businesses negatively and severely. Now, when COVID happened, I was in South Africa, and the first thing that happened was that the government of South Africa, just like every other government in Africa, came with essential goods list, which simply means that if you are not producing those essential goods, you cannot sell to the market. So from a turnover point of view, you were losing. Then the second part is that most manufacturing concerns import their raw materials from other places. It then became difficult because of COVID. There were no containers, vessels were grounded to a halt, and so we could not import the materials that we needed to manufacture for the businesses. By so doing, organizations were not able to sell as much as they should have sold, even though we're paying employees, we're doing all that we needed to do. So the net effect is that turnover was down, margins were down, and eventually profitability was also down. So COVID sincerely had adverse effect on the supply chain in terms of getting raw materials, in terms of getting vessels, and even with the production process itself.
Thank you, Dr. Samuel, for that. The other question goes to Joseph. Have the modern models of supply chain played any role in reduction of corruption? Maybe you can have your thought on that.
Yes, Dr. Kenyo, I would say yes, the modern models have contributed to a lot of transparency because with the use of the electronic models, we are able to publish any information regarding procurement proceedings for everyone to see, especially in the Kenyan context. We are required to publish any information regarding procurement proceedings using the PPIP, which is a public procurement information portal. And by so doing, I think the public is really gaining a lot of confidence by the use of these models.
Thank you.
Okay. Hope I have answered your question.
Response to that. Lastly, the last one goes to Onika. What more can universities do to make the students develop entrepreneurial competencies? Onika, if you can hear me, you can take that question up very briefly.
Yes, thank you so much. I think students need to take a risk of entering competition. They should get out of their comfort zone. If there's a competition, let them write down their ideas and let them approach the lecturers who are teaching business management and those who are teaching entrepreneurship. Let them go there and pitch. The feedback that they will get there will help them to improve. Now we need to collaborate. Some of them, they can collaborate with me. We can have teams meetings with Mary. I can't pronounce Mary's name. Mary Ragui. Mary Ragui is part of the faculty advisor of Inectas in Kenya. So we can have that collaborative teams where we can monitor as well as to encourage students to enter global competitions. And we will be able to coach them on what to do. The more they do things is the more they can grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our presenters, and for not just presenting, but also addressing the concerns. So I would wish that you continue addressing those concerns that are still there on the chat room. If you're able to do that, you can be able to pick them up. At this juncture, I want to say thank you very much to the participants for also following through. And as I bring the meeting back to the chair of the session, we want to say that when we bring technology together with art, then we are able to innovate, and that way we are able to address the challenges that are there in the supply chain. Thank you very much once more. I want to take back the meeting to the session chair, Dr. Mosiaji.
Thank you. That was panel 7 session on technology use and supply chain. It was moderated by our colleague, Dr. Godfrey Kenywa, assisted by Dr. Festus Mithi and Dr. Anne Mushemi as rapporteurs. Panel 7, kindly accept our gratitude for the presentations. So at this point, I wish to thank all delegates for attending part 1 of day 2 of this international conference. And in particular, I acknowledge your active participation through the chat session since this morning. I also want to request that maybe we take 10 minutes break, health break, so that we can re-energize before we reconvene for the second part of today's sessions. As we take the health break, there is a lot of questions and comments that have been made through the chat forum. Please ensure that we continue engaging as we take this short 10 minutes health break. Considering that we are in different time zones, please time yourself so that we commence the next session in 10 minutes beginning now. Thank you very much. Please continue engaging through the chat forum.
Driving and riding without incidences on the road is such an amazing experience. But do you know while many road traffic crashes are avoidable, human behavior continues to be the leading cause. Speeding, lane indiscipline, drunk driving, distracted driving, failure to wear a helmet, and failure to use available pedestrian ways have been flagged by NTSA as the fatal 6 behaviors likely to lead to a fatal crash and serious injuries. As part of the Usalama Barabarani campaign, we request all road users to prevent these fatal 6 behaviors for their own safety and that of others. When driving, ensure your speed is within the stipulated limits. The road ahead is clear before overtaking. Stick to your lane. Keep left unless carefully overtaking. You're well rested if driving on long distances, and you never drink and drive. Usalama Barabarani starts with you. Fika Salama. This message is brought to you by the National Transport and Safety Authority and the European Union.
KUTV, in conjunction with Kenyatta University Funeral Home, is now offering death announcements immediately following on news bulletins at 7 p.m. At this sorrowful time, as you share in your grief, allow us to communicate your announcement of your loved one on KUTV in both Kiswahili and English. For more details, kindly inquire at the KU Funeral Home Service Desk or call 0736 928 380 or dial 020-359-9054.
We bring you an embedded system software engineer who has come up with 2 innovations to help your life become even much easier.
For an embedded systems engineer, you like an assimilation of both, but now for smaller systems. These slots that are at the top are meant for other fixtures. For example, you can have a loading arm, or you can have maybe a rising plug. So what this one is supposed to do is that for embedded systems that you have something, for example, like a milk ATM, for example, now you need to be able to initiate payments for that one directly.
the percentage in which government is giving opportunities to this specific type of groups under the AGPO, like what percentage has the government given?
No, but like I said, you see, when a budget is done for every year, every ministry will be able to place their budget for it. But whatever is given to them, 30% of the budget for that ministry is dedicated to AGPO. 30%. So if let's assume, for instance, that a ministry is given 2 billion, for instance. Now, 30% of 2 billion would be about 600,000? 600 million. That will be dedicated to AGPO. And therefore, when you go to a ministry, as a young person, as a person living with disability, 600 million is actually meant for you.
This is The Agenda with Bentura Komboka and Colonel Retired Cyrus Oguna.
Now, today on this show we are talking about matters youth and which way youth in the elections.
I think it is one of the ways that is very helpful in combating this has been the introduction of the women's rep position. And now the beauty of the frustrated youth, frustrated young women is that they now have an outlet, somewhere where they can take their vote and say, I want this person to represent what I am facing, because as a person who has got to that stage, they have passed through it.
But just including people in conversations that I think sometimes people find difficult to talk about, or that we shame people for having, or we exclude them because they are different, we're able to dial back so many issues that we find up ahead because we didn't talk to those people in the first place.
Spreading words and chaos, right? Yeah, so I agree with you. Yeah, people should participate in that. Yeah, I would like to do that as well.
Access to knowledge, solution to unanswered questions.
Guidelines to pursuing your rights and repossessing your property, intellectual or material.
This and more, only on Law Matters.
Slums for the longest time have been associated with crime and drug and substance abuse. Is there a remedy to this? Do sports activities help in reducing the same?
Vijana walikuwa wanaoma sana. Vijana wengi tungewapoteza wengi sana.
Is there correlation between crime reduction and sports? My name is Sharon Adhiambo, and this is Netting Crime. Crime continues to be a major scar on the peace and security in Kenya, especially in informal settlements. Research shows that a huge percentage of these crimes are conducted by unemployed youths. As part of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime efforts to support the implementation of the Doha Declaration, UNODC launched a global youth crime prevention initiative that builds on the power of sports as a tool for peace. Many of the core values inherent in sports are compatible with the principles necessary for development and peace, such as fair play, cooperation, sharing, and respect. The life skills learned through sports help empower individuals and enhance psychosocial well-being, such as increased resiliency, self-esteem, and connection with others. These features of sport are beneficial to people of all ages, but they are especially vital to the healthy development of the youth. In an aim to confirm whether football does help to prevent crime or not, I visited Kenya's largest slum. This is Kibra slum in Nairobi. From up here, it looks calm, but underneath the overlapping tin roofs is a hive of activities. According to research conducted by bojanmagazine.com in 2018, 98.8% of Kibra's residents reported being witness to a crime just within the first 3 months of the year. Subsequent reports in 2021 have shown, however, that crime rate in Kibra has reduced significantly. I caught up with Evans Otieno, the coach of a football club based in Kibra called Wanaludo FC.
Betulungana vijana wetu subra crime ilikuwa juu. Unapata there's a rate ya vijana wanafaa waende shule wako high school wako primary wengi waendi. Ile tukaamua tusaidia vijana.
Wanaludo FC was formed in 2018 after increased involvement of the youth in crime. The main aim of the formation being to keep the youth busy and keep them from crime. Evans shares insight of the overall functioning of the club and brings in an important aspect.
Unajua huwezi wacha kitu once. Yeah, but it's a process. Tunaweza kupeleka chuo, kama unamaliza chuo, maybe tunaweza kupeleka hata training ya hizo vocational whatever, ama tukupeleke hata job. But hatupendi kuachilia mtu.
The Interbase League, which was formed to bring the youth of different bases in Kibra together. My next search led me to Eric Juma Oduor, a young man who came up with the idea of formation of an amateur league whose main aim was the same as that of Wanaludo.
Okay, Interbase ni amateur league inachezeka mtaani na ina involve team zote za base. So that's why unapata kuna mateams zina jina fani, unapata kuna Wanaludo, kuna Sakayonsa, kuna Kickers. Unajua crime, most of the crime hufanyika kwa hizo mabase zenye si utulia. Unapata vijana wamekaa base na feel like leo inafaa tuende tupige mboka fulani, base fulani. So hizi ndio vitu zituchangia tuanzishe story Interbase. Unajua wakiwa base, maybe wakiona hiyo mentality like ikifika weekend inafaa tuende terrorize base fulani, ikifika weekend inafaa tuende at least tuangaishe base fulani. So weekend inafika na feel like inafaa tuende tucheze ball. Ukikama umecheza ball, unatoka huko umechoka. The only thing unaona wacha nirudi home.
Even though Eric Juma confirmed that they have the administration support, my efforts to get to the area chief and Nyumba Kumi leaders proved futile after several visits and consistent phone calls. My contact led me to 2 reformed youth who became footballers. Rocky Juma, a reformed drug abuser.
Nilikuwa natumia ngwai ka changa kiasi changli huko mtena jita changli. Na insa nikapiga hesabu jo hawezi survive na hizo drugs kwa hii ghetto. Sasa nikabidi yenyewe nime reform kwa hizo stuff. Nilicheki mamori wangu hapo Wanaludo base. Wanaenda game Sunday hapo Olympic Primary. Sasa pia mimi nikamua yenyewe hawezi cheza na bado natumia hizo stuff.
Bye. See you.
And Matano, not his real name, a footballer whose friends were lynched due to committing crime.
Tulikuwa tuna train as a group. Sasa tukitoka tizi vija beste zangu wakaona kitu ya mtu ikawafurahisha. Ndio walikuwa wamezoea, wakafanya venye wamezoea, wakamshika wakachukua simu yake. Watu wakapiga nduru. Mob ikakam, kashikwa, wakapigwa, wakauliwa. Ilikuwa fortunate si watu kaa wawili tulitoroka.
The two talked about the importance of football and how it helped to change their lives for the better. Rocky and Matano are just a representation of the youth in the community. talked about others who had not reformed. Evans, Eric, Rocky and Matano had one advice.
Crime hailipi. Watu wa reform, piga job yako, piga jasho yako, kula jasho yako.
Kitu tunataka tu sana ni vijana wakamacheze ball, ibadilishe maisha wachana kutoka
vitu most ka drugs ndio wako keep aside, konda ku make it kama kuna goal, hawajaribu tu change.
Wanaludo FC and the Interbase League in general play a vital role in crime prevention. They, however, require funds to run and to motivate the players. Eric and Evans had an appeal to the members of the public.
Kwa saizi sisi hatuna sponsor na yetu, na vile tulianzisha, unajua we did it out of passion, na tukifanya ndio kupata do. First unajua kuchange life ya mtu mmoja inaweza saidia community as a whole.
Our able MPs kama MCAs penye wanaweza, penye wawezi sisi wenyewe ndo tutamalizia.
The residents of an area fall victim to crime and are usually the most affected. I sought the opinions of some of the residents who shared how sports have helped to reduce crime.
Different breakout rooms modeled around the sub-themes of this international conference. And with me, I have a team of staff, technical staff, who have made it possible for us to have this conference hosted and also running smoothly as had been planned. It is a multi-departmental technical team of about 12 members of staff, and I want to acknowledge the staff from School of Business. We have colleagues from the ICT department. We have colleagues from the KUTV who are ensuring that this conference is streamed live. And we also have colleagues from the teaching programs sections. I have with me IBRIC Opio, who is an ICT specialist with a bias towards online content delivery, and also Mr. Simeon Nyachai, an all-rounder who gets things done. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to get this far because they're the ones who are ensuring that things get as planned. So I'm going to request Mr. Simeon Nyachai to guide us, guide the participants in terms of how we are going to proceed into the breakaway sessions. Mr. Nyachai, kindly please take charge.
Thank you, Dr. Mosiaji, the chair of the session, and thank you participants for your patience throughout the 2 days. As Dr. Mosiaji has indicated, we'll be going to the breakout rooms. The rooms are 7, and you will receive an invitation from the host to join. The invitation will read as the host is inviting you to join breakout rooms. Kindly click on join. Once you have chosen one of the 7 rooms which have been named as per the program that you received, the rooms are 7 and they are named according to the sub-themes. Kindly click on join once you receive the invitation. Select the room that you have been assigned to present your paper. There you will meet a moderator who will take you through the session. Once that is done, you will have an option to now come back to the plenary session for the closing. Just on top of your screen, you will see leave. There's an option to leave. Click leave. You join either to leave the room or to either you can leave permanently or rejoin. But there's also an option of leaving the breakout room and then you return to the main session. That is now for the closing. So kindly allow me to invite IBRIC Opio, who will now guide you in the next bit of the session. IBRIC.
Hello, my name is IBRIC.
As you're able to see on your screen, we have the breakout rooms. They are now on. So select yours and join. If you're having challenges, you can tell us either on the chat or just switch on your mic and tell us the room you want to join, and we will send you an invitation. Thank you.
Again, participants, if you're having challenges regarding which room to join, kindly be free and post your request in the chat. If you want to be manually put in the assigned room, please let us know and you will be assigned. Thank you.
The Chair, the rooms are not showing unless it's from my side only.
Yeah, I cannot not see also.
You can click on more. There on the menu at the bottom, click on more, and then you'll see breakout rooms. Click on that.
Okay.
For those who are using a phone or a tablet, you can tap in the middle of the screen. At the top left, you will see breakout rooms. Then click join. Again, if you know your room number and you're not able to see breakout room, just give me your name and the room number, and I'll send you an invitation to that room. Amos, would you want us to help you join a room? I can see Amos, I can see Professor Barak.
Yes,
Amos,
I'm not able to join a room too.
Okay, which room? Let's start
Dr.
with
Mongai,
Amos.
Dr. Mongai, not able to join a room too.
Just a minute, one at a time. Amos, which room are you supposed to join?
You can place me in 5.
There you go. Click join.
Dr. Mongai, no room.
Yes, Dr. Mongai. Which room?
I cannot see the room. Innovations and the room of innovation, financial planning. So like that. Room 7.
Sorry?
Room 7.
How are you?
Okay, who else? John?
Add me to room number 1.
Ukiwa na dukuduku
necessary for the future based on the past. So we'll be spending 5 minutes on each presentation. And if you have any question to the presenters, you are requested kindly to post that on the wall. And after the presenter is done, they can go back to the wall and start responding to the questions. And if time allows, when we finish with the 7 presenters, we can give a chance or an opportunity to them to answer questions that will not have been answered on the chat. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Ferdinand Mumo Gumbe and Peter Philip Wabua to present their paper.
Hello, good afternoon. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can, Ferdinand.
Okay, I'm presenting from Wajir County. That's far on the other side of the country. I'm having also problems with network, but I will try my level best to present my paper. It's an academic paper. Can I go ahead?
Please go ahead, and you can share your screen if you have it on PowerPoint.
Okay, allow me to share it.
Go ahead. As Ferdinand is preparing to present, I would like to welcome the latecomers. We are now 25, a very good number, and that shows you that people are interested in knowing what these researchers went out and found in terms of strategic recovery and sustainability. I'm very, very glad to see so many of us here. That is the faculty. I can see a number of students, and I can also see other people in the industry, including our own KUTV. Ferdinand, we are waiting for you to start sharing.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just try and see where my file is. Sorry, I'm presenting from my phone. Allow me to have a look at it.
And kindly for others, please ensure that you have everything near you, very, very ready. You only have 5 minutes to present. So we expect that you have everything with you.
Good
as
afternoon.
is expected in a presentation.
Fine, thank you. How are you, dear?
And let us kindly mute when you're not the one who is supposed to be speaking. We have Geoffrey Wanyonyi. Geoffrey Wanyonyi, we request you to mute.
It's not healthy. How are you doing?
Ferdinand, if you're not ready, we can go to the next one so that we save time. Asiema Dorothy Adesia. As we wait for Ferdinand, please go ahead. Asiema Dorothy Adesia.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm a student at Kenyatta University, finalizing on my MBA project. And this is the project that I actually carried out. Allow me to share the screen.
Please go ahead.
Yes, I am. I hope you can see now the screen.
We can.
Okay, fine. So my paper was my research was on about project management considerations and the performance of SMEs. Okay, and the performance of SMEs in Nairobi County. as we know from the previous presenters who have been taking us through the program from yesterday and today, we know that SMEs continuously undertake innovation projects in their operations so as to meet the customers' needs, innovate, compete in the future, and grow. However, why do they do this? They like to get market share control, and through this, they also continuously launch new products for the market. So we all know that through this, SMEs adopt the latest innovation aspects in product production, process improvement, marketing process, and so as to aim as to make more profits as compared to non-innovative firms. So why is project management important? Project management assists these projects in managing the cost, predicting and mitigating risk, and delivering results. So the efficiency of these project management practices is assessed during the implementation and immediately after project completion. By me saying project here, I mean the innovative strategies that the SMEs have come up with, either, as I said earlier, in coming up with a new project or marketing, whatever it is, so that they can be able to get more market share. So the importance of this project management, it leads to successful implementation of these projects, and through this, they realize better organization performance, leading to improved organization and sustainability. So the link between project planning is that it helps in the project design, the implementation strategies, and the quality of monitoring and evaluation. Due diligence, which is now an aspect of project management, ensures that their good project implementation plan is realized within time, scope, and budget, and meets the end user satisfaction. What about monitoring? It lessens the risks, thus significantly aiding in project success. Now, what is the problem statement on the research that I was doing? Basically, what we found out in the written research is that most, in the Kenyan context, most performance on SMEs has been skewed towards the access to finance. So this study actually deviates from that common perfect perception, whereby most SMEs just measure profitability or revenue. But now, what is this project management that they carry out in evaluating their performance? Yeah, the challenges that they face, and in adopting of these new products, or rather innovation, and increasing their market share. And these are vital indicators for the farm performance, and as such needs to be investigated in terms of project management. So my objectives were just basically to determine the effects of planning, the effects, they evaluate the due diligence on the influence of SME's performance, and to establish the relationship between risk management and SME performance. So the theoretical theories that we took was the stakeholder theory, which now considers the interest of all the stakeholders in this business. The control theory, whereby we focused on the effective decision making at the different phases of the business planning, due diligence, and risk management. And the complexity theory, in terms of to understand the significance of integrating the procedures and controls to ensure proper decision making and success of the project. This was my conceptual framework. I will not go through too much about it, but my performance was more skewed towards the new product, market share, the product diversity, and the customer base. The planning aspect, we looked at the resource and the budget. Risk management is basically identification, measurement, and control, and the due diligence in terms of financial analysis and decision-making process. So what was my target market? My target market was basically respondents from a certain DFI, Development Finance Institution, that lends to these SMEs, and the institution is known as Industrial and Commercial Development Corporation. And we focused on a loan portfolio between 2014 and 2019. And I think I'll just jump to now the findings. So basically, the what we realized is that 30% of these SMEs, and what we've actually heard from the other presenters, were actually young businesses. And we should closely follow up on this. They've actually existed between 3 to 5 years, yeah? And majority of these SMEs are young enterprises, as I've said. And 50% of these SMEs undertook between 2 to 5 innovative projects since the inception. As the company grows older, the more projects that they actually undertake. Yeah. In terms of the regression that I did on the data that we collected, in terms of now the market share, the study showed that 46% of the variation on the dependent variable revealed that only 2 variables, that is risk, measurement, and gender, determine the SME market share. And 60.96% of the risk measurement increased SMEs' performance. And these are actually consistent with the findings of other researchers in the market. And a new product launch, the study showed that 48% were dependent, were basically more on the budget estimate and the staff training and the age of the company that determined the product launch. In terms of staff training, it actually assists SMEs in product launch at a higher percent of 42.43%. And this is actually an important case that SMEs have to take into consideration well in existence, that they need to have more staff trained so as to ensure that they succeed in their product launch. The study also showed that there's 33.2% in terms of risk identification and resource coordination. We determine the product diversity. They are consistent with the other researchers, as I've stated there, and that resource coordination framework is a pivot point that significantly aids in the timely and current accomplishment of tasks. So in terms of now the summary, the study revealed that the risk measurement and resource coordination as the key variables. A very high degree of risk identification framework was associated with increased customer base by 88.68%. Risk identification enables firms to develop plans that can help in minimizing potential harmful events before they arise. And in terms now risk measurement, as I've said, it's very paramount when considering the market share, and it needs to be conducted in a proper way. In terms of SMEs launching in a new product, as we said earlier on, budget and staff training is quite adequate. Without trained staff, you might end up using your resources badly, and hence a failure into coming up with a new product in the market. And in terms of product diversity and customer base, at least this one is more on the risk identification and the resource coordination frameworks that the SMEs undertake to ensure the success of the projects that they carry out. So sorry, I had to move this screensaver down. So in terms of the recommendations, as earlier mentioned, and I think I'd like to add on what the other presenters have said earlier on, SMEs are actually the pivot points in terms of the economy, but they have to be strategic in coming up with new products, as they are the ones who actually employ 75% of our youth. And one of the policies that were mentioned earlier is in terms of financing, and the government of Kenya needs to expand on the various funding resources for SMEs. And this is something that, as a corporation, that is the ICDC, the Industrial Development Corporation, it is something that they're actually focusing on, and we hope that they'll be successful with the new merger that they're currently under. And then in terms of now SMEs fund, they need to provide training programs, which we hope that will be something that will be forced up upon them so as to enhance the skills, the knowledge, the technical know-how, and especially in project management process, so that as they carry out their projects, they have an end focus of ensuring that they are successful in their project implementation, and they are also more productive. And at the same time, as Dorcas, who talked about the green financing, which is a key element that most the world is going into, that project management is a very vital skill that SMEs need to understand to us to ensure that they actually come up with projects that are green and they're sustainable, and that they'll be there for the rest of their useful life. I think that's the end of my presentation, and I take it back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Dorothy, Asiema Adesia, and David Nzuki for that presentation on project management considerations and performance of SMEs in Nairobi City County. As Arya said, let us engage Dorothy and David Zunki on the wall, on the chat, as we continue with the others, but we will still have, if time allows, we'll have time to ask them more questions. Very, very interesting findings there, and particularly on innovations. I would like to welcome Alice Manyange Abuki to be the next to present. Alice Manyange Abuki. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead. I give you between 5 to 7 minutes, and kindly adhere on time.
Thank you, Dr. Mary. My name is Alice Abuki. I'm a student at KU Nakuru campus doing MBA in strategic management. So what I have here is I'm going to present my research project. Just give me a moment. I put this on screen. Just a moment.
Thank you, Alice. As you go on with trying to share, I'd like to encourage you to take us through your topic, statement of the problem, the findings, conclusions, and recommendations. And let's avoid the literature review part, the theoretical review part. You can just mention what you used so that you save on time. Thank you.
Okay, here I am ready. Can you see now the screen? Have you seen the screen?
Yes, it is visible.
It is visible, eh?
Yes.
Okay, thank you once again. So I'm going to quickly share about my research project that I did on knowledge management and performance of private health facilities, that is in Kisii County. My supervisor is Dr. Anne Mushemi. So I'll quickly go into the introduction, whereby we see that strategic sustainability actually affords organizations, among other benefits, long-term, that is financial stability, resilience to economic and environmental and social change, as well as provision of services. This is of particular importance in the healthcare context, in the view that in that particular health context, we have growing burden of diseases, particularly in developing economies, and we have a commitment to attain universal health coverage by that is which was declared by the World Health Organization in 2017. So an indicator of strategic sustainability in the healthcare system we are going to look at here is important in both advancing and advanced economies. This owes to their role in complementing the shortcomings in public health facilities, which is of course occasioned by funding constraints, because we see that in the private sector, they try to balance between the resources that they have, unlike what we have in the public sector, where they have a specific budget that is allocated for the services that they provide. So healthcare, whether in the private or public sector, is a knowledge-driven industry. That is according to Donate and the Pablo of 2019. The field of medicine, of course, keeps on advancing by new discoveries in treatment, in testing, diagnostics, and all that, depending on what is new. So a healthcare system of managing knowledge can therefore establish a flow of information that is more efficient among staff and providers of healthcare. That is according to Shan and Kodokarami of 2018. So management of healthcare knowledge especially enables health facilities, both private and public, to vigorously make processes and process standards and easily offer training on these processes. So management of knowledge is defined by Becerra Fernandez and Saberual of 2019 as the procedure of acquiring, storing, applying an organization's intellectual capital. The concept of knowledge management has been commonly operationalized by various scholars. Mostly we talk about 4 practices, that is knowledge creation, knowledge sharing, knowledge application, and knowledge storage. That is according to those Sharp, Brush, and Esterhuizen 2019. So a total of 43% of the Kenyan health sector is controlled by private healthcare facilities, which also make up 22% of the services in healthcare. In spite of that contribution by the private health sector, its rate of growth actually keeps on decreasing, as we can see there. So healthcare, whether in the private or health sector, basically is a knowledge-driven industry. That is according to Donate and De Pablo. So the field of medicine keeps on advancing, as I said earlier, in terms of treatments and new knowledge.
Alice?
Yes?
Please take note that your time is moving, and as per the instructions given, kindly follow so that you're able to finish on time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll quickly go to my objectives. The general objective being to assess the effect of knowledge management practices on performance of private health facilities within Kisii County. I have 4 objectives. One on knowledge sharing, knowledge creation, knowledge sharing, knowledge application, and knowledge storage. Hypothesis right on the other side, which you can see there. Talking about the effect that all these 4 practices do not have a significant effect on performance of private health facilities. So that's my conceptual framework. As you can see, I have the independent variables and the dependent variables. The dependent variables include number of outpatient visits, mortality rate, annual turnover, and supply chain cycle time. So research methodology, basically an explanatory and descriptive cross-sectional research that is at a point in time. And my respondents were 132. I used structured questionnaires. And those are the descriptive statistics. If I can quickly talk about the explanation on that table, we mean to say that there's a majority of the respondents approve highly of the utilization of knowledge creation, sharing, and application storage as practiced by their respective health facilities. In this particular table, where we are looking at correlation analysis, we see that there's a significant and positive moderate linear connection between knowledge creation and performance, knowledge sharing and performance, knowledge application and performance. But in terms of knowledge storage and performance, we see there's a weak and negative, basically non-significant correlation. And then on regression analysis, that is what I got. I can quickly go to the explanation now in terms of hypothesis test results. Here we see that knowledge storage was not really significant, like I said in the earlier slide, when associated with performance in the private health facilities in Kisii County. But knowledge creation, knowledge sharing, and knowledge application were significantly associated with performance of the private health facilities in Kisii County. So the findings provide enough evidence to reject the null hypothesis that knowledge creation, knowledge sharing, and knowledge application are not significantly associated with performance of private health facilities in Kisii. And the one on storage, I said basically we accept the null hypothesis, which was saying that there is not significantly associated with performance of private health facilities in Kisii County. So quickly to my conclusions and recommendations, I can conclude that there exists a statistically significant relationship between knowledge creation, knowledge sharing, and knowledge application and performance of private health facilities in Kisii County. But again, that performance of the private health facilities in Kisii County is not significantly influenced by knowledge storage. So therefore, it is recommended that in order to realize strategic sustainability in the private health care as indexed by performance, private health facilities in the country ought to invest in knowledge creation, knowledge sharing, and knowledge application. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alice, for that very, very good presentations and very critical and crucial findings there. I have always seen companies and firms buying books and stocking their libraries. I hope that you'll be able to disseminate this, that it is not the storage that improves performance, but the creation and sharing thereof. So thank you, Alice, and I hope that people will start engaging on the wall, start raising your questions on the chat so that we can move on. Thank you, Alice, once again. Right now, I would like to welcome the next presenter, and I can welcome Ferdinand Mumo Gubi. And just to ask, did we get Benjamin Nyonsamba Adeola with us? Do we have him with us or her? Not yet. What about Gilbert Bett? Are you with us? Gilbert Bett? Not yet. Okay, therefore, I now give the opportunity to Ferdinand Mumo Gumbi and Dr. Peter Philip Wambua.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I hope you have assisted me on the sharing on our screen.
Kindly, Alice, stop sharing so I can be able to share. Alice? Thank you. I hope it is visible.
Yes. Okay. Okay, Doctor, I'm not in position to see on the screen from my side.
Someone please confirm.
It is there. It is there, Dr. Ragui. We can see it, Dr. Ragui.
Thank you. Ferdinand.
Yes.
The others confirm it is there.
Myself, I'm not in position to see it.
Okay, then while you prepare yourself, let us have Wilhelm Maende continue with the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Bilia. I hope I'm pronouncing it right.
Yes, you are, Dr. It can be Bilha or Bilia. All right, allow me to share so that we move in a timely way. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Bilia Maende. I teach at KCA University School of Business. I teach human resource units. So it's a privilege to be here today. And I'll share a paper that had developed and I wanted to share. It's on knowledge culture and employee performance in public universities in Kenya. Now, in terms of an introduction, given the level of globalization that is going on and the advancements that we are experiencing, the work diversity and the growing knowledge society, that has sparked a new wave of learning, training, and workplace education in organizations in all sectors. So people are interacting to deal with very, very complex issues and to solve problems based on their experience and tacit knowledge, that inherent knowledge that they have. So this has led to an emergence of knowledge-based economies where emphasis is on service delivery, which leads to customer satisfaction. The customer has become very important. So organizations have to work towards ensuring that they meet their needs. Now, knowledge management plays an important role in any organization because it facilitates, like we've had another presenter, students, the capture, storage, and transformation and dissemination of knowledge in order to achieve organizational goals. So because it plays such an important role, universities as knowledge incentive organizations thrive on the production and dissemination of knowledge, which calls for its professional management. Now, effective management of this knowledge can only happen when well-established platforms exist, which have clearly laid down strategies and policies on how employees can share their know-how. So knowledge culture then becomes a knowledge management practice that can be used to encourage knowledge sharing among employees in the universities. The study examined the relationship between knowledge culture and employee performance in public universities in Kenya. Something you already, many of us may already know. The university education has grown since 1963. The demand for university education has grown rapidly, and it has led to the growth of both public and private universities. And according to the 2022 Commission of University Education, we had 31 public universities and 18. So this growth has challenged the sector to come up with new approaches of doing their business for them to remain competitive and also create other income streams. So in terms of the problem statements, since I mentioned in the previous slides that universities are known to be knowledge organizations, it is very important or imperative for them to improve how they manage their knowledge, to be able to react appropriately to emerging issues within their competitive environments. These environments experience a lot of changes and they require inbuilt capabilities to be able to respond adequately and manage those forces. Empirical evidences have shown that there's a significant and positive relationship between knowledge management and employee performance, with 68 to 64% of companies in developing countries, developed countries, having or in the process of adopting knowledge management practices with the aim of enhancing their employee productivity. Now, the literature that was carried out shows that universities in the developed world comprehend the importance of organizational knowledge and the need to manage it as a strategic asset. But developing countries are far behind in their research, understanding, and actual implementation of effective knowledge management practices, like having knowledge, an environment which exercises a culture of knowledge. So in Kenya, studies show that employees in public universities face challenges of increased workloads, difficulty sometimes in attracting and retaining qualified staff, and inadequate provision of training opportunities. So this has contributed to a slow uptake of knowledge management practices like knowledge culture, which can enhance employee performance. And that then created an area or a research gap which I decided to research on. In terms of the research objective and hypothesis, it was just to investigate. The objective was to investigate the knowledge culture and how it affects performance in public universities. And the hypothesis, of course, it was no positive and significant influence on employee performance in public universities. In terms of the conceptual framework, there it is. Knowledge culture concentrated on two forms of knowledge culture that are likely. There are many forms. I chose results-oriented and professional-oriented results because it encourages a lot of innovation among the employees to come up with superior and different ways of doing their work, and professional because universities usually employ people who are qualified in different areas. So professional-oriented culture then builds up in the form of even communities of practice where peers tend to interact and come up with their own norms, or probably even sometimes professional codes of conduct. In terms of employee performance, I looked at how that culture can affect the actual tasks that an employee performs, the contextual, how they're able to fit within the environment where they're working, adaptive, how they're able to change very quickly and develop some resilience and work satisfaction. Just having that good feeling and a good happy attitude towards the job that you have. So hopefully knowledge culture, when fully embedded, can be able to give us those positive results. So knowledge culture is that part of an organization's culture that affects how knowledge is shared and leveraged among organizational members and comprises the values, the beliefs and norms. The culture of an organization also affects the performance and motivation levels. Why? Because people are likely, the employees are likely to put in more effort in their work since they feel more committed to achieve the goals and they feel part and parcel. The study adopted those two, which I've already talked about, to measure the extent to which their contrasts can have an impact on knowledge culture in public universities, and they're also the types that are commonly found in academia. So I stand guided by the chair. I won't spend much time on the theoretical review, but I used a resource-based view, which is just a theory that tries to emphasize why it is important to exploit those strategic assets in order to maintain sustainable competitive advantage. So an institution has to protect and maintain standards of its core competencies by building a culture that promotes continuous learning and knowledge sharing initiatives. In terms of the research methodology, I use the descriptive design because of the ability to generalize the findings to a larger population. The target population was drawn from 10 public chartered universities, and the reason why I used the 10, I considered the age, and I used also an assumption that because they are older, they may already have certain systems in place which accommodate these knowledge practices. So I looked at the ones which are above 10 years old. The target population was at 495, which was based on what I got from the university website. And I talked to the deans, directors, senior management from departments of information technology, because they're the custodians, human resource because they deal with people issues, and library. They're also custodians. They enable us to access a lot of information. Now, in terms of findings, I got a sample of 202, and the majority agreed that employees in public university understood what their university stood for. Majority of them, 55%, said that they were valued, and the university recognized their unique strengths. 37% say that they make use of one another's strengths and abilities in public universities. And then we have 36% agreed that employees in public universities support and they trust and work each other, really building on the concept of knowledge sharing, which is a very important component in building an enriched culture. So in terms of the hypothesis testing, I think it stated that the knowledge culture has no significant influence, but when using the simple linear regression, we found that 66% of changes in employee performance in public universities in Kenya was explained by employees' competencies, management, while the remaining percentage can be explained by other factors unaccounted for in this study. And then the analysis on the influence of knowledge culture showed that employee performance in public universities, knowledge culture has a strong influence on employee performance. Regression analysis also showed the same positive influence. So when we conclude, in the conclusion, I found that the descriptive statistic revealed that majority agreed that knowledge culture is important. It has an influence. Employees were encouraged to participate in seminars and conferences, and the due recognition is given to those who share information, and there being a promotion of creativity and innovation, which is widely practiced. Pearson analysis also reveals strong and positive significance between knowledge culture and employee performance. So this calls for clarity on organizational goals among all stakeholders so as to have a common focus on the purpose of why the institutions are doing what they do, being able to identify the strengths of employees and building them, and build an harmonious inter and intra relationship, which eventually improves performance. In conclusion, it can be reported that knowledge culture enhanced employee performance in Kenyan public university. So more focus need to be directed towards development of strong team groups through continuous collaboration efforts. We need a creation of knowledge sharing platforms to facilitate communication. The universities need to encourage continuous growth and development of employees, and they also need to embrace participatory people management techniques to promote creativity and organizational learning. And lastly, to maintain a robust inventory database to allow employees to have access to opportunities of growth and materials. And further, that the employees in this university should be frequently granted permission to attend the conferences, I think that I mentioned, given opportunities for creating platform for sharing knowledge, and just deployment of effective communication system where people are able to access the kind of information that they need when they require it. And that then marks the end of my presentation. I thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Ari. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Bilia, for that brilliant presentation. And thank you also for sharing with us your findings all the way from KCA University. When I look at this and I listen to you and I see what is happening in Kenya, I am sure that also internationally, people will be very, very interested in this, and particularly universities, because knowledge culture is very, very critical and crucial when it comes to employee performance, because without knowing the values, the beliefs, the norms that influence the university, that leads the university, then it will not be possible for any university to gain competitive advantage. So thank you, Bilia, for that brilliant presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ari.
As I said, let's continue posting our questions on the wall, and presenters kindly continue answering them. But if time allows, we'll have a session of Q&A that will be led by our very, very able rapporteur, Dr. Patricia Kungu. So to move forward, I would like to welcome Terry-Ann Waboi-Muiruri, and Dr. Anne Muchemi, who will be presenting on the effect of structure fit on performance of insurance firms in Nairobi City County, Kenya. Terry-Ann Waboi, are you present?
Yes, I'm present. Thank you, Daktari.
Kindly present and go on with your 5 to 7 minutes.
Thank you. Hope everyone can see my sharing from your side of the screen.
I can confirm yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
If you can put it in slideshow, that would be better. Okay, if you don't know how to do it, then we are still okay with this. Okay, please continue.
We can work with this. Okay, thank you so much. My name is Teriwini Wamboi-Muiruri, a student in KU, Nakuru City Campus, under the supervision of Dr. Anne Wamboi-Muchemi. I will be presenting an extract of my project paper on effect of structure fit on the performance of insurance firms in Nairobi City County. The potential success of any business highly depends on its organizational performance. Organizational performance in insurance firms depends on the expertise of the leaders on how they implement their strategies, and also the expertise of their staffs, the employees. Performance of any organization depends highly, this is what I've stated before, on level of skills in its leaders possess when it comes to implementation of strategies. Structure fit, on the other side, usually simply specifies the alignment between the task division in an organization and how they coordinate to each other, or the harmonization of these tasks in their working. Structure fit in every organization is very important because it helps in allocating resources, varying action in the organization, and even definition of power and authority. In this research, structural fit has been conceptualized in form of command, in the form of span of control, chain of command, and work specialization. Over the last years, considering, despite the fact that over the last years insurance firms have been growing tremendously, the growth has been positively, the insurance firm has also been facing series of changes which have significantly affected the efficiency, productivity, market share, and overall performance of the insurance industry. Some of the setbacks that have affected these insurance industries are the competition from new entries, especially international institutions, organizations in this industry, the customer satisfaction, loyalty, and even uptake of insurance policies in these major setbacks. Little attention has been given to structure fit because of its elusiveness, and thus creates a need of this research. The research objective of this research was to examine the effect of structure fit on performance of insurance firms in Nairobi City County. This research seek to answer the question whether the structure fit affects performance of insurance firms in Nairobi City County. This research was grounded by two theories: resource dependency theory and efficient of innovation theory. Performance of insurance firms in this research was measured against profitability, customer loyalty, customer satisfaction, and market share. The variables under structure fit are a chain of command, span of control, and work specialization. This research adopted both the descriptive and explanatory research design. It targeted the 55 insurance firms under the 3 categories. We sampled out 226 managers, general managers, underwriting managers, claim managers, marketing managers, and employees not in management were also targeted. Sampling technique that was used in this research was purposive and simple random sampling. The data collection tool that was used was questionnaire. Data analysis was done through descriptive and inferential statistics, and then presented through graphs and tables. The findings of these results are as tabulated on the screen. The gender, 58.4% of the respondents were male, the 41.16% were female. There were no recording of primary or secondary certificate. All respondents were either bachelor's degree, postgraduates, or even diplomas. Position in the insurance firms are as shown in the screen. Yes. Positions in the insurance firms as shown in the screen. 12.4% of the respondents were the general managers, 11.3% were the underwriting, 13.0% were the claim managers, and 14.1% were the marketing managers, while the 49.2% respondents were distributed equally, not in the management, but in their departments. We have already said before that the data that was collected was analyzed through descriptive and inferential statistics. Under descriptive statistics, we looked for the mean and the standard deviation of the respondents' data that we collected. While in inferential statistics, we seeked the linear regression of the data. From the findings, we've already seen that there is a positive relationship between the structure fit and performance of insurance firms in Nairobi City County. We've also seen in our findings that there were all the respondents were either in degree level, postgraduate level, or diploma level. So insurance firms in Nairobi City County hire or employ staffs who have gone through trainings and they're experts in their tasks. Also, our findings have shown that the data that was collected was distributed, was from all departments and all levels of management, so it can be relied on. And this helps us conclude that staff should focus on specific tasks, hence allowing them to build their expertise and experience. Also, the findings have helped us conclude that staff should concentrate on their areas of strength, which in return will increase their productivity will improve their productivity, and then improve the productivity of the insurance firms that they work in. Also, the findings the findings that we collected from the research has helped us conclude that there should be a clear path of communication, a breakdown of communication from the management to the employees down the hierarchy. And the study also, each of the structure fit variable studies are characterized by specific internal settings in the organization that need to support selected variable for an organization to achieve its strategic goals. The study recommends that work specialization should be enhanced in insurance firms as it will increase productivity and provides a comparative advantage in the organization. In relation to the theme of the conference, the study recommends insurance firms to innovate and to be innovative and creative on their products and services they offer to their customers, especially during this post-COVID season as a strategy for economic recovery. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Terry Winnie Miruri, for that presentation. And I believe we are still getting much more in terms of strategic recovery and sustainability, which is the topic of this session, strategic recovery and sustainability. And we can see the effect of structure fit as presented there by Terry Winnie. And this harmonization of the tasks in the work, which we call the strategic fit, and which is helping us also to allocate the resources to organize in the organization and ensuring that we are able to define power and authority positions is what Winnie was discussing there, and its effect on performance of insurance firm. I urge all of us to continue engaging on the wall. I have not seen questions, and we need to engage the presenters even as we wait for the Q&A session that will be led by our very, very able rapporteur, Dr. Patricia Kongo. At this point, I'd like to ask if Gilbert Bett has joined us. Gilbert Bett. I can confirm that he's not in the house. What about Benjamin Nyonsamba or Adeola Adenikiju, Edmutuma Nitoiti? Any one of them in the house? Okay, then those are two presentations that we are going to miss, and very, very good topics there. Like, for example, Benjamin Nyonsaba and Adeola and Ntoiti had a theoretical review on rotating and accumulating savings and credit association, an effective tool for enhancing the women entrepreneurship. I would really have wished to hear this. As a woman, this would be of interest. And then the other one of Gilbert Bett would have been, together with Dr. Jane Wajera, would have been operations strategies and competitive advantages of African airlines. Very, very interesting topic there, because it is a case of Kenya Airways, which I believe all of us would have been very, very interested to listen into. At this point, I would like to welcome Ferdinand Gubi and Dr. Philip Wambua. I trust that this time round you'll be able to make your presentation. I can present it for you, and you can do the discussion. Ferdinand?
Thank you. I can hear you. Go ahead. I can see.
Let me share the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I can see the slides. Thank you for being patient with me. Oh,
You're welcome. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Now, due to the issue of time, we had an academic paper. And an academic paper, being a research paper, there is no data collection which takes place. We go ahead and through the reviews done by other scholars to see how we can relate some aspects, how they relate to each other. Our paper is an academic paper on strategic change management and economic recovery. Did it together with Dr. Peter Philip Wambua. Next page. Okay, next page due to the issue of time. Okay, let me go to the statement of the problem. This paper said that researches on various issues of organizations on strategic management, they remain relevant, and through strategic decisions, organizations try to coordinate their internal possibilities and external challenges of the environment. That is Boyne and Walker 2010. Competitive strategies can lead to high organizational performance, customer satisfaction, and increased competitiveness in the face of other rival businesses. However, achieving competitive advantage and increased market share in a competitive environment is rather complex in several aspects, as business would need to operate within distinct principles and characteristics in order to continually adapt to that change. That is Jukuna 2012. Our general objective of the study, as I said earlier, was to examine the relationship between the strategic change management and the economic recovery. We were guided by the following specific objectives. That is the relationship between strategic change itself and the economic recovery, and also the relationship between the strategic change management and economic recovery, and also to determine the mediating effect of technology on strategic change management, and also the moderating effect of resources on strategic change. This one deals with how technology is going to affect, how it's going to influence strategic change management, and also the influence of resources on the strategic change management. The next page, please. Okay, move to the next one. Okay, this just on the conceptual overview, as I said that this was done according to the reviews which were done by other scholars. Strategic change management is a process of managing change in a structured, thoughtful way in order to meet organizational goals, objectives, and missions. The next page. Let me go to economic recovery itself. Economic recovery is the business cycle change following a recession that is characterized by a sustained period of improving business activity, where gross domestic product, that is GDP, grows, income rise, and unemployment falls as the economy rebounds. This means that the process of recovery helps the economy to heal itself from the harm it sustained, paving way for the future growth. Economic recovery is a necessary recipe for economic growth. Let's continue. On the theoretical review, I will not dwell there. Just you can see from the screen the theories that I've used. Let me just go to the conceptual framework. Let me just say something from there. The independent variable, we have strategic change management. And I'm looking at it this way: strategic change as a form of management. And in management, we have formulation, implementation, and control. So we have change formulation. First, the change has to be formulated. And this formulation of change improves the environmental analysis, diagnosis, and developing guiding principles. Then change implementation. This one includes the articulation, validation, communication, monitoring, and engagement. Then there is the change control. We have the setting of standards, measuring of the performance, variance analysis, and corrective action. On the part of the economic recovery, to know that we have the economy has recovered, we have to have growth of gross domestic product, growth of stock index, increase in employment rate, and also decrease in unemployment rate. Income will increase, and also the consumer spending. There we'll have the moderating variables where technology and resources are coming to see how they will influence the economic recovery. Please, and Dr. at the next page. As I had said earlier, the research adopted desktop research design, so there was no data which was collected. We were reviewing what other scholars did, and also we identified the materials for this study from the journals, articles, and the books, and also we through some keywords like strategies to identity change, management, economic recovery. All this one from Google, among other such objectives in the online. Continue, please. The next page. Okay, let me go direct to the conclusion due to the issue of time. From the reviews that we did, we were able to identify that a positive correlation between strategic change management and economic recovery was evident. Strategies meant to enforce change in organizations have an impact on economic recovery, both locally and internationally. Also, management of strategic change in organization have far-reaching influence on economic recovery. Another conclusion that technology and resources have mediating and moderating effects on strategic change management and economic recovery. We continue. The next page. Can take me to the next page, please. The recommendations. On the recommendations, we have recommended that strategic change is a vital management tool in economic recovery and growth. Use of proper change formulation, implementation, and control strategies, they play essential roles in change management. Secondly, the researcher, we have recommended use of latest technology and resources in management of strategic change in organization as they play recognizable roles. Thirdly, that is the last one, we have recommended inclusion of conceptual frameworks in all future studies done on strategic change management, and this one should involve both moderating and mediating variables for more conclusive analysis. So moreover, the study should consider both private and the public sectors for better understanding of contribution of each sector in the economy. Let me reach there. That's the end of my paper. Yeah, thank you, Dr. for being patient with me. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ferdinand, for taking us through your work. Actually, it was a challenge, but we thank God that it has become possible.
Yeah, yes, it's true. It's true. It's a challenge. In fact, I'm presenting from Wajir County. We have problem with the network here and there, but at the end of it, we have made it all, and we thank God the conference is okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all the way from Wajir County. For those who are not Kenyans, it is in the northern of Kenya, a semi-arid area, and therefore network and internet connections might be a challenge. Thank you, Ferdinand, for that presentation. And now I take us to the next session, which will be the Q&A session that will be led by our very own rapporteur, Dr. Patricia Kongo. Allow me to welcome Dr. Patricia Kongo for that session.
Thank you, Dr. Ragoi, and thank you, our presenters, for those wonderful presentations that you have given us. I can see one question from posted from our chat. We can start with. It is addressed to okay. It is addressed to Belia to create a culture a knowledge culture, how we can go ahead to create a knowledge culture in an organization. Belia, you could address that before we proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Rapporteur. When you're talking about a culture is just the way people do their work, how they carry themselves, the values that they have in the organization. So when you're talking of building a knowledge culture, you're really talking of building a culture where knowledge is appreciated, and you have platforms and you have systems and you have initiatives which support people coming together to share the knowledge, people able to create knowledge, people able to access the knowledge that they require, people being able to gather together and brainstorm and come up with unique knowledge that will solve the issues that may be facing the institution at any time. So building a culture is just inculcating in the employees and all the employees in the organization the importance of them sharing culture, sharing knowledge amongst themselves, and creating opportunity for that knowledge to be shared, and even having it disseminated in a timely way. So just have systems in place, or create a suitable platforms for this knowledge to be accessible and available to employees as need be, and also make it possible for them to be able to expand their knowledge base by attending various forums where they can be exposed to how much better they can manage this knowledge. Because remember, as universities, we are knowledge intensive, so we create that knowledge, we disseminate that knowledge, we come up with a lot of recommendations. So we have to build a culture where its management supports the knowledge that remains relevant to the institution and to the society at large for the longest period. So it's just putting in place practices and ways of working that support the building of a culture that is supportive of knowledge creation.
Thank you, Belia.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Belia. Now to Gumbi Ferdinand, you have just given us the presentation on your strategic change management and economic recovery. Now, what specific strategic changes have scholars suggested from your study that can be implemented to aid the economic recovery?
Okay, thank you. Let me.
You can hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can I proceed? Thank you for that question.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Our paper was majorly based on this time, these difficult times of where we are healing from the effects of COVID-19 pandemic, and several scholars have suggested several strategies towards the economic recovery. As you are aware that we had layoffs of employees in organizations, and this one really affected us. So some of the strategies that we came across were like on-job training. That is, the employees can be trained. Every department, the employers can take charge of take the responsibility of training their employees on the nature of the jobs that they do, and also capacity building. Capacity building is very good, because this one will help the employees to perform more using the latest technology, the latest knowledge and information that they receive from the training that they get. Something else that we need to emphasize is that, and also the issue of that's commitment to the job that one is doing, and also training, like the one we had by the earlier scholars yesterday, that the issue of mental health training and such issues, because some of the jobs that are done you realize that these jobs, they people go long hours to work. So mental health is good. Well-being is a good strategy that can be used by employers to train their employees in order to cope up with the pandemic. Thank you. Maybe if there is need for more elaboration, I can do.
Thank you very much, Ferdinand. Now back to Bilia. Bilia, we have another question for you. Because we know that change organizational culture is very, very difficult to come about. So how can we help in building it for better performance? Bilia. And also, Ferdinand, you can also come in on that, because we know that with change, it also affects our culture. So strategic change, we can be able to marry it also with the culture. So we can be able to address that question from the two perspectives.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam. It is true that culture is very difficult because we tend to get very comfortable at our comfort zones. You just get used to doing things the same old way, and therefore anything coming in differently or changing how the approach is done, it becomes a little bit uncomfortable for people. But all we're saying is that in a world where knowledge has become very important, and there's so much knowledge, there's abundance of knowledge out there, and we cannot be able to manage it effectively if we embrace everything. We must identify that which is important for us and try and see it to suit our specific needs. So it is not a one-day process, but it is something which can be built over time when people appreciate one, the value of sharing knowledge, the value of forming a professional group, communities of practice, the value of learning from the mistakes that we've done, the value of reading widely. So it is a cultural behavior that can be built up over time. And there are certain specific things that institutions can be able to do when you encourage, like, I'm extremely proud, I'm an alumni of Kenyatta University. So I'm extremely proud of the conference that you're holding today, because I've been listening to it since morning, and I've picked a lot of knowledge in areas where perhaps I'm not even an expertise, and that sharing then prepares me better when I appear somewhere else. I can be able to relate to what somebody else did. So it's really creating an atmosphere where people get an appreciation that, yes, we need to share this knowledge. And when somebody is knowledgeable, I think research shows us that somebody who is a professional usually derives satisfaction from just doing a good job. It's just somebody appreciating that, yes, I've talked to
just to ensure that the members' savings has been safeguarded so that they can be able to attract more savings. Those are some of the aggressive measures that are being taken in these.
Accountable for what you do, and that is what knowledge culture does. It wants people to be innovative, think of a better way. How better can I use the knowledge that we have to better our day-to-day activities? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Bilia. Now to Terry Winnie, you have told us about the strategic fit and performance of the insurance companies, but can you be able to tell us how that your study relates to the theme for the conference, the business reinvention and innovation and creativity? How are the insurance companies going about reinventing their business and creating innovation and bringing about creativity, and also coming up with the new innovations to bring about economic recovery, especially in this era?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mary. You see, insurances, most of these insurances have categorized their tasks and the responsibility to their staffs. If the insurances are able to specify specific responsibility to specific tasks without the traditional departmentation of those in putting staff in a position of handling multiple tasks in a department or multiple tasks for different departments. Let's say a staff is serving two departments, two diverse responsibility under different departments. It hinders or reduces their ways of gaining expertise, their ways of experiencing. If they follow one route, if they specialize in one task or specialize in specific tasks that they are given, they are able to specialize more. They're able to gain more experience. They are able to sharpen their skills. They're able even to acquire more knowledge on the specific trend of their responsibility. So if they are able to gain and build themselves in one direction, they're able even to increase their productivity to serve the institution more better. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yes, but we have another one for you.
Okay.
Yes, you have. But we have another one for did you find any additional means of work specialization from the traditional departmentation?
Some let's say a percentage of around 2 to 3 insurances firms haven't yet specified the task for their staffs. Some are still using the traditional departmentations.
And the other 2%, or they have not clearly indicated, eh?
Most of them haven't yet cleared indicated, but those which have already cleared indicated the work specialization in the industry are doing well. You can tell
using the same traditional departmentation. Using the same old traditional departmentation.
Using the same department, most of them are adapting the new structural way. There's the new structural ways that modern industry is using, and they are doing well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Terry. Now, Abuki, did you have any new forms of knowledge sharing that you found out in the private health institutions?
Yes, Dr. I found some. Here we have mentorship programs.
Okay.
Particularly, if I can give one good example, in the East African area region, we have now a new school of specialization in terms of surgery. That is a master's in surgery, which is called a program called COSESCA, whereby the senior surgeons actually sit down and train the younger medical officers to become surgeons. It's a 5-year program which eventually is examined, and then now the newly mentored surgeons now become full surgeons who can now actually provide surgery services. The other thing we can look at is collaborations. We have collaborations between hospitals. For example, in the public sector and even the private sector, we have doctors moving or health workers moving from facility to facility. For example, from Eldoret Hospital to Aga Khan Hospital to look at what can be done together as a team. Because sometimes you find there's some specialization in Eldoret Hospital that is not also in Aga Khan Hospital. So through that, they're able to collaborate and actually create a sharing of knowledge. Then I can also see another question on sustainability.
Yes.
On sustainability, about it being important in the sector. Yes, knowledge storage is not actually significant according to the results that I found from my study. However, we can still ensure knowledge sharing within the specific facilities. For example, the senior medical specialists and health workers can do continuous medical education at least maybe twice a week or once a month, so that the people who are new to the industry or who have not gotten whatever new knowledge that these other senior medical health workers have can share that to the younger one through those sessions called continuous medical education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dorothy Anansiema, you told us much about the project management and the small scale industries. Now, we know that innovative activities are necessary to maintain the technological progress and productivity improvements that generate basically national prosperity. So in as far as the small scale industries, the small and medium scale enterprises, how are they going about doing this to ensure that they have innovative activities that will be able eventually to help the general population, or of course even the small scale businesses, the SMEs, so that they can be able to generate national prosperity, especially in, for example, many countries are complaining of debts. How are the small scale industries going to come in and help us in this area?
Yes, I'm here. Maybe you can repeat the last part. You said many of the countries are complaining of debts. Did I hear that right?
Yes. Many countries are indebted, especially the developing countries. So, and we know that innovative activities will help us eventually to maintain the technological progress and the productivity improvements that will eventually help us to generate national prosperity. How are the SMEs coming in on this?
Well, the SMEs are continuously carrying out projects. Any company that starts or thinks of starting, it's an idea that comes into play. And any idea is usually informed by what is happening around the environment. So, for example, right now we're talking about the green energy, the green economy, and we can see that some SMEs are actually driving themselves into that direction. And with that, and they need, of course, support from the government and the financial institutions, so that they're able to have greener projects. This is just an example. I'm giving an example so as to answer your question. Greener projects which now bring sustainability. What happens currently is that some of the SMEs, not most, I think right now we've improved. Even from the applications that the ICDC receives, we always get duplicates of the same area. You know, if somebody is in the EPZ doing textile, you'd always get 5 applications following each other in that area, and you wonder why. And I think for now, having this information out there for SMEs to come across, and which is now knowledge-based, as what we've just discussed through this time. I think even in asking the SMEs to come and actually attend such programs, so as to actually bring about knowledge into their field, and so that they can expand in terms of the projects that they're coming up with, or innovative products they're coming up with. I think that's something that needs to come out clearly to them. One thing that I notice is that most SMEs don't have enough information as some of the government institutions have in such an area. Right now we're talking about green economy. Some institutions have the information to actually drive that, but some SMEs just go into the market blindfolded and hoping that they'll succeed. So this is something that it's a two-way thing. If we want economic development to come out of this debt, then we need to share knowledge. And this knowledge needs to be shared across not just the scholars, but also the SMEs. And it's good that I think last month there was an SME forum for SMEs in terms of what business are you doing? Let us meet, let us discuss, let me see what other business I can do to support you, so that we don't keep ourselves in the same circle and still not addressing the debt that we are currently facing. I don't know if I've answered you. I think I've answered in many perspectives around that question.
Yes, you have. And now, thank you very much, all of you, for your participation. We really appreciate. I can see our time is up. We need to go back to the main room so that we can be able to conclude with the rest of the team. Otherwise, thank you so much for your presentation and for answering all the questions that the members had to ask. We can, I think, go back to the main room so that we can be able to close with the others. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia, for that. And as she has said, let's go back to the main room.
Ukiwa na dukuduku la michezo, tunafungua sanduku la dukuduku kwa ufahamu zaidi. Kila danadana, mitimko, mifiatuko na harakati zote ugani, sisi ni wako mwandani. Kukurukakara zote nyanjani, haziwezi kuangaziwa zaidi ya micharazo michezoni. Mimi mwanaspoti wako matata Peter Pinches Mwaora, ndakuwa na jopo lenye maarifa sufufu, nikufahamishe na nikuburudishe wewe shabiki shakiki kwa uhakiki na kindakindaki.
freshman in Kenyatta University. This is all what I've heard about campus. Campus is full of freedom.
Ni cumulative.
Mchezo hiyo ili poka gani kwani?
I'm a fourth year student and I mostly hang out at shopping center. I'm an arboretum, and what I'd tell first years is it's never too late to start being serious.
Tunakula usiku tuachane na break kwanza tuende lunch chapo kama ndimo
Rasha piga shada kuna giza zikinai tujinai siweke story kata maji pia shada ligo na sio nikosa msupo si stress kama rende kisha basi nipe najua ni
my mom, big up, brother, you are a believer, big up, sis, big up, shows, mama, big ups, oh yeah, wase wote, okay, my principal, big up.
Money me okoka, whatever me say no, I know, I know, dancing me shika mashinani, kila choche kila mtaani, dancing na leta burudani.
This is Student
So you find all of them, they are running, looking where that light is coming from. And when they come, trying to touch that is this trap, is very sticky.
Magonjwa na vimelea walikuwa kizungumkuti kwa mkulima wa nyanya katika eneo la Thika, Kiambu. Lakini hatimaye alikabiliana nao. Kwa uhondo zaidi, kutana nasi Jumamosi hii kwenye kipindi Boresha Kilimo.
Maelfu na maelfu ya wahamiaji wakiwa na watoto kutoka nchi za Amerika ya Kati wanaendelea kuwasili kwenye mpaka kati ya Marekani na Mexico.
Folks, I'm going. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ni habari kutoka pembe zote duniani.
Pepo pasi vuguvugu. Pepo pa ni idea.
Tazidi ananyonya, hanyonyi vizuri, anakuwa hayuko comfortable.
Jeshi la Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo linapambana na waasi wa ADF.
Kwa sasa wanatoa wito kwa mashirika, makampuni na vile vituo vya uchukuzi.
Mambo mengi yatakwenda kama yalivyopangwa.
Hapa ni kuna mmoja wa viongozi wa chama cha wavuvi katika eneo hili.
Zaidi tunajaribu kuwapa chanjo ili ina boost ama inanyanyua kinga ya mwili, ndio inaenda kupelekea kupambana na virusi.
Ni Dunia ni leo, Jumatatu mpaka Ijumaa, moja kwa moja kutoka VOA Swahili, Washington DC.
The percentage in which government is giving opportunities to this specific type of groups under the AGRIBRIC, like what percentage has the government given?
No, but like I said, you see, when a budget is done for every year, every ministry will be able to place their budget for it. But whatever is given to them, 30% of the budget for that ministry is dedicated to AGRIBRIC. 30%. So if let's assume, for instance, that a ministry is given 2 billion, for instance. Now, 30% of 2 billion would be about 600,000? 600 million. That will be dedicated to AGRIBRIC. And therefore, When you go to a ministry, as a young person, as a person living with disability, 600 million is actually meant for you.
This is The Agenda with Benturo Komboka and Colonel Retired Cyrus Oguna.
Access to knowledge, solution to unanswered questions.
Guidelines to pursuing your rights and repossessing your property, intellectual or material.
This and more only on Law Matters.
We remember the fateful day that left 100 of souls dead, still stuck at the center of our memories, and keep revisiting us with a bitter recall, torturing our hearts away to the surface of our beloved ones who left us at a wink of an eye. Blood scattered everywhere, bodies of innocent people lay dead, others buried in souls, beautiful buildings were destroyed. But who to blame? Dear Kenyans, why we Kenyans?
Run for that, Radio Citizen. Today on Monday at 7 a.m., I bring you a very sad news. Thousands and thousands of people have been killed in Nairobi bomb blast.
That is the shocking news. This is the barbarican, where blood scattered everywhere. Dear Lord, our Creator, you are the one who created Kenya. Restore peace and harmony among Kenyans as we are waiting for your second coming. Amen.
I am Brian Omoyo, ready to present you a poem entitled Discipline. As I sat down dreaming about my chances of success, I stumbled upon a topic that could lead me to the crest. A topic that my teacher was bent on making me learn so that I could, with ease, let success be churned. Discipline is what my teacher insisted on, a word that could let me make up for the time I was gone, be it academics or sports or any other fields. There are countless benefits a confident mind could yield. A confident mind is a product of disciplined approach that through months of hard work, letting mind be coached. Discipline at school plays an important role, turning us responsible citizens on the whole. Discipline at home makes our parents shower on us praise. Relief there are to see that there is no need to mend our ways. Discipline and obedience often go together. They help us reach out to success in times of bad weather. If we are now disciplined, we shall be successful for it.
Welcome you back to the plenary session
having been in 7 different breakout rooms modeled around the sub-themes of this conference. We are almost getting to the tail end of IBRIC 2022. And as we prepare to move to the next session, kindly colleagues, delegates, or participants, please fill the shared evaluation form posted on the chat box. We really appreciate your feedback towards the planning of the next IBRIC 2023. As I prepare to hand you back to our team captain, Dr. Paul Sang, who is the Dean School of Business, Kenyatta University, so that he can guide us through this brief closing session, let me, before I forget, take this opportunity to sincerely thank the 2 rapporteurs who were with me throughout the session as the session chair, and that is Dr. Margaret Kosgei and Dr. Caroline Kimchai. You've done a wonderful job in keeping us engaged and also keeping us company throughout the whole day. I also wish to thank the multi-departmental technical team, including Simeon Nyachai and Alfred Kopio, the KU TV crew, including producers, director Boniface Othiambo, head of technical department, Joel Murwa, Patrick Maina, and Francis from the engineering department. Behind the camera, we had Collins Olunga, and of course the sound was done by Daniel Kituku and graphics by Eric Mushira. We are very, very grateful for a job well done. With those few introductory remarks, please, Dean, team captain, please take charge. As we sort out the network issues, just hold on a bit and then we get the dean on board.
Digital devices and connectivity.
At the moment, we've done over 212, and so our plan is in the short run to be able to get to the 1,450. In the long run, to be able to get everybody to be walking distance from a free Wi-Fi center in the country.
The private sector contributes 3/4 of the GDP in this country. So it is our role as a private sector to create jobs. Government provides an enabling environment.
Azura Digital is a good demonstration in its own way. It's a creative and innovative way of thinking about job creation. And in the commitment of Young Africa Works, we look forward to partnering with you.
Sorry for that technical hitch. I have an able technical team that has been able to sort it out. Sorry, Dean, for that technical hitch. Please take charge.
Thank you so much, Dr. Evans Mwasiaji, for steering these last day sessions very, very well. And we are coming to the end of our conference, for the 2-day conference, the fourth IBRIC conference 2022. We've had the previous 3, and this one has been very excellent. We are improving every other conference. So all the participants, this is really to thank you very, very much for, for your presentations, for your contributions, for the questions that you have asked. We really appreciate the participants from all the part of the globe. We really feel very happy and honored that despite the time differences, are still able to get out of your busy schedule. I know some of you probably had to wake up midnight. Some probably it was beyond working hours in your countries, but still you found it important that you attend this particular conference. This is really also to appreciate the tireless efforts which has been put forward by the conference organizing committee. I'm aware that sometimes you spend sleepless nights to ensure that this conference actually become a success. We also do appreciate the university management who have been very key and keen on every step that we undertook in terms of ensuring this conference becomes a reality. We appreciate the Vice Chancellor and the university management, the research division. We are very, very, very much grateful. And I want to appeal to all of us as participants that let's always be looking forward for our conference. You would agree with me that the conference has been very informative, very, very educative. We have shared both from the industry and then academia, and I believe all of us have really benefited from this particular conference. All the attendees of this particular conference, you will be issued with a certificate that will be organized. I'm assuming that we have all the your details. This would be a digital certificate, which would be sent to the emails that you have provided. So we are really, really, really very, very grateful. Every year is an annual conference. So in 2023, we are looking forward to having an even much better and an engaging conference. So for me, thank you so much. With those few remarks, would want to now invite our registrar, Rio, to make our closing remarks. Professor Jane Mugwe, we really appreciate your presence this time to close for us this particular conference. So Registrar, Research, Innovation and Outreach, please feel very much welcome to give us your closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and the Dean, for this opportunity. I hope I'm clear.
Yes, you are.
Oh, thank you. Let me start by saying that the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Outreach, Professor Vincent Onyuera, received your invitation to close the conference. And however, he asked me to close the conference on his behalf due to another engagement. I am happy that you benefited from his participation yesterday, and therefore he has given apologies, and I really hope that I will fit in his shoes. So the Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University, the chief guests who opened the conference, Principal Secretary, State Department of Industrialization, Ambassador Peter Kaberia, Deputy Vice Chancellors present, members of the University Management Board present, members of the organizing committee led by the Dean, Dr. Sang, keynote speakers, distinguished local and international participants, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, good morning, depending on where you are. I hope you are not too tired after such an engaging 2 days. Allow me to introduce myself. Dr. Sang has said, my name is Professor Jane Mugwe. I am the Registrar, Research, Innovation and Outreach. and I have a long career as a trainer and researcher in agricultural sciences. I'm therefore happy to have been invited in this conference by the Dean School of Business, and again being given the opportunity and the privilege to close this outstanding conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel honored and delighted to deliver closing remarks for the 4th International Business Research and Industrial Conference, IBRIC2022, with the very exciting theme, Business Reinvention, Innovation and Creativity for Economic Recovery. Allow me to tell you a short account of my association with this conference. I was appointed in my current office in January 2022. In the division, we have a conference vetting committee that analyzes and reviews concept notes of conferences. The concept note for the School of Business was my first to coordinate in vetting. And I take this opportunity to congratulate the Dean and his team for a job well done. The concept note submitted to the FISI was detailed, but more so well organized and clearly showed the objectives. Coming to the conference, I had the privilege of participating intermittently. Yesterday, I participated almost all morning, and today I was able to participate for about 1.5 hours in the morning. I am therefore confident to say that it has been truly great 2 days of dialogue and discussions in the 4th IBRIC conference. The quality of the presentations was high, very insightful, as well as thought-provoking. This makes me very proud of the team that organized the conference and all those who contributed to making this a great conference. Congratulations to the organizing committee and all the participants. Allow me to pick key attributes that stood out during this conference. Number one, I noted the good participation from day 1 to day 2. Like day 1 yesterday, we had more than 200 participants in the morning. And again, this morning, I also registered about 200 participants. The other key attribute I picked from this conference is good speakers with very good presentations, well organized and processed. And I also liked the number 3 presentation of statistics and evidence-based information. And number 4, I also noted that the conference was broad enough for non-experts, but also narrow enough for specialists. And finally, number 5, the international participation. We had the West, we had the East, we had the North, and we had the South. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to pick a few points that strongly emerged during this conference. During the opening remarks by the Vice Chancellor delivered by DVC Rio, Professor Onywera, we were encouraged to strengthen our networks and collaborations and more so explore ways of enhancing internationalization of education and research. We were also reminded to solve our present challenges for a better tomorrow. Why this conference has made great strides towards addressing these 2 issues. Why am I saying this? In this conference, we had participants from academia, industry, research, private sector, and from the discussions and interactions, I believe that these 2 have been achieved. Again, ladies and gentlemen, during this conference, I was particularly impressed by the keynote speakers. One is their commitment to the conference and the efforts they put in delivering the presentations, and secondly, the diversity and regional representation. I noted that we had speakers from across the globe. I also liked the way they connected their areas of specialization into the theme of this conference. A case in point is the presentation by Dr. Adoyo from Harvard University. Though coming from literature, we were able to see the connection between literature and the business world. One thing I recall is the very good explanation of the testimonial injustice, where the credibility or authority of a speaker is doubted by the hearer because of underlying prejudice. So you can imagine the impact on business when one is doubting credibility of your product, meaning you cannot thrive in that business. In line with the theme of this conference, there was emphasis on the need for enhanced digital transformation. It was said that digital technology has enhanced interconnectedness and increased opportunities. Digital transformation is necessary for the survival of organizations, businesses, and industries. More so, we were informed that post-COVID-19 pandemic will require digital transformation, and that organizations, businesses, and industries that will succeed are those that will invest in digital technologies, research and development to build more efficient and sustainable businesses. I am happy that Kenya, as was mentioned by the Principal Secretary of Industrialization, is making efforts to create a supportive ecosystem for digital transformation. And ladies and gentlemen, you recall in this conference the emphasis on the youth. Africa is blessed with youthful population, with young people making about 60 to 80% of African population. We know that young people are dynamic, forward-looking, and best positioned to find innovative solutions to local challenges through science and technology. The presenters clearly articulated the importance of youth engagement in technology and innovation. It is my hope that all of us, including our respective governments, will capitalize on this important resource and tap on the potential of Africa's youth to drive our economies. I have a call to action to participants. I wish to encourage all participants to continue the excellent cooperation with each other, as well as put the recommendations issued during this conference into action. Many speakers enumerated key challenges that the world continues to grapple with. This includes climate change, food security, COVID-19, cybersecurity, sustainability issues, etc., etc. This conference, I am sure, has not fully addressed these challenges, but you have just scratched a little bit. But however, strategic solutions were provided. So even as you end this conference today, I want to urge you to continue to strive to be more creative in connecting with stakeholders and for creating solutions to build a better tomorrow. Napoleon Hill, in his famous book, Think and Grow Rich, states that one of the causes of failure is lack of persistent action. Let's therefore put into action the experiences and lessons we have learned in this conference. To educators, I am looking forward to hearing more about the implementation of the outcomes of this conference. I particularly challenge my colleagues in education to think critically about how information in this from this conference can be used to enhance our curriculum. For example, several speakers alluded to the need to match instruction with the skills demanded by the market. One key skill highlighted was digital literacy that we were informed is lacking. How can we enhance digital literacy in our curriculum, Personally, I am very happy with the blended mode adopted in KU, but I think we can do more to enhance our curriculum towards digital literacy. To the actors, we would like to see a practical application and concrete steps made at different levels, even the smallest ones, starting from the grassroots levels, whereby companies, SMEs, become committed to changing their business from usual models to introducing new, sustainable and resource-efficient solutions. Using the wealth we have gained, or you have gained from this conference, let's work with the actors at the grassroots to make a positive change. To policymakers, I hope the policymakers, the highest decision-making level, have a few takeaways for discussion and are now better equipped to introduce new policies and strategies to enhance performance of industries and businesses, as well as research and development. And finally, I have one final thing to ask before I officially declare the conference officially closed. New information has been presented in this conference. I know there will be conference proceedings, but my request is that the committee considers having selected papers processed for journal publication. This will not only help the presenters in their professional growth, but also help to raise the feasibility of Kenyatta University. I take this opportunity to thank the partners who supported this conference. This includes the Government of Kenya, AJIRA, KEPSA, Immobilis, and MasterCard. As Kenyatta University, we are indeed very grateful for the support. We feel honored by this gesture of goodwill. And finally, I look forward to participating again in the 5th IBRIC conference next year, 2023. I think the Dean has already promised that. So I am 100% sure that this will happen. Again, because of the consistency the team has shown in organizing conference during the past years. And I wish to reiterate the commitment of the Division of Research, Innovation, and Outreach to support you in the next conference. I wish you a restful weekend after such an engaging activity. Thank you very much, and God bless you. And it is now my humble duty, on behalf of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Outreach, Professor Vincent Onyuera, to declare the 4th International Business Research and Industrial Conference 2022 officially closed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for finding time to close it for us. We really, really appreciate your presence on behalf of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Outreach. We really, really appreciate the support that you have provided to the School of Business. Thank you so much, and back to you, Dr. Mwasiaji.
Thank you, Team Captain Dr. Paul San, for that brief closing remarks. Thank you, Registrar, for finding time to join us. As we come to the end of the conference, before the closing prayer by Dr. Anne Mushemi, I kindly request all of us delegates to start your videos so that we can take a group photo as part of the proceedings for this IBRIC 2022. So kindly, delegates, start your videos, switch on your videos for a group photo. Kindly.
The dean has not put his video on.
The technical team will let me know once the photo is taken.
Dean's video is not on. Dr. Mwasaji, Dr. Sang has not put his video on.
Okay, Dr. Frederick, you want to say something, but you are muted. I can't hear you.
I'm saying the dean has not put his video on, the dean.
Dean, switch on the video, Dean. Team captain. I think there's a network challenge. Team captain, please switch on your video. Thank you. Now we may proceed with the group photo.
That's okay.
Thank you very much for that. Now I request Dr. Anne Mushemi, our colleague from the Department of Business Administration, to end with a word of prayer. Dr. Mushemi.
Thank you, Dr. Mwasiaji. Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you and to praise your name because of the far that you have brought us. We thank you because we committed this conference to you, Lord, from the time the planning started. And Lord, even as we come to the end of this conference, we want to thank you because of the great success that you have accorded to us. We give you all the glory and all the honor. We thank you because of the university management. We thank you for the sponsors, the people who have made presentation, the participants, the people who have planned, people who have worked behind the cameras. Lord, we give you glory and honor because of the work that has been done. We want to thank you for the wealth of knowledge that has been shared in this conference. Father, in the name of Jesus, we ask of you that you will help us be able to take up this knowledge and be able to develop strategies that we will help in the economic recovery, even of this nation and the world at large. We thank you and bless your name. We speak a blessing to every one of us who has been part of this process. And Lord, even the remaining part of this day and of the night to some of us who are in other countries, we pray that your blessings will be together with us. Lord, even as you give us a chance to have the 5th IBRIC conference, we will be careful to thank you. We bless you and we worship your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. Thank you, Amen.
Hallelujah. Amen.
Amen. So bye-bye, everybody. We see you 2024.
Bye-bye.
2023.
Thank you for a good conference.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you for the powerful prayer. Thank you. In the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ, we receive the blessings.
Amen.
Ukiwa na dukuduku la michezo, tunafungua sanduku la dukuduku kwa ufahamu zaidi. Kila danadana, mitimko, mifiatuko na harakati zote ugani, sisi ni wako mwandani. Kukurukakara zote nyanjani, haziwezi kuangaziwa zaidi ya micharazo michezoni. Mimi mwanaspoti wako matata Peter Pinches Mwaora, ndakuwa na jopo lenye maarifa sufufu, nikufahamishe na nikuburudishe wewe shabiki shakiki kwa uhakiki na kindakindaki.
I'm a freshman in Kenyatta University. This is all what I've heard about campus. Campus is full of freedom.
Ni cumulative. Mchezo hiyo ili poka gani kwani?